going to be the microphone. So who's the first presenter?
It should be Mr. Foster.
Okay, so I'll just lay this up. This will pick you up, and then when he comes in, we'll mic him up.
Yeah, I believe I'm controlling the slides, so
Okay.
he might be
moving back and forth.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
If not, he'd probably be off to the side.
All right.
Okay. Should we start the meeting?
Yep, live stream. Yeah, just have it on 15 or a countdown timer. Oh, I haven't started 15. Sorry, just live stream.
Here. Got it. And you shouldn't have to do anything for this one. Eric, you should be good. You can just take a seat.
Oh, okay, so okay.
Yeah.
So I'll be controlling the slides for the...
The second one. Yep.
Okay.
Right after I get a...
Cord on the inside so you're not hanging.
Oh. Look at you. Look at you.
Okay. This on this side.
Okay, join. Hopefully other people have been able to join. Probably should have started this up a minute ago. All right. Microphone. Is the microphone muted?
And we're going to use digital speakers. Room. Okay. That part should be good. Sound for the room. And then start your presentation and we'll share that screen and drag it over.
Okay, and where's the share thing again? Oh, window. And then PowerPoint.
And then
Share this one.
nope.
It's that one.
Share.
Okay. Good.
And your clicker's down there.
Okay. And the mic, my mic on?
Yeah.
Do we have the speakers in here again working, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Oh, here it is.
That's it.
Yeah, this isn't working. Is that somebody trying to join or something?
Another set of batteries, just in case.
Batteries, you think?
Just in case.
Or is there like a USB that's plugged into?
Yeah, it's plugged in here.
Oh, okay.
That's weird. Right, so we may have to do
Just not working?
manual.
Well, Eric, it's a good thing we brought you today. Brother, you want to, yeah, you might be clicking the slides for us. Try it again. Do you have to press like present or something?
No, it should be just the little arrows.
Weird.
Let me see if protocol has another one.
Sure. We could just roll with Eric.
I know they have one.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want to start on this one.
Okay. All right. Yeah, just run it for me. Well, actually, I need Alan to be able to know if the people online can hear us. Oh, well. Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming. So this is our second annual Kirtland History Seminar. We just started doing this last year, trying to bring together all the different historians on base. And that's just a few thank yous. First, obviously, to everybody who came in and joining us online. And then a big thank you to my colleagues that are here today and presenting. I think it's funny, a lot of times we refer to this space as the Kirtland National Security Complex, and we do that because this is a huge and very diverse space, and we've got a lot of different organizations. And one of the neat things I think about this seminar is that it kind of showcases that really the diverse array of organizations that we have on the base. And you're going to see that today, I think, throughout this seminar as we go through our presentations. Big thank you, obviously, to Public Affairs. Alan, you're amazing. Brittany for marketing. To A1C Eric Visser for helping us out. He's an intern with my office. And also big thanks to Mike up there, Michael Bloom. He brought us some scale models from the Albuquerque Scale Modelers Club that you can view in the hallway if you want. And I think they have some pamphlets out there too. I think I'm almost done with the thank yous. Slight change in the schedule today too for everyone online and here if you're planning on coming back for another session. Max Lansing was unable to attend, and he was our last presentation of the day, so we'll actually be ending with Mr. Matt Thompson. I think his presentation starts at 1500. And other slightly unfortunate news, and I'll mention this again when we break for lunch, but the food truck also canceled on me yesterday. So we won't have a food truck here, but we have about an hour for lunch to break to go for that. So without further ado, yeah, Eric, can you switch slides? I think I was supposed to say all that on this screen. Sometimes I do that. Wanted to put everybody up here that's presenting today. Myself, Mr. Alan Carr from Los Alamos National Labs. He'll be joining us virtually. Unfortunately, his travel got kind of messed up, and he's not able to come down, but he'll be on the big screen here with us. Rebecca Ulrich, Justin Olmstead, Matt Thompson, and Darren Raspa. Slide, please. So, I don't know how many, this is not an official Air Force endorsement of the movie Office Space. It is one of my favorites, though. Even if you haven't seen it, the meaning behind this meme, I guess, is something that I've dealt with a lot in my job as a historian. Both when I was an Air Force Reserve historian, Navy historian, even to this day, as much as I try to get out there and educate the folks that I work with, what in the heck do Air Force historians do? What do historians do in general? Aren't you guys supposed to be professors working at a university or something? Really, and I think a lot of people that I interact with, even here at my own unit and my own wing, they probably think, even though I do try to educate folks on this, I think on a surface level, probably what they come away with is, oh, that guy does our emblems, that guy does our heraldry. Every now and then I see him talk about some stuff with our unit and our heritage, or he'll mention a historical date. And that stuff is a part of the program, and it's important to do, but it's really just icing on the cake, to be honest. So the real bread and butter of what I do as an Air Force historian, and that's another thing, the other historians that are here today, Sandia Labs, Matt Thompson, the AFRL historian, all of our missions kind of slightly different in what we do, but they're all very similar, and probably with the later point that I'm going to get to here with that. But my real focus is capturing what's going on in this moment for my unit, for my wing, for this base, right? My job is to basically document and put together this big narrative history of everything that goes on in this wing every single year. And then that becomes the official and permanent record of the Air Force. And that's really important, and that preserves what's going on now. It preserves it for the future and all that. But even there's still another element to this. So really the core mission of a history office, what we should really be doing when we're at our best, is actually contributing to process improvement and contributing to helping our commanders and our leaders, civilian, enlisted, understand the context of the operating environment that they're in. And that's what we really try to do, because as much as I think a lot of people tend to think about history, and they think about history as this collection of different dates and names and events. But history is really about us understanding the context of our existence and our lives, and navigating the world, and hopefully using that to better inform our decisions. And just to give you a quick example of that, last year I gave an example from my previous base. Now I've been here long enough to give an example for this base, though. Shortly after our new commander, Colonel Seacrest, got here, I had just published a study about the security landscape of Kirtland Air Force Base, which is really complicated, because as you're going to see today, as I talk about Kirtland in context and give you the context of what Kirtland really is, it is a very complex environment, and there's a lot of factors that go into that, and it's still a big operational challenge for us. And so giving our security forces folks and our new commander, this pivotal context to really understand what's going on right now, I think that was hugely helpful, or at least he told me he thought it was, and so did the security forces folks. And I think that's really the mission and the drive behind that. And it also led to additional inquiries. So then we were looking at all these manpower issues we have. And when I'm going into the brief today, I'm going to talk a little bit about this too, but a lot of the makeup of Kirtland Air Force Base, well, particularly the 377th Air Base Wing and what we do for this base, are the percentages that we have of civilians and active duty. Those are all have been dictated by some very key moments that have occurred in our recent past, and have influenced the organization of our wing now and our ability to accomplish our mission. So without any further ado on that, sorry, I know I go off on the historian tangent. Let's get into my actual presentation, make sure I don't get into Alan's time. So Kirtland in context, slide please, Eric. First section here, I'm going to talk a little bit about Albuquerque. Last year I went into a bunch of stuff with going back farther into the history of that, but this year I think there's enough on the base and I didn't want to go over my time, so I'm gonna kind of abbreviate that, but I'm going to talk about that and some aviation stuff. So the city of Albuquerque, so obviously New Mexico and Albuquerque, how they developed. I think a little bit of context about them is important as we talk about the development of the base. So, of course, this area used to be, there were a bunch of Native American tribes that lived in this area. The Spanish came here in the 1500s, and in the 1500s and the 1600s conquered the area. So this was under Spanish territorial or colonial control for a long period of time. Now, in 1706, you can see up there at the top, if you haven't read it already, the governor decides to establish a city here, and he names it the village de Albuquerque after the Duke of Albuquerque in Spain. And so if you're ever around town, if you're in the city and you're new to the area and you ever see signs that say Duke City, and that's confused you, which I was confused by that when I first came here. I thought maybe it was just some company or something. It is actually a reference to the city being named after the Duke of Albuquerque. But real quick, so So talking about the development of Albuquerque, right? The real reason I kind of point all this out is to show you. So there's a number of things that happen that bring this area into the control of the United States, right? The Louisiana Purchase, the Texas Revolution, and then them becoming part of the United States, the Mexican-American War, and the Gadsden Purchase. And by 1850, New Mexico is a United States territory. It's not until 1912 that New Mexico actually becomes a U.S. state. So if you think about that, that's really not that long ago. But Albuquerque is a small frontier town in the West, right? Pretty rough and tumble, like you would imagine in most Westerns. And it stayed pretty small for a long time. The railroad came here in the late 1880s, and you have some growth and some development from that. But for the most part, it's still staying pretty small. As roadway infrastructure is developed throughout the country, and you have the famous Route 66 built up through the area, again, you have a little bit of growth, a little bit of development, but still, it's pretty small. And the reason I'm highlighting this is because one of the main points I'm going to hit at later is just the huge connection there is between the establishment of Kirtland and the bases and the organizations that developed here, and how much that has impacted the economic population growth of the area, in the local area. It's been astronomical over the years. So the last thing, of course, is aviation. So in the early 1900s, we developed flight, and of course, airports are being built up all over the country. And back then, planes couldn't fly as far. You need more air support infrastructure, and so you have folks going around and investing in airports all over. And Eric, slide please. So that's kind of the first phase for the development of the base, is to really go back to the development of the airports in the area. Prior to that, the only military establishments in New Mexico, you're looking at frontier posts that were used during the frontier wars, U.S. Army posts. I think there's still one that's a historical site, Fort Wingate out by Gallup, that you can go visit. But for the most part, there's no pre-existing military base in this area. So what happens though is you have some investors from out east that come and they go, we want to build an airport here. You have the development of the Sunport, and right before that, Oxnard Field. And if you look at this map, it's kind of hard to tell, but the western side of Kirtland Air Force Base is essentially right here, where the runway and all that is. The eastern side of Kirtland Air Force Base is where Oxnard Field was. In fact, this building that we're on stands on what part of Oxnard Field was. So they build this airport, and then the governor of New Mexico, Clyde Tinsley, and by the way, he used to be the mayor of Albuquerque before this. He goes, he's thinking, I really wish we could get a military presence at the airport here. So he talks to who are they? Tran something World Airlines. Sorry, the name escapes me at the moment. But he talks to the manager for that, and they go, okay, let's form a citizens committee and let's go petition Congress, and let's try to get them to build an air base here. So they go, and it just so happens, by the way, the manager of the airlines people, he also happens to be good friends with a fellow named General Hap Arnold, who is the Air Corps chief at this time, right? So they go, it's successful. They get him to buy off on this idea of investing in an aviation depot with their, well, at the same time, war breaks out in Europe, right? The beginning of World War II over there. We're not involved yet, but the war breaks out. And we're all of a sudden, the United States is thinking, okay, we need to rapidly start upping our infrastructure and preparing in case we get sucked into this broader conflict. So that's really part of the genesis of how that came about. Now, slide, Eric. Slide, please. So in 1941, they start constructing Kirtland Air Force Base. January was when it began. By February, they had built like over 110 buildings or something like that. I mean, rapid construction of the base. There was a temporary commander here for a little bit. The first permanent commander was a fellow named Frank D. Hackett. But they essentially prepare it for, there's a couple training missions that I'm about to get into that they do, but the main mission that they're going to do is bombardier training. And that has a lasting effect on the base's size today. Excuse me, I'm going to grab a drink of water here. Okay, so, Eric, slide please. So the 19th Bombardment Group comes to, by the way, at this time, it's Albuquerque Army Airfield. We're not Kirtland yet. We're going to talk about that. But they get here. They're the first residents. As bombardier training goes on here, by the way, and going forward and past this point, a lot of the reason why we have this base, even to today, has such large tracts of land going south and east has to do with the fact that they needed all of these large bombing ranges, so they purchased additional land and area around all that. But the 19th Bombardment Group is here. They train. They eventually deploy to the Pacific Theater of the War. Their first commander, Lieutenant Colonel, later Major General Eubank, he is part of the namesake still. You probably recognize Eubank Boulevard, Eubank Gate, so that's where all of that comes from. There was also a movie produced here in 1942 called Bombardier, which you can watch on Turner Classic Movies, I think, still to this day. And it is all filmed here on this base during that time, well, most of it. And the footage, it's pretty cool, but it follows the bombardier training and them then going over to the war. Slide, please. So I mentioned, so obviously they've got the bombardier training going. There's a 4-engine school, and there's glider pilot training, and thousands of airmen are churned out through Kirtland during the war, and that's really its main focus, right? But as this is going on, there's something else going on too, and that's what we're going to hit next. Slide, please. I lied. That's not what we're going to hit next. First, I was going to mention, that's why the slides are here. They're keeping me on track. First, I was going to mention the whole Kirtland thing. So, of course, it was Albuquerque Army Air Base, right? So, in 1942, General Henry H. Hap Arnold decides to rename the base in honor of Colonel Roy Carrington Kirtland. And why does he do that? Why Kirtland? So Kirtland was a early military aviator pioneer, essentially. I mean, this guy is one of our first guys in the Air Corps that is trained by Wilbur and Orville Wright. In fact, one of the really cool stories, and we have a photo of it down at the visitors gate, but he pilots the first biplane that they fire a machine gun from. I mean, this is like the early stuff, right? Like the very beginning. It just so happened when he was doing that at this time, I mean, he's one of the senior guys involved in this. There's a younger officer under him named Hap Arnold who wanted to be a pilot, and essentially Kirtland advocated for him and is kind of the reason that he got into the Air Corps. So that's one of the reasons why you'll often hear them say that, you know, Kirtland was a mentor to Hap Arnold, but that's the kind of the story behind it. Anyways, Kirtland had a really distinguished career. He served in Europe during World War I. He commanded a number of aviation depots and stuff stateside. And then he was recalled to service at Moffett Field, California, and he died of a heart attack. And then General Arnold decided to honor his memory by naming this base after him. And yes, if you're wondering right now, is there any connection to this base and Kirtland? No, none that I have yet been able to find or distinguish. The most vague connection I can think of is that during the punitive expedition, under which General Pershing was sent down here to deal with insurgents along the U.S.-Mexico border, the 1st Aero Squadron came down here, and Kirtland was in the 1st Aero Squadron, but they operated mostly out of Texas from what I've studied in that. So I don't know of any specific connections in that. There is, because of the whole Pershing presence down in this area, which, by the way, Pershing had been a cavalry officer that served in New Mexico, and then later during the punitive campaign, we do have a park and a housing area that's named after Pershing, and I think that's the main reason for that connection. But anyways, so that's why we're named Kirtland. Slide, please. As I was, you can do the next slide. As I was going to mention, I was just telling you all this stuff that happened at Kirtland during World War II. Well, what's going on during that time and shortly thereafter, right? So there's this place, so the east side, so Oxnard Field that we talked about earlier, the Army buys that, and then they start building up these support facilities and create a little aviation aircraft maintenance depot on it. And then I'm not going to steal your thunder, Rebecca, I promise, but I have to slightly to make it all make sense. So the Z Division of Los, I'm not even going to say what Z is. That's how far back. I'm not even going to explain that part. They come down from Los Alamos Laboratories, and they're doing some stuff. I'm just going to keep it vague. And anyways, because of their presence, because of that presence on the base, that eventually becomes Sandia Laboratories, and they develop. But that base also ends up becoming its own separate installation called Sandia Base. And it basically gets put under the control of the Tri-Service Armed Force Special Weapons Project. Now, later, the Armed Forces Special Weapons Project, it gets taken over by the Air Force Special Weapons Center, and Dr. Darren Raspa, our AFRL person, the Air Force Special Weapons Lab, and they're tying into all of that. So this is kind of the beginning of when all of these organizations that we even see here now today on this base, right? That's when most of them got here. And they've evolved over time and changed names, but this is really the genesis of this thing we call the Kirtland National Security Complex. So we have Sandia Base, and we've got Kirtland Field, and then we also have this other thing pop up called Manzano Base, Site Able. So it's all I can say about Manzano to you in this forum is that it was a special weapons storage facility, but it is basically its own separate installation on the base. And you have these 3 bases, and they're all doing these kind of different missions. At the end of World War II, the bombardier training thing is obviously getting ramped down, and the mechanics stuff is getting ramped down, and they bring an atomic test group to the base, and they're doing that. But they're really unsure about what this thing is that's becoming Kirtland in this area, and they have these 3 different bases. And to be honest with you, I still wonder sometimes if they're still trying to figure out what Kirtland is, but they're really still, it's just this big conglomerate. And so finally, the Department of Defense, they go, we're going to consolidate all of these and just make them one. So in 1971, they consolidate these 3 bases, and that is modern day Kirtland Air Force Base. Well, as you can imagine, that came with a lot of factors. I mean, you're basically, you're greatly increasing the size, you're greatly increasing the scope. The host unit of the base is now taking on a bunch of different responsibilities, and oh, by the way, including an operational mission set, which is unusual for the host unit for an airbase wing to have to do. So this all gets really kind of complicated, and you can see that play out in the different organizations that control Kirtland in succeeding years. Eric, do the next slide. Sometimes I'm bad about talking about stuff before I got to. Okay, so So the Air Force, so I think I mentioned, so the Air Force Special Weapons Center is running things, and then, so the 4900th is the host unit, so what the 377th is now, and they're running and operating things on the base. And then this thing happens, they go, okay, well, we're gonna transfer ownership to MAC, and so Military Airlift Command, and MAC takes over the base. They stand up their own separate host unit called the 1606th Air Base Wing, and then they're running the base for a while. And this whole exchange of these different organizations leading the base, a lot of this just has to do with the fact that they can't really figure out who should run Kirtland, because there's all of these different missions going on and they're not really sure what's going on, right? But one of the things they do is they bring this organization. I've got it up here, the 1505th, yeah, the 1505th Crew Training Wing. So they brought them here, and then so now they have a big training flying mission going on the base, in addition to all of these Department of Energy, DoD organizations that are all over the base. And they go, okay, well, now we have this going on. They're like, let's try something new again. So they decide that they're going to make a super wing. So they take the 1606th Air Base Wing and they take the 1505th and they combine them and call them the 542nd Crew Training Wing. And they go, all right, you're going to run the base, you're going to do the Manzano thing, you're going to do all this stuff, and you're going to run everything for everybody, support everybody. Well, it turns out this is a really bad idea. They essentially, the command staff, after a year of doing this, is like, we can't run this flying training program, do this operational mission set, and support all of the base host responsibilities. It's just too crazy. And so after a year or so of this experiment, they're like, okay, let's do something else. So MAC, and by the way, I just want to mention real quick, this came up in a study thing. When MAC was in control of the base, they actually helped it a lot by really renovating a lot of the security issues, because they had really strict standards for security that just weren't there before. So anyways, a bit of a caveat. But anyways, it transfers to Air Force Materiel Command. And in 1993, when that happens, and oh, by the way, during that period between 91 and 92 or 3 and all of this, Manzano is deactivated, and we build this installation on the base called Kumsek. But anyways, so the 377th Air Base Wing gets activated here, and Air Force Materiel Command takes over the base. And that starts a whole other phase of interesting things that go on that I'm going to tell you all about. But before I do that, we're going to take like a mental break from this trajectory I'm telling you about with the history of the base. And we're going to talk a little bit about the 377th. So let's put a pin in this slider. So the 377th, so the Air Force does this interesting thing. We keep the names of units alive that have demonstrated themselves or performed well in conflicts and things that have a lot of decorations. We try to keep those names alive. We call it lineage. So the 377th, as you've probably guessed from me telling you about all the other organizations that were running Kirtland before, was not established at Kirtland or anything like that. We were originally activated in the 1960s in Vietnam. We're also one of the few units that has been reactivated later on based on our Vietnam heritage. So a lot of units have World War II heritage. That's usually the very strong lineage that gets you reactivated later, is because you were a good performer in World War II. But 377th is an air base wing in Vietnam at Tan Son Nhut Air Base. Even though we're an air base wing, we deal with a really crazy complex environment. So technically, the South Vietnamese, we've trained that all of their Army and Air Force personnel, and they're supposed to be fighting this war for themselves and all this, but they're not. They have control of the outer perimeter, but we have the control of the inner perimeter of the base. But of course, the NVA, the North Vietnamese, they're attacking, and there's several major attacks, including during the Tet Offensive on Tan Son Nhut. And our security police squadron defends the base brilliantly and with great tenacity, and earns itself a place in the history books to this day in security forces training. They will refer to the Air Base Defense Doctrine developed by our security forces by the 377th Security Police during that period. So we have a really strong tie-in and heritage to that. And it's pretty neat. We even have a Security Forces Association here on the base. And that association actually has veterans in it that were in our security police squadron in Vietnam, and they just ended up in Albuquerque somehow. I thought that was pretty neat when I found out about it. But anyways, at the end of the Vietnam War, we get the 377th is inactivated. They get reactivated as the 377th Combat Support Wing. And we end up at Ramstein Air Base, Germany, kind of on the front lines of the Cold War, right? And by the way, sorry, I got ahead of myself. Our emblem up here, you see that tiger in there? That's a throwback to the Vietnam thing. That's part of most Air Force imagery basically takes stuff from their past and tries to incorporate that into their official imagery. So that's why we have the tiger. And then, we were an Air Base wing at Ramstein in West Germany during the Cold War. That is actually, believe it or not, where we got that saying that is underneath the banner on our shield there. Serving freedom's finest comes from that Cold War legacy. But we were at Ramstein. The Cold War ends. They inactivated us again, and then they decided to reactivate the 377th here at Kirtland in '93, as I mentioned. So that now you have that kind of dual. This is what happened to the 377th, and now we're back on the Kirtland train. So, Eric, slide please. So don't worry, I think we're almost there. What time do I have till, Eric? Does it say on there? 9:35. Okay. So in the very beginning of this, I was telling you there's some interesting events that have happened in our more recent history that have kind of defined the landscape of Kirtland today, and particularly the 377th. So one big thing on here, right, BRAC, the Base Realignment and Closure Act that happened during the 90s, going around evaluating all these bases and deciding, hey, who needs to close, who doesn't. Kirtland had a lot of things going on, and it seems like it wouldn't have been a target for that, but really every base was, and it was heavily considered. We had a really great ally in this wonderful man named Lieutenant General Leo Marquez, and he worked with the Kirtland Partnership Committee, kind of helped form that, and they basically fight to keep the base open. And we have a park on base over across from the BX and the commissary called Marquez Park, and we have a memorial there for him, to remember him for that. A lot of people don't know this. Lieutenant General Marquez also, when he worked at the Pentagon years before, because he was never actually stationed at Kirtland. He was from New Mexico, but he wasn't stationed here. But he worked for the Pentagon during his active duty career, and he actually was one of the people that helped plan and approve CUMSEC, the development of CUMSEC. Kind of interesting. Anyways, so BRAC, so we get out of that, and Kirtland's going to live to see another day. Something else happens in the late 90s, though, that's kind of interesting. It has had a lasting impact on us. The Federal Inventory Activities Inventory and Reform Act, OBM Circular A76. So it's like this executive, basically thing that requires military departments, federal agencies, to look at all of their operations and say what can be outsourced to civilians, and that they basically need to comply with that. Kirtland becomes a big target of that. I don't really know or understand fully why we were impacted so heavily compared to other bases, but what I do know is that they really evaluated us for it and took action on most of it. So we lose. So the 377th loses its civil engineering. They all become contractors and civilians. We lose our communications squadron. They all become contractors, and our supply, and some things happen with our library and a bunch of other positions. But basically, within a span of a few years, like half of our wing population, which most of which was active duty uniforms, right? Which for a commander is really important, because when times get tough or things are kind of wild, the commander can put a uniform in anything he needs to, really. But a civilian, federal civilian or a contractor, usually there's a lot more restriction in where they can put people and how they can accomplish the mission if things get hairy. So, but our basically our composition goes from being mostly active duty uniforms to like half civilians. And in that category, more than half of the civilians are contractors. So we are a very heavy contractor population to this day. And that is the reason. It's because of this A76 process that happened in the late 90s, early 2000s. Slide, please. It's not the last thing that happens to us, though. The Air Force, the military just likes to keep throwing curveballs for us. Let me grab some water real quick. Okay. So the wing is doing all right. We're trying to figure out, we're working with the whole contractor thing. Although some interesting things did happen with that after those conversions took place. Our civil engineering, by data, by statistics, actually got better. Our communications squadron on the base, the communications director division then, they had a bunch of issues. So many that the wing commander had to take the guy that was the commander of the communications squadron before and put him in charge and try to get them to fix the whole communications debacle so that they could actually service the base. We had a bunch of complaints, mostly from Sandia. By the way, a quick caveat to that, I should have mentioned this earlier for my Sandia colleagues here. We have you also to thank for an interesting thing that happened way back during the MAC days, Military Airlift Command days, when they were So MAC had this protocol that every time an alarm went off base, this was just their security forces protocol, every time an alarm went off base, every gate had to close down. And, that started happening a lot because we had a really aged, antiquated system on the base at the time, right, when they first got there. And Ia complained about it so much, apparently, that it rang the right bells, and they upgraded our entire security system so that all the folks at the gate wouldn't just. I thought it was as well. We appreciate it. Anyways, going back, let's fast forward again. We're back to 2006. 2006. So, the 377th is kind of hanging in there. We're doing our thing. We're actually thriving a little bit, despite a lot of the contractor shifts and stuff like that. We actually even, for the first time, because our base is so unique, or our wing in the sense that we deal with so many larger organizations, we're one of the few wings that actually has developed a director of staff position that is a GS-15 billet, an executive director, because we needed another 06 equivalent to help him manage all of the different commitments that we have with so many other major mission partners and stuff like that. So, 2005, we get this GS-15 position, executive director. We have a bunch of other stuff going for us, but at this time, the Air Force is trying to figure out how to do the nuclear enterprise thing. Again, we're trying to rethink this. And so they stand up the Nuclear Weapons Center, Air Force Nuclear Weapons Center, like a few months later, and they go, okay, we want you guys to really take control of all of these different parts of that enterprise. And by the way, we need you to be kind of like the host, or like, Kirtland Air Force Base. You use the 377th, of course, for that, but you take that over. So a bunch of the 377's positions get realigned under the Nuke Weapons Center. Our legal offices get mixed up. The executive director bill I talked about gets taken away, and some other stuff. I'm not painting out the Nuclear Weapons Center, by the way, to be like the bad guys. It's just that's the nature of when these reorganizations occur, especially with a bigger headquarters office like that. They assume a lot of those billets and stuff like that, and so they absorb a lot of these things, and then also they're also working on the broader enterprise of nukes, right? And so they stand up a separate wing called the 498th Armament Systems Wing, and they have them doing a bunch of stuff, and they take the 377th, 898 MUN Squadron and assign them to somebody else. So our numbers really fluctuate during this period, and our mission changes. But they're figuring out some of this stuff isn't working. And so they actually end up deactivating the Armament Systems Wing, and they reassign the 898 to us. And they're like, really, you guys need more to deal with the security for CUMSEC, so we're going to give you a security forces group, which we hadn't had, the host unit of Kirtland hadn't had since like before the 80s. So, so they do all of these things, and there's a bunch of changes and fluctuations. Well, around 2014, the Air Force has already created, well, just prior to this, but created Air Force Global Strike Command, and now they're kind of show as far as it goes with the nuclear enterprise. And the Nuke Weapons Center, they want to change the role for that. So they take a relook at that. They change Kirtland Air Force Base to a Air Force Global Strike Command base, and they basically release the 377th from being administratively aligned directly under the Nuke Weapons Center. So we get pulled apart from them. Now, when we get pulled apart from them, of course, we have this issue of all those positions that were there. All of those don't come back. And then there's this whole other process, because in fact, my position, the historian, had been combined under the Nuke Weapons Center. It was a dual-hatted position for the 377th and that one. And so when it came back, that billet didn't exist here. And for about 4 to 5 years, the 377th did not have a historian because they didn't have a funded billet for it. They had to refight for that and figure out how to fund it again. So as you can see, there's a lot of lingering effects from this. Like all of these organizational changes, they all compound over time, and there's this constant kind of wear on the efficiency of the organizations involved. I do think that for the most part, if you look at it from a higher level, the final shift to global strike was probably has been one of the better positions. Like I think that the Air Force in all of these years, from what I've been talking to you about, from the 50s going up to the present, probably the first time they've really been figuring out how to really place Kirtland and have the host unit there make sense with the rest of the nuclear enterprise. Don't worry, this is my last slide. I've just got a few more comments. The last thing I was going to mention is after we came under Air Force Global Strike Command, we also assumed a few additional mission sets, right? So the 576 Flight Test Squadron at Vandenberg, they had been testing missiles, ICBMs, since the 90s. And they had been realigned under 20th Air Force for a long time, and then 20th Air Force said, okay, we're going to line you up with the 377th Air Base Wing. So now we have a GSU, a geographically separated unit, operating out there. But Congress approved funding for the Sentinel ICBM, and so we're upgrading all of our ICBMs. The Minuteman III, which we've had in operation since the 1970s, is highly antiquated, and it is time for us to do that. With that coming on, though, right, the 576, who does the operational testing for all of our Minuteman III fleet, also has to do this stuff for Sentinel. So they're like, well, they need to get bigger. So they create a group. The 377th Test and Evaluation Group gets stood up in 2022, a direct reporting unit of the 377th Air Base Wing. And they also have an additional maintenance squadron that stands up and a test support squadron that they stand up here, which also fulfills a bunch of functions related to flight and intel and weather stuff that we have to deal with here that got taken away during all those reorganizations I mentioned earlier. So yes, so to conclude, the very interesting, fascinating history with this wing and this base, and it has culminated in today, the 377th, right? We have this huge impact. Well, the base has a huge impact on the local area. I'm sorry, again, I forgot to mention this. That's why I should use note cards. I know you're all thinking it. I was going to mention back in the 50s. So after the base and like Sandia Base was built and that whole complex started growing, the population here exploded. We went from the 1940s to 1950s, the population of Albuquerque doubled. From the 1950s to the 1960s, it doubled. Each subsequent decade, it didn't double, but it kept going up and up and up, and that's continued to happen in the economic development in the area, all of the businesses that have moved in. Between Sandia and like all the other organizations on Kirtland, the military presence, the federal presence, it's just exploded the growth of the city. To this day, we do these economic impact summits, our commander does with folks in the local area to kind of explain this because it's an ongoing thing. We're a huge contributor to the economy and the growth of the region. And in some ways, it's also interesting that our presence and us doing that has also, because of the growth of the city and that trajectory, which usually, when cities urbanize and grow, they expand out, right? And especially with the advent of the car and in modern times, you go out, things get pushed into the suburbs, and you have this thing called urban decay occur in certain areas. A lot of the reason that the International District, which surrounds the northern area of our base, is so high crime, it relates to that urban decay that has taken place over the years and the exponential growth of the city. So all of those things are interlocked, and they're all kind of interrelated. But yeah, I was just going to say, can you go to the next slide? I think that's it. Yeah, this is a heritage pamphlet. If you want to scan that or go to that, you can find a bunch of other resources for the 377th and Kirtland history online. And slide. Sources, I think. Oh, questions. Let's do questions. Does anybody have any questions for me? Yes, sir.
Why did they choose Kirtland for the missiles to move them under us? I know that like the 20th had it and then decided to roll it. Why? I mean, because Minot has the missiles. Some of these other places already have that capability. Was there a reason? They choose us?
Yeah. So for everybody online, the question was essentially why, when for the ICBM testing, why did they have the 377th in Kirtland take that on? So I can't say that I can give you like a hard exact reason, like this was the reason, but my knowledge of that area and what I would make it as an educated guess about is that, like I was telling you, so essentially, right, as they've been trying, as Global Strike took over the nuclear enterprise and all the different components of it, and they've been trying to figure that out. I think that they've always come back to, like, Kirtland occupies this really weird kind of unique place in that, right? It just always has. And now that they're doing that, they have it. And I think they're like, okay, well, we don't want to assign to the Nuclear Weapons Center because they're like doing this other thing, and we don't have this other unit to do them. And 20th Air Force can't do that because their headquarters office. Like, what about the 377th? They're technically ours. So I think it's one of those things. It's just an ongoing form of the 377th ends up with just things that, it's not, I want to say a catch-all, but unique things in the Global Strike mission that have been a pattern for sure.
And just to add on to that, I mean,
this is Chris McCune. He's the 58th Special Operations Wing historian.
Yeah, So some of that was due to organizational requirements. I mean, just AFI regs, don't want squadrons to be direct reporting units to, NAFs and MAJCOMs. It's just, it's how the organizational structure is set up. So they wanted to have that squadron and then eventually that whole piece of it assigned to a wing versus, directly to a numbered area.
And who's going to do it? Missile Wing's not going to do it.
Right. And then
They test the missile wings.
So that was really kind of like one of the motivating factors, but also the other piece of it was we were able to leverage that desire to find a home for those guys and to find it into sort of growing some of the installation host support aspects of this, like airfield operations, weather. A lot of those guys
This would be a good time to get a drink.
maintenance because there just wasn't any other logical home.
How much time do I have?
To put them on.
That's what we found.
So, but a maintenance squadron is not organization.
Oh, is it 9:30?
9:45.
It is?
45 to 11.
Okay.
One of the reasons that we were able to get the 377th to kind of take this on was because we were able to leverage that need to get a support function set up, which is why the test support squadron was able to be established to oversee that.
Right.
Because it's all a piece of that, that organizational structure that was able to get set up.
Yep. Thank you, Chris.
Yep.
Anybody else? Anybody have any questions? Okay, great. Well, thank you. That concludes our first presentation. Next up is Alan Carr. He's going to be doing a talk on Oppenheimer. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and I think, did anybody have the schedule? Is it 9?
He's at 9:45.
9:45 is when we'll start back up. Were there online questions? Were there online questions? That's a problem. I don't know how we can. Kirtland Air Force Base employs over 23,000 personnel, hosts 108 tenant organizations, and covers over 52,000 acres. The base also contributes billions of dollars a year to the local economy. Kirtland's history is closely tied to the history of aviation in Albuquerque. With the establishment of several civilian airfields in the 1930s, and with storm clouds gathering over Europe, the area saw the establishment of an Army Air Corps aviation depot in the area. In 1941, it officially became Albuquerque Army Air Base, with Lieutenant Colonel Frank D. Hackett serving as the base's first permanent commander. Later that year, the airmen of the 19th Bombardment Group arrived, and the base became an important bombardier training base as the United States entered the Second World War. In 1942, General Henry H. Hap Arnold renamed the base Kirtland Field in honor of Air Corps aviation pioneer Colonel Roy C. Kirtland, who had been trained by the Wright brothers and was the first U.S. airman to fire a machine gun from a biplane. The second base, later known as Sandia Base, was built up on the east side of Kirtland Field and provided critical support for the Manhattan Project going on at Los Alamos. The base also assisted with the development of other weapon systems, such as the variable time proximity fuse, which was used to great effect by American forces during the war.
Once in flight, the fuse sends out radio waves, which are its feelers, continually probing the space around the shell in search of a suitable target. When the shell passes close to a target, such as an airplane, the radio waves are reflected back to the fuse, where they trigger a firing circuit and explode the projectile. The same system may be applied to targets on the ground.
In the post-war years, Sandia became the home of Sandia Laboratories and saw the development of other critical development and support agencies, such as the Armed Forces Special Weapons Project, now the Defense Threat Reduction Agency, and the Air Force Special Weapons Center, which was created to determine the future employment of nuclear weapons. In the 1950s, experiments were conducted which saw biophysicists deliberately flying through nuclear clouds to determine radiation hazards, as well as conduct research on high-altitude nuclear explosions, exploring the nature of the Van Allen radiation belts around the Earth. In the 1970s, the base saw construction of the Trestle Electromagnetic Pulse Simulator, the largest wooden glue laminated structure in the world, where aircraft and equipment were subjected to millions of volts of electricity to simulate the effects of nuclear explosion and assess hardness to electromagnetic pulse generated by a nuclear blast. Kirtland's long and storied history has made it an indispensable center for training and special weapons development, central to our nation's national defense. Hello, I'm Jeremiah Foster, the historian for the 377th Air Base Wing, and welcome to Kirtland, one of our nation's most important centers for the research and development of non-conventional weapons and special operations training. Behind me is the 377th Air Base Wing headquarters, which has been the host unit providing support and security for the base since 1993, in addition to executing a unique set of operational missions. Present-day Kirtland Air Force Base, it represents the congruence of three separate bases, Kirtland, Sandia, and Manzano, which were formed during and after the Second World War. Join me as we explore the key events, organizations, and sites that have shaped Kirtland as one of America's crown jewels of national security. Kirtland Air Force Base employs over 23,000 personnel, hosts 108 tenant organizations, and covers over 52,000 acres. The base also contributes billions of dollars a year to the local economy. Kirtland's history is closely tied to the history of aviation in Albuquerque. With the establishment of several civilian airfields in the 1930s, and with storm clouds gathering over Europe, the area saw the establishment of an Army Air Corps aviation depot in the area.
All right, thank you. It is great to kind of be here today. I sure appreciate the invitations from Jeremiah and everyone who has helped to try to get this going. All of the technical business, it's all of the magic that we get to enjoy today.
I was really wanting to be there with all of you, and it is torture to see all of my friends there in the room, and I can't be with you. But I thought that I had put my travel in, and when I looked late last week, I had not. And so as we scrambled to put my trip in,
I broke the Concur travel system, and I broke it pretty badly. Actually, I created a glitch that they had never seen before. So anyway, we just kind of declared defeat and went to Plan B, and so this is Plan B. So again, thanks Jeremiah and Alan and everyone who's helped here. Of course, I'm one of the historians at Los Alamos National Laboratory. I've been there for 20 something years now. Been doing this job for a long time, and today, well, I guess no historical seminar of any type would be complete without some remarks on J. Robert Oppenheimer. And so that is what I'm bringing to you today. And I know that none of you have had enough of Oppenheimer yet, so why not have a little bit more? A little bit of background behind this presentation. So when they were making the Oppenheimer movie a few years ago, I had nothing to do with it, actually. I'm asked about that sometimes. Nothing to do with it. I have a couple of secondhand movie stories if you want to ask during Q&A. But we did get a lot of questions and requests, and there was a lot of interest in Oppenheimer at the time because of what was going on. And over the course of, I don't know, a year and a half, I accumulated a pretty significant amount of material pertaining to Oppenheimer. And that's really what this presentation is. It's showing some interesting things that I found, and I hope that they'll be interesting to you as well. Now, I should mention that you are only mercifully going to see half of the slides. And so if you like what you see and you want to see more, I would be happy to send you my slides using our transfer service. Just send me an email. I imagine many of you in the room have my email address, but if you don't, it is abcarr, A-B-C-A-R-R, at lanl.gov, abcarr at lanl.gov. Would love to hear from you. Let me know if you have any recommendations for this talk for improvement or corrections or anything like that. It is performance review season, and so if you have kind things to say, I would particularly enjoy those. But I think we'll just jump on. Oh, wait, there is one more thing, and that is you'll see that I work for the National Security Research Center at Los Alamos, the NSRC. We have millions and millions of documents. We have dozens and dozens of people who work in our facility. We have certified archivists, certified librarians, professional digitizers. We really have an awesome repository up at Los Alamos. If you think that we may have some documents that can help you with your work, send us an email. And so the email address is nsrc@lanl.gov. That will work both on yellow and red networks. And again, we'd love to hear from you and help you out with your research. And with that, I think we'll go to our first slide of the presentation. Okay. Does this mean I can take my jacket off now? I knew Justin was going to be there, so I wore a jacket. Actually, the jacket. This is the only jacket. If it's looking familiar to some of you who are on the same speaking circuit that with me. Okay, well, so the first couple of slides that we have are just going to be family photographs, and so these are from Oppenheimer's family. There is a J. Robert Oppenheimer Memorial Committee. It's a wonderful committee, but they do not have like a physical headquarters yet. The Oppenheimer family gave them hundreds of family photographs, and you see a selection of those on the screen. These photographs are now managed by the NSRC at Los Alamos. These were the very first, this was the very first collection that came into our repository back in 1981, 1982. We don't own these. The Memorial Committee does. I think it's interesting that our very first collection is actually not our collection. But just to take you through a few of these, you can see Oppenheimer with his father there in the second photo from the on the top. It says "so lovely" if you can't read the handwriting there, and it is a really, it is indeed a lovely photograph. You go over a little bit further, and you see Oppenheimer with his mother. On the bottom row, the photograph second from the right, that's Oppenheimer with his little brother Frank, and you're going to see Frank a little bit later in the presentation. He's going to lose some hair between now and then, but that is Frank Oppenheimer. Great story there. You know, one thing that I want to point out before we look at Oppenheimer a little bit later in his early years is just that Oppenheimer was, I think, by definition, a genius. He was brilliant. And I have to imagine, obviously, I'm not a psychologist, but when you consider Oppenheimer, when he was 10 years old, uh, he wasn't like other 10-year-olds. He was lecturing for the New York Mineralogical Society. And so he had a very strange and a very privileged childhood as well. And I'm glad that we have a few of these photographs. Now you'll look over at the right. He's getting a swimming lesson there, and I would guess that he's probably, I don't know, maybe 12 years old or something, maybe about that age. You can make your own guesses. Now, why don't we go to our next slide? And on our next slide, you'll see that all of a sudden he's like 20 years old there. There weren't any pictures of Oppenheimer in the collection that I recall, really during his teen years. So I guess like many teens, he disappeared into his room for several years and then reemerged, needing a haircut there, but there he is. Now, if you look at the photograph over there, kind of in the middle to the right, that's Oppenheimer with Enrico Fermi and Ernest Lawrence. They'll pop up a little bit later in the presentation as well. And there's Lawrence with Oppenheimer again over to the right. They were pretty good friends early on, but that would change a little bit later. Photograph down on the bottom left, you see Oppenheimer obviously there in the foreground. In the background, wearing the tuxedo, that is Emilio Segre. Segre was a Nobel laureate. In fact, he was one of 17 Nobel laureates who would be at Los Alamos during World War II. Now, he has a very interesting story pertaining to the end of the plutonium gun program. That's a story for a different day. I want to point out to the right there, that is Chien-Shiung Wu. Professor Wu was involved in experiments that led to a Nobel Prize. She was not a recipient of the Nobel Prize. I think most would agree that she probably should have been included in that. She was later honored on a postage stamp, but let me see. Before we go to our next slide, see over there on the right, there's Oppenheimer tending to his horse. I think that horse's name may have been Crisis. Oppenheimer enjoyed the outdoors. He enjoyed northern New Mexico. As I alluded to previously, he came from a wealthy family, and he could afford to go with Frank on these excursions to northern New Mexico, play cowboy, different things like that. He used to go on long horseback rides with nothing more than a jar of peanut butter and some whiskey. He was more rugged, I think, than a lot of people realize. He was at that point in his life anyway. Now, he rented a property not far from Santa Fe, a ranch there, about 125 acres. Now, he was told by the owner that it was available for sale. And so he was excited by that. His response to finding out, he said, well, hot dog. And thus it became his ranch, and he called it the Perro Caliente. And I believe that is still owned by the Oppenheimer family. Let's go on to our next slide. And again, we are going to skip around a little bit because I've had to take half the slides out to get us to lunch on time. But anyway, let's get into some of Oppenheimer's work, because Oppenheimer was a very, very good theoretical physicist. He had tried his hand in the laboratory and was not great there, but really found his footing in theory. Now, the person next to him there to the right is Hartland Snyder. Snyder was one of Oppenheimer's students, and together they published the paper that you see on the screen there on continued gravitational contraction. Now, what that paper pertains to is stars. When stars run out of fuel for thermonuclear reactions, they collapse, forming black holes. And they didn't use the term black holes back then, but Oppenheimer and Snyder are really two of the first to think about that. And do think about that for a moment, discussing black holes in the very late 1930s. And so Oppenheimer was on the cutting edge. And keep in mind, because this will come into play a little bit later, I think, in this version, Oppenheimer knows how stars work. He understands thermonuclear energy. So some very good work. I should also point out now, because I may forget a little bit later, I believe Oppenheimer was nominated for the Nobel Prize 3 or 4 times. He did not win one, But some scientists believe that had he lived longer to see some of his theoretical work confirmed, that he may very well have won a Nobel Prize. We will never know, though. He died early, and Hartmut Snyder died even earlier. He died before Oppenheimer. He was about 50 years old when he passed away in 1962. Now, over on the right, you will see a letter that is dated August 17th, 1942. It's written by Arthur Compton, a Nobel laureate who was running the metallurgical laboratory at the University of Chicago. Now, on August 17th, I need to check on this, but I believe that that may be the same day that the Manhattan Engineer District formally came into existence. I think that the order had come out earlier that week, and it went into effect maybe right around August 17th, 1942. The metallurgical laboratory early on, I guess you could say, was the de facto weapons design laboratory of the Manhattan Project. We'll refer to it as the Manhattan Project today. And so they are recruiting talent. Now, Oppenheimer had been involved in the federal government's work pertaining to nuclear weapons up to this point in time. Their work had been going on for many months at this point, but it had not been formally organized into what we would know as the Manhattan Project until this point. Oppenheimer was on the cutting edge of weapons design as well. Now, in the weeks leading up to when this letter was sent, he had chaired the Berkeley Summer Conference. And so he and several other, primarily theoreticians, got together at Berkeley to discuss how to make a fission bomb. And they thought that they had it figured out in about 2 days. And so for the next couple of weeks, they talked about something more difficult, making a hydrogen bomb. And Oppenheimer, about the same time that Compton was writing this letter, Oppenheimer was writing a formal report on how you might make one of these super atomic bombs, or thermal or thermonuclear weapons. Well, even though he knows probably more than just about anybody else in the world, except for a handful of people, about fission bombs and fusion bombs as well, we've got a little bit of a problem here. Anyone coming into the Manhattan Engineer District is going to need to be formally cleared. And you will see that Compton, as he's writing to James Conant, so Conant was the president of Harvard, he would go on to be one of General Groves's closest advisors. General Groves was in charge of the entire MED. Well, he says, as you doubtless know, Oppenheimer has never been cleared. And we have received word by telephone that we are not permitted to use him on classified work. Oops. We have not yet received written confirmation of this information, but have been promised it in a few days. I guess like booking a trip at Los Alamos today. It won't take any time at all. Well, we'll see if that holds. I guess that Max is also a user of the Concur travel system as well. But anyway, keep in mind this date, August 17th, 1942. Let's go on to our next slide. Now, in the weeks that followed in fall of 1942, Oppenheimer was selected to be the director of Los Alamos. We can talk about his qualifications and some of the problems during Q&A if you're interested. We didn't have a site, though, and Oppenheimer did play an important role in selecting the Los Alamos area as the site. Again, he was already familiar with it. He knew northern New Mexico well. And as we get to the end of the year, I believe it was December 1st, 1942, that the people who lived in the area were evicted. So there was a school for boys. And if you want to see the eviction letter that came from the Secretary of War, I believe, it is still, the original is still up there at the county archives, which is operated by the Los Alamos Historical Society. There were also about 35 homestead properties in the area, and there were also a couple of large ranches. Now, everything else was owned by the federal government already. And so that's one of the reasons that made Los Alamos desirable. And we could talk more about that if you're interested a little bit later. But as for Oppenheimer, he is the director of this laboratory that does not exist. I think it was the day after, on December 2nd, 1942, that Fermi's reactor goes critical at a control chain reaction is produced in Fermi's reactor at the University of Chicago. As these momentous events are happening, Oppenheimer's got to figure out how to build a lab, how to recruit a staff. He's never really led anything before, so he's got to figure out how to be a leader and a manager, and he's also got to figure out how to build an atomic bomb. Now, this has been discussed at Berkeley months earlier. We talked about that already. But now, for the first time, in early 1943, it's becoming very clear to the theoreticians that actually making an atomic bomb is going to be a lot harder than they thought. And so Oppenheimer writes down on the back of this letter that he receives from his assistant trust officer. If you're reading that, you'll notice that his fees are about to go up. On the back of this, he writes down all the major questions that you would need to answer in order to build an atomic bomb. So you can see, what do we know? What do we know right now? What experiments are going to need to be performed? How efficient is it going to be? What's going to affect the efficiency? What about facilities? You'll notice about halfway down, I believe it is over in the first column there, what do we know about thermonuclear reactions, which is something that he had been familiar with for months and months at this point in time. I like the question there in the middle of the, down toward the bottom of the middle column. What if it doesn't work? What are the possibilities of a fizzle or a failure? So Oppenheimer was under immense stress at this point in time. And he wasn't a particularly good recruiter either, at least early on. And the way that changed, I think, is beyond scope of this talk, but we can talk about it during Q&A as well. But anyway, a marvelous document, one of the favorites that we have in our repository, although the National Archives kind of took it and we only have a copy now. Not that I'm bitter or anything. Let's go to our next slide before I say something I shouldn't. And we're going to jump right back into security because, as it turns out, Oppenheimer's not going to get cleared right away. It's going to take some time. And so Oppenheimer doesn't have a clearance yet. He's the director of the Manhattan Project's weapons design laboratory. And if you're not familiar with the mission of Los Alamos back during the war, we were, I say we, I don't go back that far, but they were responsible for designing, building, testing, and helping deliver these weapons in combat. Now, General Groves, who was in charge of the entire Manhattan Project, Oppenheimer works for him. They're partners, but they are not equals in terms of authority. Oppenheimer works for him. And so fortunately, General Groves really liked Oppenheimer. He had selected Oppenheimer to be the director of the institution at Los Alamos. And he was able to pull strings to get him to be the director and to lead conferences and give lectures and help with reports and recruit a staff, even though he was not formally cleared. Now, Oppenheimer, one of the main things, I guess the main thing that was holding up the processing of his clearance was that he had a lot of communist friends. I mean, like a lot of communist friends. And communism was nearly mainstream in the 1930s, back during the Great Depression. I would say for understandable reasons. 30% of the workforce didn't have a job. If you didn't know where your next meal was coming from, maybe you would consider doing things differently. Now, Oppenheimer was, again, wealthy, but he was interested in communism, very interested. And there's still a debate over if he was actually a member of the party himself. I do think that Oppenheimer was a member of the Communist Party for several months, maybe a year, possibly a year and a half, not very long. But, when you're trying to get a clearance, if you have, if you're married to a former communist, Frank, his brother had been a member of the Communist Party. His sister-in-law, Frank's wife, Jackie, was a member of the Communist Party, and so on and so on. And if it looks like you may have been a member of the Communist Party yourself, not going to look good on that clearance application. And so anyway, Oppenheimer, everyone that I had mentioned had really distanced themselves from the cause at this point in time, but it still haunted them. Now, Oppenheimer was of great value to the project, and General Groves knew that. And so you will see the letter there on the left. This was sent from General Groves directly to Oppenheimer. You can see that. Dear Dr. Oppenheimer. Now, this letter pertains, at least on the surface, to Oppenheimer's personal safety. They wanted to make sure that he was safe. And so if you look at the letter, he says, it's requested that you refrain from flying in airplanes of any description. The time saved is not worth the risk, for instance. I like this next one here. It's also requested that you refrain from driving an automobile for any appreciable distance above a few miles, like going beyond Los Alamos, and from being without suitable protection on any lonely road, such as the road from Los Alamos to Santa Fe, also known as the road. On such trips, you should be accompanied by a competent, able-bodied armed guard. there's no objection to the guard serving as your chauffeur. And he is totally 100% not there to spy on you, making sure that you're making contact with your old communist buddies. So Oppenheimer is essentially he is under observation here. If you're wondering who the chauffeur was, I forgot his name. We do have his name, but he was a member of the Counterintelligence Corps. And so the director is being watched. Well, from a couple of slides ago, you will remember that Compton wrote to Jim Conant, I believe it was on August 17th, 1942. 2 years later, August 16th, 1944, Oppenheimer finally gets his formal clearance, even though he's been the director of the most secret laboratory in history for well over a year. So you'll see this comes from Pierre De Silva, who was the area intelligence officer. He simply says, this office grants formal clearance for the following named person, the director, Julius Robert Oppenheimer. This document I found in Oppenheimer's personnel file. I don't know if it's been shown anywhere else, but that is a simple letter that is kind of sort of the end of a very complex story, Oppenheimer's clearance process. Oppenheimer's clearance is going to come up again before the presentation is over, which I'm sure will not be a shock to anyone. For now, though, let's leave that subject and go on to our next slide. Now, another favorite set of documents that I have at the NSRC are what we call personnel questionnaire forms. You can see there's a more formal title to these, but the members of the technical staff at Los Alamos were asked to complete these forms shortly before the Trinity test was conducted in the summer of 1945. Therefore, within a couple of boxes, we basically have a description of what each individual contributed to the success of the work at Los Alamos during World War II. Down to the individual person, we have the blueprint for the world's first successful nuclear weapons program. Some of these from our junior staff members were only one page. If you were Oppenheimer or somebody who had been in the business a bit longer, you had to fill out more paperwork. And so his, I think, was 4 or 5 pages long. The final page included that description of what you contributed to the work. And so you can see Oppenheimer basically in his own words. You can see there from June 1942, he talks in that paragraph about the problem of super bombs, which he had discussed back at Berkeley with Edward Teller and Hans Bethe and several others, probably about a dozen others, although they're not all mentioned there. But my favorite line in this is the last one. March 1943, was appointed director of Project Y, the code name for Los Alamos during the war, moved to Site Y, and got to work. And then, because he was so busy, didn't even sign it, he just initialed it, which he did, which was pretty common for Oppenheimer, actually. But these are interesting, and we have them for many notable people. There's one for Klaus Fuchs, if you like a good spy story. We have these for Enrico Fermi and Bethe, and so on down the line. So anyway, we'll leave it at that for now. Let's go on to our next slide. And that is Frank Oppenheimer's scalp that you see there, and it's a video. But before we play the video, I'm going to tell you about my friend John Else. John is a professor emeritus at Berkeley. He's a journalist by trade, and he has won, I think, at least 3 Emmys. He's a filmmaker, and one of his films is called The Day After Trinity. Now, there are all kinds, I don't know how many documentaries have been made about the Manhattan Project and Los Alamos in particular, but of all of them, and there's probably hundreds at this point in time, The Day After Trinity is my favorite. And it was made by John Else, I believe, in 1983. So it's been around for a while. It's great filmmaking. One of the things that makes it awesome is that at that point in time, many people who were involved in the work at Los Alamos during the war were still living and doing quite well. And so John interviewed them. And so if you watch The Day After Trinity, and I think that you can rent this on Amazon, do check it out. I'm in contact with John Else, at least every month, if not every other week or so. I highly recommend this film. If you have questions about it, I'm sure that John would enjoy chatting with you about it. But you will meet Robert Server. You could see Frank Oppenheimer. You're going to hear him speak in just a moment. Robert and Jane Wilson, Dorothy McKibben. Many of you have probably heard of Dorothy McKibben, who ran the Los Alamos office at 109 East Palace in Santa Fe, the gateway to the laboratory during those years. She's in there as well. Isadora Robbie, who is also in this film clip that I'm going to show you, but it's really a nicely done film. So this video clip is going to run about 50 seconds long, maybe about a minute long, and it pertains to Trinity. What was Oppenheimer's reaction after the Trinity test? You know, people who witnessed Trinity, for the most part, didn't have like a single reaction. They had a range of emotions that followed. Now, I lecture on Trinity, I write on Trinity. I'm just wrapping up a lengthy article about health consequences, or at least potential health consequences associated with Trinity right now. You can ask me about that too, if you would like, during Q&A. But I've spent a lot of my career with the Trinity test. What did Oppenheimer think initially? Frank Oppenheimer was with Robert together in the main control bunker, which was about 5.5, 6 miles away from ground zero. You're going to hear from Frank, and then you'll hear from Isadora Robbie. Robbie was at the base camp, which was about 10 miles from zero. And after the test was over, Robert Oppenheimer made his way to base camp, and Isadora Robbie will tell you what it was like when he arrived. And so, anyway, if you wouldn't mind, let's watch the video together.
What my brother said, but I can't. But I think we just said it worked. I think that's what we said, both of us. It worked, and nobody knew it was going to work.
He was in the forward bunker, and then when he came back, there he was, you know, with his hat. You've seen pictures that Robert's hat and so on. And he came to where we were in the headquarters, so to speak. And the way his walk was like high noon. I think it's the best I could describe it, this kind of strut. He'd done it.
Okay, so there's a lot more to that film, and there are more aspects to Oppenheimer's reaction to the Trinity test. In the longer version of this, I also have him talking about the Bhagavad Gita and all of that quote. I left it out because there's kind of a long story behind that quote. It's the most well-known of Oppenheimer's reactions to Trinity, and also it is usually not interpreted properly. You want to learn more about that, we'll talk about that during Q&A. But Trinity really was, I think, one of the grand scientific experiments of all time. Experimentation aside, though, this was foreshadowing the atomic strikes that would follow. The result of the successful test would soon follow over the skies of Japan when Little Boy and Fat Man detonated high above Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Let's go to our next slide. I'm not going to talk about the atomic bombings as part of this talk because it's kind of beyond scope of what we're doing. I do lecture on that topic. I have hundreds of primary source documents pertaining to the atomic bombings. If you would like to see my slides, or if you'd like to see some of the original documentation, I'd be happy to share it with you. In terms of Oppenheimer, I thought that this slide was interesting. What did Oppenheimer think about this? And I know that, you know, you'll hear a lot of quotes and people talking about, you know, his emotional responses and things like this. This is, I guess, more of his formal response to it. Now, there were several scientists, primarily at Oak Ridge and some at Chicago, in the Manhattan Project, who did not want to use nuclear weapons against the Japanese without some sort of warning first. Leo Szilard, if you're familiar with Szilard, he was behind petitions that were circulated, and there's quite a bit of documentation pertaining to those petitions and the various versions of them if you would like to look them over. And so the way that it worked is that the scientists in the project had a committee that represented them to people that were higher up. General Groves, the Secretary of War, and so on. And so you see this committee there on the screen, and we've already mentioned all four of the people involved. Of course, Oppenheimer, there's also Compton on the left, Ernest Lawrence, there he is again, and Enrico Fermi behind or below him over on the right. They were presented with this idea of doing a demonstration first. And having thought it over, they concluded, and we can read this together on the screen, they said, "We find ourselves closer to these later views we can propose no technical demonstration likely to bring an end to the war. We see no acceptable alternative to direct military use. And that was the message that went up from the scientists. Um, so again, there's a lot more to that story as well. If you're curious why they didn't think doing a demonstration was really a good idea, we can talk about that during Q&A, some of the benefits potentially of doing a demonstration and some of the drawbacks. There were a lot of drawbacks involved. And again, the four scientists that you see on the screen, I believe that they recognize that. Nuclear weapons were then, as they are today, very much psychological weapons. And it was hoped by many who knew about the project that the use of these irresistible weapons just of immense magnitude would help break the will of the Japanese government to continue the fight, to tip them off, to basically do a detonation, a warning detonation. They feared it might blunt some of the psychological impact. That's one of the reasons why, not the only reason. But anyway, we'll leave it at that for now. But if you'd like to talk about Hiroshima and Nagasaki later, we can. Let's go on to our next slide. So the war concluded pretty quickly after the atomic bombings. There were many variables involved in the collapse of Japan. I think it's very clear. It's very clear to me, at least, that the use of atomic bombs was a crucial variable, which can be measured at least to some degree. Now, with the war over, back at Los Alamos in October, so October 16th, 1945, the laboratory was awarded the Army-Navy E Award. And since Jeremiah already mentioned Z Division, this is a part of Sandia's history as well. And I'll leave it at that. Rebecca can tell you more a bit later. But I would like to point out that when we talk about accolades for the work that was done at Wartime Los Alamos, this, I think, is very much part of Sandia's creation story as well. So those of you who have been to Los Alamos, you're familiar with the town. They are out in front of Fuller Lodge. Now, Fuller Lodge was expanded in the years following the war, so you wouldn't get the same view if you look there today. But anyway, Oppenheimer, that's Groves behind him, his boss. Oppenheimer made a short speech, and you can see the entire speech on the screen right now there to the left. It was short, it was almost improvised, and if you're reading through it, you might come away with the impression that Oppenheimer was naive. For instance, he says, "The peoples of this world must unite or they will perish." I don't think that Oppenheimer was naive. I think that Oppenheimer was hopeful. Now, he had seen two world wars in his lifetime. World War II claimed between 60 and 80 million people worldwide. Over 300, or I should say over 300 Americans were killed every day on average of World War II. Many of the world's great cities were smoldering ruin at this point in time. And now we have atomic bombs. And deterrence didn't exist at this point in time. People such as Oppenheimer, the other scientists at Los Alamos, they were thinking ahead to World War III and imagining a conflict in which you had multiple warring nations lobbing these nuclear weapons at each other. I think that he was very hopeful, and he never forgot the peril of this new age, but he never forgot the hope that went along with it. And you can see that there's an interview that he did with CBS, I believe it was in 1965, and he was asked very direct questions about the use of the atomic bombs. I have clips in the longer version of this presentation. I don't have clips from that in this short version today, but you can find that video, I think, with relative ease on YouTube. And again, I'd be happy to send you my slides if you would like to see the clips that I had selected. This was Oppenheimer's last day on the job. He was succeeded by Norris Bradbury that same day. Let's go on to our next slide now. So we started talking about thermonuclear weapons earlier. And at Los Alamos during World War II, from day one, the H-bomb was pursued both experimentally and theoretically as well. Now, they didn't make a huge amount of progress during World War II because it wasn't the main line of research. but they did make some very important discoveries, and dozens of people were involved in the H-bomb project at that point in time. After the war was over, the work continued at a steady pace. Bradbury felt that it was very important to know if such weapons were even possible. And so you see steady progress at Los Alamos on both fission and fusion weapons throughout the later 1940s with the blessing of Washington. Now, if you're interested in that period, which is a very important one, my dear friend and research partner Nick Lewis has multiple talks on those years. Highly recommended. Now, August 29th, 1949, the Soviet Union secretly conducts its first full-scale nuclear test. That's a picture of it on the screen. It was called Joe 1, RDS 1, First Lightning. Take your pick. They're all the same thing. Done secretly because Stalin knew that as soon as the West found out that he had nuclear weapons, that the arms race would begin, and they would start from a better position. So he wanted to try and catch up, but we were able to find out about this test very early on because we had air sampling technologies and discovered it. Did espionage play an important role in the development of this weapon? And the answer is yes, absolutely. And that too is a talk for a different day. If you don't know, Los Alamos has a documentary on wartime espionage at the laboratory. It's on YouTube. It's called Secrets in the Shadows, the Project Y Spies. I think you have to put the whole title in there. But anyway, I strongly encourage you to look into that story through the documentary. We could also talk about it during Q&A if you like. But it's been estimated that espionage during the Manhattan Project probably saved the Soviet Union between 2 and 3 years, and a lot of money, because they didn't have to do all the experiments to figure out what wouldn't work. And so this helped them out quite a bit. The people on the screen over there on the left, that's Lavrenti Beria. I don't know if you've heard of Beria before. I would recommend, not learning about him right before bedtime, or you will have nightmares. He was in charge of the Soviet secret police and in charge of the Soviet nuclear weapons program, too. The chief scientist of the program, Igor Kurchatov, is over on the right. In the middle, you see one of the 4 spies who was at Los Alamos during World War II. That is Klaus Fuchs. Fuchs was a senior theoretical physicist at the laboratory and perfectly placed to pass along a significant amount of information that was extraordinarily sensitive. And as you can see in the words of Yuli Kirtland, who was an early Soviet scientist, a very senior scientist, he said the whole Soviet people should be deeply grateful to Klaus Fuchs for the vast amount of information he provided to Soviet physicists. Okay, so Stalin has the bomb. Let's go to our next slide now. This is a big deal for Joseph Stalin to have the bomb, and people in the United States and in Western Europe are nervous about this. Now, as that's going on, in the fall of 1949, October 1949 now, there is an issue of, I believe it was Life magazine. They interviewed Oppenheimer, took some classic photographs of him in his office, and as part of the interview, he said, "There is no place for dogma in science. The scientist is free, and must be free, to ask any question, to doubt any assertion, to seek for any evidence, to correct any errors." And I believe that those words are outside the director's office at Los Alamos to this day. Now, that's a pretty good quote in and of itself. The backstory, as our friend Nick Lewis has pointed out in his presentations, is that there was a debate that was secretly going on at this point in time. How is the United States going to respond to the Soviets now having nuclear weapons? The U.S. had not greatly expanded the stockpile in the 1940s and certainly had not used it in an aggressive way to try and take over the world. But now Joseph Stalin, who's killed maybe 20 million of his own people, and again, there's a Soviet perspective of this too, but Stalin's got a pretty long rap sheet, and now he has nuclear weapons. What should we do? Oppenheimer was opposed to an all-out effort to build the hydrogen bomb. In fact, he was really opposed to any effort to build the hydrogen bomb. Let's go on to our next slide, and we'll talk about that a bit more. There were at the time several understandable reasons why you might not want to make an H-bomb. For one, you might not be able to. It might not be physically possible. At the end of 1949, there was no clear path to making a thermonuclear weapon. Oppenheimer and others who were part of the Atomic Energy Commission's General Advisory Committee, they listed other reasons why in this document that you can see on the screen right now. So the Atomic Energy Commission took over for the Manhattan Engineer District. A little bit more complicated than that, but we're going to keep things simple for now. So all of the commissioners, except for one, the original commissioners, were non-scientists. Only one of the commissioners was a scientist, Robert Bacher, who had been a division leader at Los Alamos during the war. And so it might be helpful to have some scientists to provide advice. Hence, the General Advisory Committee is born. And so this committee advised the commissioners. And the committee was entirely against pursuing the H-bomb. And again, you see the quote, "We believe a super bomb should never be produced." They conclude their remarks by saying, in determining not to proceed to develop the super bomb, we see a unique opportunity of providing, by example, some limitations on the totality of war, and thus limiting the fear and arousing the hopes of mankind. Now, that sounds great, but the military, they kind of see it a different way. And there were several other scientists who saw things differently as well. And so this becomes a major point of conflict. Some of these scientists, some of the politicians, high-ranking soldiers, they just couldn't understand why some scientists, in particular Oppenheimer, would be opposed to developing this weapon, especially considering that the Soviet Union was probably already working on one. Let's go to our next slide now. Well, in January 1950, President Truman publicly announced that he had directed the Atomic Energy Commission to continue work on all weapons, including the hydrogen bomb. So this was not the beginning of the H-bomb project. The beginning of that might go all the way back to Berkeley in 1942, and then it continued nonstop at Los Alamos once the laboratory was created during the war. Interestingly, there's evidence to suggest that when President Truman made that public announcement, it spurred the Soviet Union's own effort to build thermonuclear weapons. So unintended consequences there. Anyway, long story short, the United States did pursue the development of thermonuclear weapons and tested and performed its first full-scale test of the thermonuclear principle at the end of October 1952. This test was called Ivy Mike. You can see a photograph of it there on the left, and it was conducted on a small island in the Pacific in the Marshalls called Alugalab. See the classic, I'm sure all of you have seen this before, the classic before and after image of Alugalab. This weapon, it was undeliverable. It was a 3-story building, not a bomb in the true sense. It destroyed Alugalab. It vaporized the entire island, leaving a 180-foot deep hole in the bottom of the ocean floor behind, which is what you see on the photograph there. That is 700 times as much energy as was released on Hiroshima by the Little Boy bomb just 7 years prior to that. And so anyway, at this point, the United States now has thermonuclear weapons. Let's go on to our next slide. I think we're making pretty good progress. Famous last words. This will slow it down a little bit. I wonder how many of you have heard of the person that you see on the screen. His name is William Borden. He was the secretary to the Joint Committee on Atomic Energy in Congress, which sounds pretty boring, but it's important. Back then, there was a joint committee. You had people from the House and from the Senate whose committee assignments included understanding the nation's nuclear deterrence, nuclear weapons, knowing the technology, knowing the people. And Borden was the secretary who basically ensured that that committee ran as it should. Now, ironically, he was involved in a very, very significant security breach in early 1953. And as a result, was basically forced out of his position as the secretary to the committee. Several months later, he takes it upon himself to send a letter to the FBI. You can see on the letter that the recipient is the director of the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover. Now, Borden had known Oppenheimer. He was very familiar with Oppenheimer's rap sheet. Remember earlier when we talked about Oppenheimer having all of those communist friends? Well, that was known. That was known in 1942. It was not new news 11 years later. But anyway, he wrote a multi-page letter to Hoover. Not only did he didn't simply say that he felt Oppenheimer was a security risk. He said, "The purpose of this letter is to state my own exhaustively considered opinion based upon years of study of the available classified evidence that more probably than not, J. Robert Oppenheimer is an agent of the Soviet Union." He's accusing Oppenheimer of espionage, of being a spy. And keep in mind that Julius and Ethel Rosenberg had died in the electric chair just a few months earlier for this. And so this is about as devastating a charge as you can make. Now, Borden was not he was a Democrat. He was not friendly to Joseph McCarthy and the McCarthyism that was going on in this era at all. But he was somewhat isolated at this point. He was no longer a part of the committee. He didn't have a lot of friends in Washington. J. Edgar Hoover was certainly no friend to William Borden, and Borden was no friend to Hoover. It seems that the evidence indicates that Borden's interest in Oppenheimer was sincere. He really felt concerned about having Oppenheimer in government. There are other things that make me think that he may have had some kind of, that Borden, to be clear, had some kind of disorder. He wrote, as part of his evidence that he later submitted, he had prepared 500 questions pertaining to Oppenheimer's background. Now, if I didn't have anything else to do, and I just decided to write up 500 questions on somebody, I don't know if that speaks more to Borden's psychological state or to Oppenheimer's perceived threat to the country. But anyway, basically as McCarthy was reaching the height of his political power, this is something that even if Hoover wanted to get rid of this, he couldn't. He had to take it seriously. And he was interested. And so he needs to notify the Atomic Energy Commission. At this point in time, a man named Lewis Strauss, who was one of the original commissioners, had become the chairman of the Atomic Energy Commission. Now, Strauss and Oppenheimer went back several years. They, at this point, didn't particularly like each other well. I wouldn't say that they were open enemies, but I think that oversimplifies what was in fact a very complex relationship. But Oppenheimer and Strauss were not great friends. Strauss had helped, or actually recruited Oppenheimer to be the director of the Princeton Institute of Advanced Studies, a job that Oppenheimer had at that time and would have essentially for the rest of his life. Oppenheimer also embarrassed Strauss in Congress during a congressional hearing. That's something that Strauss never forgot. Now, to make this story basically a revenge story of Lewis Strauss, again, there's a lot of players involved, starting with Borden and Hoover and the president. So let's go on to our next slide now. See if we're ready for it quite yet. Okay, good. I timed it well. So anyway, the FBI and the Atomic Energy Commission, well, they have to let the president know, because Oppenheimer is the most famous scientist in the country, arguably, and he knows all of the country's nuclear and thermonuclear secrets. Now, when this lands on President Eisenhower's desk, he is stunned. He's absolutely stunned by this accusation. And so he says, well, we're going to have to put up a blank wall between Oppenheimer and the nation's secrets while we figure out what's going on. And as Eisenhower was writing in his diary and to others about this, he said, I don't want to prejudge the matter. I do not want to prejudge this matter, but we have to put this barrier in place while we find out if there's actually some substance to it. And hence the wall goes up. And you can see the political cartoon there with Eisenhower in the middle and then Strauss behind him with the bricks and Uncle Sam over there. You're walling off, and you could see the caption, who's being walled off from what? Because of course all these secrets are in Oppenheimer's head. He was responsible for discovering many of these secrets himself. The blank wall went into effect at Los Alamos on December 23rd, 1953, when Kenneth Nichols, who was the general manager of the Atomic Energy Commission, wrote the letter that you see on the screen to Dr. Bradbury, our director at that point in time, and for many years after this as well. Now, Kenneth Nichols had served as the engineer of the Manhattan Engineer District. That was his job. General Groves was his boss, but he was the engineer of the district at that point in time. A very competent soldier. If you've seen the Oppenheimer movie, I'm not particularly impressed with the portrayal of Kenneth Nichols. I think that he was a very different person than the person that was portrayed in the movie. But anyway, he holds this important position now of imposing the blank wall. There's a lot more that can be said about this, and I have written a book chapter on these months of 1953. It's not quite ready yet, but if you'd like to be on the peer review list, I could probably share it with you in a few more months. But anyway, again, this was complicated. There were a lot of people involved, including the president. It wasn't just Louis Strauss trying to get revenge on Oppenheimer, although that was certainly part of it. Let's go to our next slide now. And this is an interesting document that was discovered by one of the current Department of Energy attorneys. We're going to talk about actions that were taken just a few years ago by the Secretary of Energy to vacate the Oppenheimer hearing. We'll talk about that a little bit more. But anyway, as they were looking into this legally to see what could be done, one of the attorneys found this document. Now, this was written by Brian LaPlante. LaPlante was one of the very senior security officials at the Atomic Energy Commission, and he is writing this report, basically a strategy guide to Kenneth Nichols with carbon copy to Louis Strauss. You see a photograph of Strauss there on the screen, and to his right, that's Kenneth Nichols in his general's uniform. Again, he's a civilian at this point in time. Now, LaPlante found out about this very early, back in 1953, a couple of months before. He did not think highly of Borden. In fact, I think he said something to the effect that Borden was the most indiscreet person that he had ever met. He also said that, all of this stuff that Borden's bringing up on Oppenheimer, really with the exception of Oppenheimer's opposition to the H-bomb, he said, this is all old news. In fact, we can read on the screen together. He says the only new evidence on this case comes from a letter which was written by Mr. William Borden and from subsequent interviews with him by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. By the way, if you're curious, those interviews with the FBI did not lead to any new information either. And so LaPlante was skeptical of this thing from the beginning. But he said, if we choose to pursue, action against Oppenheimer, I'll do everything that I can to help the AEC be successful. And that's exactly what he did, formulating documents like this, basically a strategy. One might even say orchestrating a conspiracy against Oppenheimer. The deck was stacked against Oppenheimer. The FBI had been monitoring Oppenheimer's home, his office, the offices of his attorneys throughout. And so as Oppenheimer was preparing what to do next, the AEC, the FBI knew exactly what he was doing. No attorney-client privilege here at all, just the opposite, in fact. Let's go on to our next slide now. We have about 20 minutes left, I believe, if I remember the agenda correctly, and I do want to leave some time for Q&A. So I'm not going to talk about the hearing an awful lot, except to say that in the opening months of 1954, the Atomic Energy Commission and Oppenheimer looked for common ground. Is there a way that this could be resolved without going to an actual hearing, a security board hearing? I think that Strauss wanted to avoid a hearing. I think that almost everyone wanted to avoid a hearing. Now, the way to do that would basically be for Oppenheimer to resign and walk away. Oppenheimer did not want to do that. Oppenheimer wanted to have his opportunity to share his voice, to talk about the decisions that he had made in the past. He wanted to address the list of charges that the AEC had presented to him, which were based very largely on what William Borden's letter had looked like from some months earlier. They couldn't find common ground. Oppenheimer wanted to go to a hearing, and thus that hearing was held in the spring of 1954. And it went on for weeks and weeks and weeks. And it was, again, this talk is not about that hearing. If you want to talk about it more, we can. The transcript is available. It's online from the Department of Energy in its entirety. And it really is an awful thing to have to read. The hearing should not have taken place, but that was really Oppenheimer's only course of action if he wanted to defend himself, which he did. Ultimately, the Atomic Energy Commission ruled not to restore his clearance. I should say that one of the solutions that was offered was, well, Oppenheimer's camp said, well, look, give me my clearance back temporarily. And when my when my consultation agreement runs out in early summer, then, well, it runs out and I won't seek to renew it. The AEC wouldn't agree to that. So when this was finally made public, in the early summer of 1954, I believe that Oppenheimer's clearance was revoked 2 days before it would have expired under that contract anyway. Now, this was all done confidentially, but this hearing and everything about it became public very quickly, and the scientists back at Los Alamos found out about it. There was a scientist there named Fred Reeby. You could see a little picture of him on the screen there. Oppenheimer is on Time during the summer, on the cover of Time during the summer of 1954. Fred Reeby organized a petition, basically saying that, this is no way to treat one of our scientists, and the personnel security system should not be used in this manner. So you can see the first page of the petition on the screen right now. These sheets of paper were sent out to every mail stop at the laboratory. Anybody who wanted at the mail stop could sign it, send it back, and then Fred assembled it. They collected 400 or 500, I think it was close to 500 signatures against the AEC's treatment of Oppenheimer. And Fred turned over the original petition to us at the NSRC, and that's one of our collections to this day. If you would like to hear Fred talk about this, I have uploaded a video of him on my YouTube channel. To get to my YouTube channel, which I don't make money off of, you can search for Historian Alan B. Carr YouTube, and I think that will bring it up. If you just go to YouTube and search for Alan Carr, you're going to get something quite a bit different and probably more entertaining, but I would recommend Historian Alan B. Carr YouTube and check out Fred Reeby's lecture on the 1954 Oppenheimer security hearing and its aftermath. So Oppenheimer does not have his clearance. He is no longer part of the government, but he continues to be the director of the Princeton Institute of Advanced Studies. Let's go on to our next slide. Now, we often see Oppenheimer portrayed as, the tortured physicist persona, and that was part of his personality. But he was also an ambassador of science. He was a scientist at heart. He loved science and he loved the promise that it offered to mankind. Now, you're going to see a short video clip in just a moment. This is Oppenheimer being interviewed after the hearing. And he's not talking about the hearing or atomic bombs. He's in his role as a scientist and director of the Institute. And you're going to see he's, I've only chosen, maybe about 30 seconds from this interview, but you can see this episode of See It Now, which was the program on YouTube in its entirety, highly recommended. He's in his role again as the head of the Institute of Advanced Studies, and he's going to tell a joke. That's why I chose this one. Have you ever seen J. Robert Oppenheimer make jokes before? Well, you're about to see that now. Let's go ahead and play this.
There's Panofsky, who's a historian of art. He has two kids, two boys, both physicists, and they were very, very bright boys, and one of them was first in his class at Princeton, the other second. They call one the bright Panofsky and the other the dumb Panofsky, and they used to tease him. They said, of course, they didn't know how good they were. If they were good, they'd be physicists, but they could always fall back on the history of art if they were failures.
So, I hope there are no historians of art in the room today. Anyway, I just wanted to show that to you because although the hearing experience, perhaps it did ruin part of Oppenheimer, but it did not ruin him in his entirety. He went on to live for more than a decade longer and did many marvelous things with his time. Let's go on to our next slide now. Well, the government knew pretty quickly that they had messed up with this whole hearing episode. Senator McCarthy's power was broken. He was censured in 1954 at the end of the year. And that led to it gradually led to a reduction of tensions in the United States. Even the Atomic Energy Commission knew that they had messed up within a couple of years of the hearing, that the whole process was indeed flawed. Over the years, there were various attempts by different government entities to try and make nice with Oppenheimer. One of them was when Oppenheimer was presented with the Fermi Medal by the president. Now, President Kennedy had wanted to make this award, but sadly he was assassinated in November 1964, I believe. And so President Johnson made the award. And you can see the quote from Oppenheimer there on the screen, part of it anyway. I'm going to read the end of it. He says, "I think it is just possible, Mr. President, that it has taken some charity and some courage for you to make this award today. That would seem to be a good augury for many of our futures." And so that was, this was not a, hey, we're sorry for the hearing, but it was a, hey, as the government, we are certainly willing to and grateful to be able to acknowledge your many contributions to the defense of the United States. So it was a step forward. Now, the head of the AEC in the years that followed was Glenn Seaborg, the Nobel laureate who was one of the co-discoverers of plutonium. Seaborg invited Oppenheimer to come back and provide consultation to the Atomic Energy Commission. Now, of course, that would have necessitated another security background check, just like it would for anyone else. When he was presented with this offer, Oppenheimer basically said, "Not on your life." And so that offer was made to, but he did not take advantage of it. Also, there's the Oppenheimer Fellowship to this day, which is probably about 10 years old at this point in time from the Department of Energy. But none of these actions, just came out and said, we got it wrong officially, and we officially want to make the whole thing right. Let's go to our next slide as we get into the final portion of the talk today. Oh, I forgot about this. Okay, Oppenheimer came back to Los Alamos May 18th, 1964, and he was basically given a hero's welcome. You're going to see, we don't have film of him giving the talk that he gave. Actually, he talked about Niels Bohr, who had been so influential in his life. But you will see photographs that were taken, and you will hear audio of a portion of that speech. And he's going to have more fun, this time at the expense of the audio video people. So sorry, Alan, in the room there. Let's go ahead and play this video clip for you.
I want tonight to talk principally about that part of the story which has to do with things that happened after this laboratory was founded and that had to do with the purposes for which this laboratory was founded. Can you hear me? Well, then somebody better do something about it. I will talk a little louder, but I need help from the wizards of the laboratory who are up there looking at it. Can they hear me? Good. Then in 43, it became far too dangerous, and it was clear that Bohr would be killed. He had been in touch with the Danish underground and through them with the British Secret Service. He had a letter from Chadwick encouraging him to come to England. So in the last days of September, one night he escaped in a small boat to Sweden, and 3 weeks later he was flown to England in the bomb bay of an unarmed Mosquito. They gave him an oxygen mask and a headgear with earphones, but the Royal Air Force wasn't used to heads like Bohr's, and he didn't have any oxygen, and he passed out. Once in England and revived,
Okay, there it is. So I can't hear the video, so I kind of have to guess when it comes to an end there. A great story about Niels Bohr being smuggled out of Sweden to the UK and ultimately to the United States. If you'd like to hear the complete speech, that too is on my YouTube channel. Great speech about physics in the first part of the 20th century and about Bohr's contributions to it during his life. Let's go into our next slide now.
I want tonight.
And these are just some photographs from the final portion, the final 10 years or so of Oppenheimer's life. He and his family loved to go down to the Bahamas, to St. John's Island. You can see Oppenheimer there on the beach in the top left, and they're having a party at the cottage there over on the right. That's his daughter, Tony, the young girl standing there wearing the green shirt kind of in the middle. Very sadly, Tony took her life as a young lady way back in the 1970s, but she had challenges as well in her life. That's Kitty Oppenheimer. I've not mentioned Kitty in this talk, and I apologize for that. But Oppenheimer's wife, Kitty, sitting there, she's wearing a green shirt as well. Oppenheimer also had a son named Peter, and Peter, I believe, is still living and well, and in the Santa Fe area. But he does not like to bothered, is my understanding. So don't look him up. Let me know if you want to hear Oppenheimer stories. Let me know instead. Oppenheimer went around the world again in his capacity as an ambassador for science. He visited Japan, which you can see in the bottom two photographs. Let's go on to our next slide. Do you want to try and save some moments for Q&A, but we still have a little bit to cover. So as I mentioned before, there was no formal resolution to what had happened to Oppenheimer during the hearing decades earlier. Now, in the spring of in the spring of 2022, our current director at Los Alamos, Tom Mason, you can see a picture of Tom there on the bottom right-hand corner. He wanted to do something about this, and so he got together with all the living directors of Los Alamos. 9 were still living at that point in time, and he wanted to write a letter to the Department of Energy explaining that, the hearing probably shouldn't have happened and maybe something needs to be done about it. Now, we've lost one of our directors since then, and that's Charlie McMillan in the bottom left. Charlie was beloved at Los Alamos and beloved at Livermore as well. I had conversations with Charlie. Charlie thought about this issue deeply. Back during COVID, when we were all at home, we'd have calls, virtual calls like this. And, the thing was, what do we do? Should the DOE basically say, exonerate Oppenheimer? Well, you couldn't really do that because, well, he had made some mistakes. He had lied to security, as it turns out. Security knew about that in the 1940s, and it was part of his record. But Charlie was concerned about that, and I think some of the other directors. It was also suggested, well, we should restore his clearance. Well, that wasn't really practical because Oppenheimer had been dead for so many years. He had died in 1967, I believe at the age of 62, so he was quite young when he died. Finding common ground among the 9 directors was challenging, yet Tom was able to do that. And we're grateful to him for doing that. I'm still surprised that this came together. You can see in the letter from the directors that they requested first, we ask, the department should issue an apology order, issue an official order revoking or nullifying the AEC's 1954 Security Review Board decision. Second, the Department of Energy should issue an apology. Now, this is a big deal coming from a Los Alamos director, especially coming from 9 Los Alamos directors. I should mention that Charlie died a year ago, just a year and a week ago, I believe. I guess that can be our very sad safety share for today. He was killed, it is my understanding, by a distracted driver in an auto accident. So please be careful out there. Let's go to our next slide now and talk about what this resulted in. So the Secretary of Energy, Secretary Granholm, received this, reviewed it. There were other data points that were presented to her as well. She had the DOE attorneys do research into what had happened from a legal standpoint. I talked about that earlier. And she decided to vacate the hearing. So she wrote at the end of 2022, pursuant to the authority vested in the Secretary of Energy to carry out the functions of the Atomic Energy Commission, I hereby order that the decision rendered on June 29, 1954 in the matter of J. Robert Oppenheimer be vacated. Now, vacate is a legal term, which basically means to annul, basically saying it didn't happen. She said it was a flawed process. It shouldn't have happened. And now officially, in a sense, it didn't. And so I still remember when I heard about this, I didn't believe it then, and I still can't hardly believe it today that this actually came to pass after so many years and so many different efforts to get something like this done. Let's go on to our next slide. We are just about there. And this is our last slide. And, so much has been written about Oppenheimer. Again, the documentaries, the movies, there's even a rap battle on YouTube now, I think. I put together what I consider to be some of Oppenheimer's signature uh, accomplishments, as Abraham Pace over there on the left would call them. This may be an overstatement, but I think it's fair to say that Oppenheimer almost single-handedly imported theoretical physics from Europe. He developed into a tremendous teacher. He was an awful teacher, but he got a lot better at it and became truly dynamic. So I mentioned he was nominated for the Nobel Prize at least 3 times, possibly 4. He contributed to significant theoretical models that are still referenced today. He's known, rightfully, I would say at least, as the father of the atomic bomb, served as an international ambassador of science, and of course, as we talked about very quickly, he endured the humiliation of political martyrdom. Now, I think that any one of those things would probably rate you a Wikipedia page. You put them all together, and it really does add up to a remarkable life of science. You see the quotes from Abraham Pace and Jim Konetka. I'm going to end with these. So Pace, who was also a physicist and wrote a lot of history in that capacity, said, "More strongly than before, I feel compassion for a man who could never find enough satisfaction with his signal achievements, who forever was compelled to reach for more. That, not the hearings, was his tragedy and caused him to have a wretched life." And of course, there were aspects of Oppenheimer's life which were very challenging. Now, I wrote to Jim Konetka. Jim Konetka wrote City of Fire and The General and the Genius, and he is a very good friend of mine. And I said, "Well, Jim, what do you think about Oppenheimer's legacy?" Jim used to have a clearance. He worked at the laboratory some during the 1970s, reviewing documents from the Manhattan era. So he has a very rare perspective on Oppenheimer and the laboratory. He said, "Robert Oppenheimer's wartime laboratory elevated the role that science can play in solving humanity's greatest challenges. His legacy continues uninterrupted today in a modern institution equally committed to placing large-scale science and technology in the service of humanity." And so I think it's kind of cool that those of us who are at Los Alamos, Sandia, throughout the nuclear security enterprise, at least in some indirect way, we're still contributing to Oppenheimer's legacy today. I'm going to end there. Sorry I didn't leave time for Q&A, although I will stick around. I know it's lunch, but Jeremiah, again, thank you so much for the invitation to be here and to accommodate me remotely. I turn it back over to you.
Yeah, I was just checking the comments. They were saying they were getting no sound. I don't know if that was on the whole thing or if that was on like a thing.
Oh, yeah, dang. Hopefully not.
They said it at 10:14, but no.
Can you exit that? I need to say hi to somebody else.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, good to see you. Good to see you. How are you? Pretty good, pretty good. I was talking to Jeremiah. I was up to the, we didn't get permission to give the talk by OSD because they changed all the policy stuff for public speaking.
Yeah, that's about right.
Permission was granted this morning.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
So, do you have one this time? Are you on the this time or no?
I'm talking at 1 o'clock.
Okay, 1. Okay, yeah. That's right, that's right. Yeah. I talked to Alan with it. Yeah, we were just talking about that as kind of the whole nexus of, I don't know. I mean, yeah, we did the lunches, kind of trying to keep that in the this is I'm feeling bad because I'm fighting so hard to get permission to do the talk. I should have done a lot more advertising for my folks.
Yeah, you know, I just go and
And then I was like, Jeremiah's finishing his up at KCO. Go talk to him. Also, appreciate the AIO stuff. It actually, that I sent you yesterday.
If it makes you feel any better when we complain to the Air Force about everything about the base, right? But we also complain internally extensively and enthusiastically. So it's just part of our bone marrow. We like to think it's part of being innovative. Mostly it's just part of being annoying. But that's who we are. Thanks, Jeremiah, again, for putting this seminar together. It was very interesting last year. It's picking up to be interesting again this year. So it should be fun. And thanks to all of you for returning after lunch. That's always an iffy thing, right? But if you need your nap, this is your opportunity, right? Here I am talking at you. I'm going to give you Sandia's origin story as I see it, introduce the diversification that occurred after the initial start, and then tell a short story from Sandia's greatest hits. As Jeremiah told us earlier, Sandia began as Z Division, the ordnance design, testing, assembly, and military liaison arm of Los Alamos. It was created in a reorganization of Los Alamos that Robert Oppenheimer, who we just heard a lot about, undertook in July of 1945, around the same time as the Trinity test. Do not tell anybody you have too much to do, okay? Because unless you have Robert Oppenheimer's list of what he was doing in July of 1945, you don't have too much to do. All right. Z Division basically turned the physics package created by the rest of Los Alamos into a deliverable weapon. They're also responsible for assembly. So a lot of the guys that were at the Trinity site assembling the weapon then become part of Z Division, and as time moves on. It was responsible for all the non-nuclear components of the weapons, and Sandia retains responsibility for that. So of the thousands of components in a nuclear weapon, Sandia is responsible for 90% of them. Basically, it takes the blinding white flash and turns it into something that the military can put where it needs it to go. All right, turns it into military ordnance. The division was initially placed under the leadership of Gerald Zacharias, you see there on the bottom right, with the molecular beam experiment. And there's Oppenheimer up the top looking so full, of course. So it was put under the leadership of Gerald Zacharias, began moving down to what became, as Jeremiah pointed out earlier, Sandia Base, which is the cluster of buildings in the back there on the base. Kirtland is here in the front. What becomes Sandia Base is there in the back. It was located down here, started moving down here to be near an airfield to support testing, and to work closely with the military, with a handoff of the weapons to the military liaison activity. And this is the site selection photo on the slide here, right, from July of 45. There, we're looking east out into Harris Canyon. We're in the air, obviously, above and to the west of where the sunport is now. This is basically Yale, right along here. Okay, just to orient you. Of course, the canyon's out there, and then cutting along the corner of the top left of the photo, That's Central Avenue. That's so Route 66. All right, we're about a decade out from the Interstate Highway Act, President Eisenhower's pet project. So there's no interstate, but it will actually go out there. And what basically happens, in the next 80 years is that Albuquerque kind of reaches out and kind of hugs the base, right? Like it just fills all that in with human occupation out there. But at this point, in 45, there are the two bases, and Z Division is going to move down to the piece in the back. That big white X back there, that's Oxnard Field that Jeremiah talked about, right? Those are the runways left from Oxnard Field. And the east-west running piece there, that wide lane there, that's basically where Hardin Avenue is. Okay, so just out there, right? Or just to the south of us for where we are right now. So Z Division, what becomes Sandia, is going to move into the cluster of buildings that are just there to the north of what is now Hardin. Okay, just to orient you there. And Z Division grew rapidly after the war and the push to create a nuclear stockpile. Great enthusiasm for having more than 0 weapons ready to go. By 1948, Z Division was considered large enough to be redesignated Sandia Laboratory, a branch of Los Alamos. And a year later, it was still growing. And Norris Bradbury, who we just heard, had taken over leadership of Los Alamos when Oppenheimer left late in 45, was concerned about managing 2 such large sites, especially since he wasn't at one of them. The University of California, which had the contract for managing Los Alamos, was also concerned, kind of understand why it was managing or employing a bunch of physicists out in the middle of New Mexico. It had no idea why it would be involved in ordnance design and assembly activities, right? It was an educational institution most days. So was looking to kind of get out from under managing the Z Division piece, the Sandia Lab piece of the Los Alamos operation. So the Atomic Energy Commission went looking for an industrial firm to manage the Sandia Lab. AT&T was their choice. And on the screen here is a letter on the left from President Truman to the president of AT&T, asking him, saying, a bunch of people from the Atomic Energy Commission are going to show up and ask you to take on management of this lab. Please hear them out. And he noted, I think here you have an opportunity to provide an exceptional service in the national interest. And over time, this eventually became Sandia's basically motto. It's on the letterhead, it's on the floor tiles, it's whatever. It's when you get your clearance and you get your Thunderbird tattoo, you have the option of having exceptional service in the national interest put around it. There, so forever blue at Sandia. So you see it, you just see it everywhere. But it was AT&T, of course, that had the opportunity, but Sandia took it as their own opportunity here. Now, president of AT&T, Leroy Wilson, was not particularly interested in this opportunity, right? They were doing some defense work already, and didn't really see a need to expand into the assembly of the engineering and assembly of nuclear weapons. But they eventually came around, and they set up Sandia Corporation as a wholly owned subsidiary of Western Electric, which was the engineering arm of the Bell system. Nobody in here is old enough to remember the Bell system, but it used to be, back in the day when AT&T, the Bell system, ruled the world, that there were 3 entities, right? There was AT&T itself, the parent entity, the mothership, and then Bell Labs, the research arm of AT&T, and then Western Electric, which did all of the engineering. So Sandia Corporation was put as a subsidiary of Western Electric because Sandia was going to be an engineering lab, or was an engineering lab. And on November 1st, they took the contract, though, on a no-profit, no-fee basis. They made no money. Money passed through them for all the expenses of running the place and paying everybody, but they made no money. They didn't want any kind of war profiteering association with them, or some kind of defense blood money kind of thing going on. So they were in it only to serve the country. You see other entities, both during the Manhattan Project and after, particularly DuPont, that had gotten burned very badly after making weapons in World War I, felt that it had been, had a tainted reputation after that and did not want to be involved. And they also went for, I think, $1 a year was what they managed things for. So again, trying not to, nobody's making any money off of this. So on November 1st, 1949, Sandia Corporation took over the contract, and Sandia was a separate entity from Los Alamos. And that's the date Sandia traditionally celebrates as its birthday. So last year was our 75th anniversary year. Now, growth was rapid and significant in the early years. And this was part of the rapid growth of the nuclear weapons complex in the first decade and a half of the Cold War, so up to about 1960 or a little after. All right, and I want to just reinforce Jeremiah's point about the early growth out here at the bases, all right, right after the war, and then and of Sandia itself. By the 1950s, Sandia was the largest employer, not just in Albuquerque, but in the state of New Mexico. Okay, that's how fast everything grew, right? From, they originally sent like 100 people down here in 1945, 46. All right, and so to become then a very large entity in a relatively short period of time. And Kirtland was growing very rapidly at the same time. I didn't bring a chart with those numbers, but it was all very fast. So as Sandia grew, so did the stockpile. That was not an accident, right? That's the point of the exercise. And if you notice how steep the curve becomes in the second half of the 1950s, as the design and production work starts paying out. So this is the total US stockpile from 45 to 61. So we had a couple of weapons, and then we didn't. And then you start to see just a little, the line just basically gets thicker here until by 49, we're starting to see a little bit of stockpile here. There's no concept of a stockpile back early here. But then you're gonna have a war reserve stockpile. They're pushing for a very large one, especially after 49, when it becomes, right, an arms race. And they're gonna push, and you see it grow. And then all of these early design efforts and all of that early hiring and growth of the, not just Sandia, of course, but the entire nuclear weapons complex starts to pay out until you see them go over 20,000 weapons by 1961. Weapons in the stockpile. And stuff is going in and coming out. This is what is actually in the stockpile, okay? Not just what's come and gone. And the nuclear weapons complex kept growing, reached its peak in number of sites that were in use by about 1958, with the result that the stockpile then hit its production peak in 1967, and then starts to go down after that. And if you were to look at a similar chart of Soviet nuclear weapons, they're following right along behind, right? So their growth, the swing of the growth, and then the drop off is pretty much the same. It's just happening later than it does in the U.S. So the post-war period was intense in terms of the development of new weapons designs and the growth of the stockpile. At Sandia, the growth included the addition of a second laboratory site in 1956, the Sandia, California site in Livermore, just across the street from what is now Lawrence Livermore National Lab. Sandia was sent out there to provide engineering design for the new physics lab's designs, as the Sandia, New Mexico site did for the Los Alamos designs. And here we see, I just love this, right? Little robotic people, representing each one of them, representing 1,000 employees at the labs. In 1949, when they become separate from Los Alamos, just over 1,700 people employed at Sandia. By 1957, there's over 7,000. So you just have to stop and think about the amount of concrete and rebar that had to be put in to accommodate a place for them and their work, all right? As it just shot up there. And especially the little part people, right? This is the 44 people there at the end. Anyway. We don't make things so interesting in our charts and stuff anymore, right? You should all aspire when you're creating a chart to do, not like that, but something that somebody's gonna use 75 years later, right? That's what you want. Okay. No pressure. The growth also included, in addition to more people, more capabilities. Over the course of the 1950s, most of the large environmental test facilities that you see here on the base, right, the Sandia has out in Tech Area 3, but also on permitted properties from the Air Force out in the Coyote Test Field. Those started going in the 1950s and 1960s. The explosives test facilities were out on permitted land, out in the Coyote Test Field and up in the canyon. And then, of course, the facilities in Tech Area 3, as I mentioned. And I'll just mention that the Coyote test field, of course, that southern section of the base had been used during the war by E.J. Workman's team for proximity fuse testing. Okay, so it was already, from Sandia's point of view, it was already an established test field where you blew things up. So of course Sandia's going to go blow things up there, because that's what the lab does. But that land then, after Workman's project left, when he basically went down to Socorro, and he sold that land then back to the government, and it became part of the base. And so there are many reasons that the base is as big as it is, but a part of it is this sort of chunking in, as Jeremiah pointed out, of the three different airfields, or 3 different fields, Army fields, that were brought in together. But then also this additional land that was brought up. Plus, at some point, we took a chunk of Cibola, right? So, so it's a very large space, which allows for a fair amount of testing because you want some buffer zones around your test facilities. And in general, there's space out to the south where that is done. The facilities, the environmental test facilities, a lot of them built 70 years ago, and most of them actually are still in use. The old sled track, which was a short sled track of 1,000 feet, closer to a regular railroad gauge. And then in '68, they built the 10,000 foot, what is now the 10,000 foot track. So Sandia has 2 sled tracks out there. Mostly uses the newer one, but occasionally for big heavy items that they want to smash into each other, we'll use the older, shorter track. There's the old outdoor centrifuge is still out there, the 300 foot drop tower that now has the water impact facility. It's an engineering lab. We don't throw stuff away. It might be good for something, right? Even at the end of the Cold War, when they were considering getting rid of a lot of those facilities, they managed to dawdle long enough that they hung on to them. So as the life extension programs then came in, then they had the facilities to use, which just reinforces the engineer's garage piece of it, right? That you want to hang on to things. So I'm going to go through the additional growth and capability, spin-offs and diversification pretty quickly, just to give you an idea of the level of curiosity and creativity behind the fence over there. In 1958, Sandia added fundamental research to its capabilities. You see, we have a photo down here, the Van de Graaff accelerator, slightly anachronistic from the 1960s, setting up an experiment on there. That's R.S. Neiman and Ruth Wan setting up that experiment. The idea was to allow, not just for the Van de Graaff, but for the idea of introducing basic research, was to sort of try to get ahead, right? To like actually just feed fundamental research, not just do the research you knew you needed right now for whatever weapon design or whatever materials you were dealing with, but to actually study things so that you could then feed into the overall engineering needs in the longer term. And so it's very much a Bell Labs model, not surprisingly. Certainly Sandia is not the only place in the industry that was copying Bell Labs. But there was a heavy emphasis at the time on materials research, which is now a deep and wide Sandia specialty. At the time, they were looking to ensure components and systems were radiation hardened. That is, that everything would keep working even as other nuclear weapons were going off around it, right? You want to, if you're thinking about things like mutually assured destruction, where you're throwing the weapons and they're throwing the weapons and you're throwing more, you want the ones that are being thrown in the midst of all of this to still work, still operate appropriately. And materials research has just continued. The lab has really deep capability in that arena. And after this, Sandia's portfolio really blows out, sprawls a bit even. Nuclear weapons are always there, always the core mission, of course, but the capabilities put in place for nuclear weapons design and testing prove useful in other areas. In 1959, Sandia got involved in the Vela nuclear detonation monitoring efforts, so this is monitoring and surveillance activities. First with satellites, an integrated effort with Los Alamos, TRW, and the Air Force, and seismic sensors, which started with the Unmanned Seismic Observatory and expand forward after that. And Sandia remains in both satellite and sensor work, beyond monitoring and surveillance, particularly for the sensors and everything. In 1960, the laminar airflow clean room idea proposed by Willis Whitfield in response to contaminants in manufactured weapon parts, which completely transformed clean room use. He came up with an idea to, instead of just go into the room really clean, like clean the room ahead of time and then go into it really clean, right? But to actually introduce a continual sweeping of the air through the space so that any particulates generated by the work done in there, or that just fell off you on there, will be swept on out and back in through the filters, and then the air circulates around. So this was hundreds of times cleaner than existing clean room technology, totally transformed clean room design, allowed for things like, chip manufacturing, improved surgical environments. They reduced the rate of post-surgical infection significantly through adding clean room technology to operating rooms. So really transformative tech. The patents are in Willis's name. There was never any charge for the patents. They're out in the public for use. So Willis got his paycheck for doing the work. In 1966, seismic sensor work started an interest in developing sensors, both seismic and acoustic, for use in the Vietnam conflict. In 1964, the head of ARPA visited to check on his monitoring projects, the satellites and sensors for monitoring surveillance, and raised the issue of blocking the flow of troops from the north to south in Vietnam. In other words, that was his current headache, so he articulated that. Sandy ended up volunteering a potential solution, right, to use these small sensors that could be dropped. They ended up being airdropped along the Ho Chi Minh Trail. They were used across the DMZ. They were used at Khe Sanh. So they show up, early electronic battlefield type of technology. Obviously doesn't really have a significant effect on the war, but is introduced and then continues after that. Like satellites, sensors became a whole line of work for Sandia. And we have a photo of Tommy McConnell over here, who worked on sensors from the early 60s on in his career out here. And he's holding one of the sensors here from Vietnam, one of the airdropped seismic intrusion devices. You can see it's camouflaged. It goes into the ground and then has little brakes to hold it, and then has a little fakey antenna there to camouflage it. And then he's holding in his right hand a sensor that was developed in the early 1980s. So he worked on them as they got smaller and smaller and smaller over time, and more effective. Okay, smaller, lighter, faster engineering code. In the 1970s, Sandia did move into energy work, both fossil, for example, oil shale extraction, fracking, and alternative energy as well, solar, photovoltaics, and wind. And there's a photo there of the National Solar Thermal Test Facility, big landmark on the base, right? Out there with the heliostat field in front of it. And that work took some bumps in the 80s, early 90s, and then picked back up. And now we'll see. Sandia also continued its diversification in the 1990s. It built on counterterrorism work, physical counterterrorism work that had originally started with physical security in the 1970s after the Munich Olympics. But there's a push after the sarin attack and the Tokyo subway in the mid-90s, and it also developed decontamination foam, right, which can counter things like anthrax, which it then licensed out to industry. And then industry used it to clean up after the anthrax attacks after 9/11. Also developed a variety of sniffer technology. There was a point at the lab around the turn of the century where pretty much every other article in the lab news was some kind of sniffer or tester or whatever, or lab or airport detection device, these kinds of things that they had just been developing all different kinds of ways to basically sniff what's out there and see if it's dangerous. And tell you what it is, not just tell you if it's dangerous. And the counterterrorism and biowork do continue at the lab. So Sandia tends to develop capabilities and then hang on to them. There's a few things it's gotten rid of over time. For example, used to have a whole capability in developing parachutes to serve as to provide retardation for the gravity bombs. They got out of that business around the turn of the century, and it's not coming back. So there's a few capabilities that get dropped, but for the most part, they hang on to it, and then they just apply it out, like the environmental testing. Well, if you can test components for a nuclear weapon, you can test the components for sensors, right? For satellite parts, whatever you're doing, you can test in these. If you can determine your environment that you want to test them in. Excuse me. They have also, of late, expanded into hypersonics and quantum computing, which, boom, brings us to the present, okay? Because I only have so much time. There's some things I want to tell you. So, there's Willis in the clean room. Sorry, didn't point that out. And there's the anthrax foam over on the right. Sometimes I forget I have slides. So these are the events or topics that I put into the category of Sandia Steps Up. That is, beyond mission or assigned milestones, the lab either volunteered some kind of capability as a potential solution or was asked for assistance and provided it. The list is long, and this is not a comprehensive list. And some of these you'll probably remember, like Deepwater Horizon and Fukushima. Others are older or smaller. I'm just going to talk about one of them right now, because I think it nicely displays the kinds of problems that come in, as well as how Sandia goes about addressing them. So I thought I'd talk about the USS Iowa investigation. This is rather, I'm not expecting you to read this letter. This is a rather legendary set of events, referenced often in subsequent years as an example of Sandia bringing its existing capabilities to bear on new questions. On April 19th of 1989, during exercises, the center 16-inch gun in the second turret of the USS Iowa exploded, killing 47 crew members. The propellant bags in the gun detonated before the gun's breech was closed. So it blew up and killed everybody in the immediate area. The Navy conducted a series of investigations into what happened based on a determination that some materials found at the site were not normally found in the guns and turrets. The conclusion was that a device had been inserted between the propellant bags in the gun, causing it to explode. The sabotage was attributed to the turret gun captain, presumed to be suicidal, and press leaks speculated on his motives. It was really nasty. It was a very, very nasty set of public articles, declarations, conversations. Not everyone was satisfied with the investigation's conclusions, and there was pressure to continue the effort. There was a huge political component to all of this, of course. The Senate's Committee on Armed Services took up the issue. They asked for assistance in gathering information from the General Accounting Office, the GAO, because that's what the GAO does. The GAO then asked Sandia to take up the investigation, right? It has expertise in explosives and impact studies, all that kind of stuff. So to maybe take a look at this. So they asked Sandia, and Sandia initially declined the opportunity. It came to Dick Schwabel, who was head of materials research, and he declined because the request was very broadly worded, and he felt that Sandia couldn't help in answering the general questions about the Navy's scenario of the incident. We weren't experts in forensic science, for instance, right? And lots of the things about motives and stuff like that, they just were like, this is way too big and broad for what we can provide. Congress didn't give up. Senator Sam Nunn, chair of the committee, along with Senators Jeff Bingaman, Jeff Bingaman, who was of New Mexico, and John Warner, wrote to Lab Director Al Nareth, indicating that GAO has determined, after extensive consultation, that Sandia is the best place to assist with the technical aspects. Nareth agreed to support the investigation, and Schwabel built a team. Because really, if Congress asks twice, you're probably going to show up, right? I mean, really. And try to help him out. All right, so Nareth agreed. Schwabel built a team. Approximately 40 Sandians ended up involved in the research, and people were pulled from across the lab to participate, right, based on their expertise. There were materials investigators, modeling experts, impact experts, explosives experts. Schwabel indicated he had never heard of Paul Cooper before, even though Cooper was a highly lauded explosives expert within the lab. Okay, but we tend to be a little siloed. But they managed to reach across, pull all these experts together. Now, the Sandia investigation indicated, first off, that materials initially identified as foreign to the gun and turret were found in other guns on the Iowa and on other ships. Sandia found no evidence of a foreign igniter, right? There was nothing in there that said something else had detonated or caused the detonation, okay? So Sandia found no evidence, and no evidence outright of sabotage, all right? So the first thing you want to do is argue with the Navy. All right. Sandia also looked at the propellant bags, and this is where the explosives and impact expertise came in. Here on the left, we have a photo of Carl Schuler, who's an impact expert, and Paul Cooper, who's an explosives expert, with their drop test set up. So they're going to set up an experiment to look at the amount of explosives, test them, smack stuff together, and see what happens. Now, the silk propellant bags for you unfamiliar with naval gun turrets or naval guns. The silk propellant bags hold nitrocellulose pellets, okay? So they're full of nitrocellulose pellets. And then they have a black powder ignition pad or pouch on the rear of the bag, okay? And this is because, well, I'll tell you, the pellets are stacked on end in 8 layers in those bags. To bring the bags up to the specified weight, because the nitrocellulose pellets are not consistent in their mass, to bring everything up to the specified weight so each propellant bag meets the same spec, a final trim layer is added of the pellets placed on their sides, so not stacked, okay, just placed on their sides in there at the end. And there can be just a few of them, or there can be a lot of them. It just sort of depends on the mass of the other pellets in the bag. And these bear the brunt of any overram as the bags are rammed into the gun's breech. Okay, so you take the propellant bags, right, and you drop them in you open the breech, you drop them into the gun, you use the ram to shove them up to the top, drop the next one in, use the ram, so that they're all very tightly packed together by the end. Then you close the breech and fire the gun. But small-scale impact tests at Sandia indicated that when there were only a few of the trim pellets, they could be crushed in the overram, giving off hot sparks that passed through the end of the bag and into the black powder ignition pad. Okay, so if you didn't have a lot of them sort of packed in there, if they were loose, they could be crushed, right? They're going to spark. They don't always spark, but they could spark. And in the testing, they did spark. And then they would set off the black powder in the ignition pad, setting the whole thing off, right? Cooper and Schuler discovered that ignition could occur, and modeling supported that. In May of 1990, with interim results in hand, Schwebel testified before the Senate Armed Services Committee, in that photo, that's him, that while the cause of the explosion was not definitively determined, it could have been caused by an overram at a higher than normal speed. Just before he testified, the Navy researchers had confirmed Sandia's findings by causing the powder train to ignite by overramming bags configured in the same manner as those in the Iowa's gun. Okay, so the Navy confirmed Sandia's findings. So that's nice because they're not arguing with the Navy anymore. Sandia turned in its final report in August of 1991. Its conclusion that the explosion could have happened accidentally did not completely overturn the Navy's original conclusions, but those conclusions were revisited and apologies to the accused captain's family were made. And that was huge. The various Sandians on the project received letters from the captain's mom thanking them for their service and for exonerating her son, basically. The team, all of those Sandians who hadn't necessarily met before the investigation started, the team became evidence that various excerpts could be pulled together to solve a new problem without a lot of mess. I don't know about you, in teaming, that used to be referred to as the storming and norming part of the team formation, right, where everybody's arguing. They didn't bother with that, they just went in and did their stuff. Okay. None of them were new to the lab, I would say that. For that. And then, okay, so the thing that I love to point out about the Dick Schwebel photo there, all right, he looks perfect, right? You're going to trust what that man says, right? He's going to speak. He's speaking with confidence. He's got his data in his pocket, and he just found out that the Navy agrees, okay, or that the Navy has confirmed the data, all right? And so he's going to speak. And he's clearly done this, right? Just before he starts speaking, his hair's got that thing going up in the corner, right? I always think of it as science hair, but you don't actually have to have hair to look like this, right? To proceed with that level of confidence, right? Because it's not his hair or anything else. It's the determination. It's the confidence that he has the goods, right? And now he's going to share it with Congress, and then he's going to be done and get back to whatever it is he does on a daily basis at the lab, right? Because Sandians are forever thinking about that. But this kind of notion of having the good science hair out there. I just want you to all remember this. When you're this is what I always tell Sandians, when you're testifying before Congress, all right, you want to go in there, they're going to take photos, and 3 decades later, some historian is going to pull them up, all right? So you look confident. You bring your best determined look to whatever you're doing there, okay? We've had some congressional testimony lately that hasn't really lived up to that, all right? Those people need to be reminded. Everybody's taking photos. C-SPAN is there, okay? So you need to proceed with knowing what you're talking about, all right? And which is a major message from Sandia, right? Find out do the research, know it, so that when you speak on it, you actually know what you're talking about, okay? And the lab is very proud of itself for that. So I'll thank you for your time today, and I'll take any questions if you happen to have any. Thank you. Go ahead.
I didn't want to interrupt earlier, but in the collection of photos, that one tower with all those solar panels, what was that called again?
That's the National Solar Thermal Test Facility. We just refer to it as a solar tower. It's right here on the base.
Oh, okay.
It's the one, it's just east of Thunder Range down there, south of Tech Area 3. I don't know.
All the way down Loveless Boulevard.
All the way down Loveless Boulevard, yeah, down there, you see it. When you get down there south on the base, you see it. It's a big landmark. It doesn't look as blue.
Take your sunglasses.
Yeah. Yeah. Lots of times you can just walk around and have a tour of the heliostats. I don't know if it's always open. But.
Question, what do you think Sandia's number one contribution is to society or government culture?
I'd say the reliability and surety of the nuclear stockpile. That's what it's getting paid to do, and it's what it's done from the beginning, and I think it does it well. I would say I would emphasize, in addition to reliability, Sandia has a responsibility for surety, the safety, security, and use control of the weapons. So the part like reliability says it goes off, it does what it's supposed to do when it's supposed to do it, if it's the right environment. The surety part says it never goes off in an abnormal environment, right? It doesn't go off when it's not supposed to. All right, and so that's called always/never, right? That the always never part of it, and that the never part of it, Sandia is responsible for. I mean, there are also surety pieces within the physics package. So I just say Lawrence Livermore, Salamos don't do things, but that the actual controls there, the locks on the weapons are Sandia designed and have evolved over time with his weapons. So I'd say that that's probably the critical piece. I think that there have been, like on that list of Sandia stands up, things like the clean room, right? I mean, just a transformative technology, right? And it's like Willis on a plane coming back from having studied clean rooms just says, well, what if we, instead of just had it be static, we just swept it clean all the time, right? Just like, boom, just like that. And, right, it creates $1 billion in industry, right? Because even like food packaging and things like that, right, we're transformed by that by having a cleaner environment in which you could pack things. And a cleaner environment relatively cheaply, right? It's not that clean rooms are super cheap or anything, but the industry that develops up around that is pretty competitive, so you can actually install and get there fairly easily. That also feeds the standards for clean rooms. There's a federal standard for defining how clean each level of clean room is, and Sandia participated in that as well because they had Willis to do that work. So, but it was actually a whole team of people that worked on that, not just Willis. It was just his idea. Yeah, so I'd say probably those are a couple of the big ones. There's all kinds of stuff going on in, I don't know, counterterrorism, that kind of thing, but where you see the effect, where we don't see the effect, right? I mean, in sort of a public sense, right? And a lot of the tenants on the base are involved in things like that, right? Where there's not a big culture shift or anything around it, but it's out there pushing back on whatever the threat is. That kinds of things. I don't know, was that the kind of thing you meant? Okay, yeah. Anything else? Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be back at 1300 with the man, the myth, and the legend, Dr. Darren Raspa, and the Orion Kirtland.
Oh, you got 2 minutes actually.
Yeah.
2 minutes.
Plenty of time.
Read a whole new conclusion. Come on.
I would tell a joke. I don't really have a lot of jokes, but that's the vegetable joke, but it's a little corny. You know.
You're somebody's dad.
I know it's bad. It's bad. Good to go. All right. Get this started. All right, hello everyone. I'm Darren Raspa. I'm the historian for the Air Force Research Laboratory here at our Phillips Research Site on Kirtland Air Force Base in New Mexico. Thank you to Jeremiah for putting this together. It's the second iteration of the Kirtland History Seminar. It's always great to come out and hear about our various tenant organizations. Usually there's a guest coming out and talking about something I have never heard of. I always learn something, and it's great for us as a historical community to get together. And you know, Jeremiah has really kind of made a history network here on the site, and so my hat is off to you, sir, in engaging in this. I'm here among friends, you know, AFRL and Sandia. We've been organizational friends for a long time, but actually our historians are friends as well. So being here sandwiched between Rebecca before me and Justin coming after me, both from Sandia, is always a treat. And Rebecca, she was very kind in bringing me in the very beginning when I started at the lab, and she's always been kind of a role model for me while at the lab. And so thank you for everything you've done, honestly, here for so many years, personally. So, historian and space technology engagement lead, that's actually incorrect. Hello to everybody online, by the way. I think my family's at home watching. Hello. In the kitchen. But it should actually say technology integration lead, right? So AFRL does weird things with their historians here on site. They make us wear a lot of hats, right? So previously I was working in the outreach function, still a historian, but working in STEM outreach, and so I was working with the Technology Engagement Office here on Kirtland, and now I'm supporting the Deputy Technology Executive Officer for Space Science and Technology for Air Force Research Laboratory, Dr. Andy Williams, and I'm his Technology Integration Lead. What the heck is that, right? Well, the integration is in the integration of the story of the Air Force Research Laboratory, where our technology came from, what it's doing, and what it might potentially do. So, for example, Andy will come and say, okay, can you track back the history of, say, the Falcon rocket, right? Can you track back the history of reusable rockets? You know, we work with a lot of contractors, we work with industry, we work with academia. We don't do always the best job as industry at telling our story, and so Andy will come to me and say, can you track back and see what exactly we did? So for example, for the reusable rockets that SpaceX and other companies use, AFRL did a lot of the early work on that, and so we'll be able to have this kind of library of resources to present to folks when they say, well, what's AFRL ever done, right? What have we done lately? What are we about to do? What are we engaged in? Well, he has his technology integration lead to help him out with that. So kind of an example of the number of ways the history function can be used for the various laboratories. So I'm happy to do that for Andy and for the lab. But I'm also the site historian, so I'm the historian for space vehicles and directed energy, two of our directorates at the Air Force Research Lab. So a lot of you are familiar with AFRL, but some of you may not be, some folks online perhaps. But who are we, right? So if there's a novel idea for the Department of the Air Force, likelihood is that AFRL came up with that idea, whether now or in the past. But we focus on military unique problems, and our job is not necessarily to solve a problem immediately, we do that, but also to work long-term on large-scale issues. For example, back in the 80s and 90s, we were launching only these huge, big Milstar satellites. And what AFRL, or at least the AFRL iteration at the time, was doing, they were launching small satellites, right? And people were like, what are these? They were just considered like toys, right? But now, everybody's flying small satellites. You know, small sats are going up all the time. Well, AFRL started that. And so we think in long-term perspectives. So sometimes we do make change immediately, but what's kind of novel about AFRL is our ability to foster people, right? A lot of our workforce has been working for the lab for a number of years, if not decades. The Secretary of the Air Force, Dr. Mink, he started at the lab, you know, working on the ESPA ring, another novel piece of space technology that the lab developed, which instead of launching one space vehicle into space, huge amount of money, now you can attach 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and upwards of vehicles to a launch vehicle with a simple aluminum ring. AFRL developed that. But our personnel are one of our strong points for the Department of the Air Force. Again, we have a number of partners in industry, in academia, and our people really are part of our product. So where are we? So we're spread out across the country. Here I mentioned that we have space vehicles and directed energy, 2 of 10 technical directorates spread across the country. A lot of them are up at our headquarters in Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio. Basic research at AFO, scientific research. We try to figure out how do human systems interact with technology at our Human Performance Wing. We figure out how do we develop new novel information systems, IT systems out in New York, at Rome, at our site out there. Sensors, munitions, you know, simply blowing things up. We still do that. We're still the Air Force, so we got to blow stuff up. So our munitions directorate out in Florida handles some of that work. Let's see, aerospace systems, literally planes, high-speed systems, things of that nature. Anything that touches any system in the Air Force, AFRL has a hand in. We're 1 lab, 2 services, famously. We have both Air and Space Force personnel at AFRL. I'm Space Force personnel, and a number of our folks here on Kirtland are also Space Force personnel. So as far as our facilities go, so where we're physically located is mostly on the west side of Kirtland Air Force Base. Over here on this side, we have the wing headquarters. We have Sandia National Labs a little further east from here. Well, we're about as far west on Kirtland as you go before you get to pretty much Carlisle or rather Girard, the western part of the base. And we have a ton of facilities, about 55 buildings, hundreds of thousands of square feet of space. We literally test satellites at our facilities here. We have an entire structure devoted to deployable structures. That's one of our novel kind of ideas we came up with, being able to fit an entire solar array as big as this line of chairs here and roll it up into a poster-sized item, stick it in next to the spacecraft, and then when it gets into orbit, it deploys. Really kind of a novel idea based on the light sail idea from a couple decades back. We also have an off-site kind of engagement hub in Nob Hill called Q Station, and folks from Sandia, DOE, industry, academia, and AFRL can meet there in a kind of an off-base, more informal but secure environment to talk about some of the ideas that we all are working on together as a team, really. So as far as other facilities here go, Starfire Optical Range, downrange, used to be known as Sandia Optical Range, but that was changed. And they are working on analyzing the upper environment, analyzing the space environment, the orbital environment, and out at Maui. So our Directed Energy Directorate has some folks out on Maui doing similar work in space situational awareness. So as far as space partners in AFRL, our Propulsion Directorate out in California works on our engines for launch vehicles, but we're also work heavily with them. And some of our kind of more recent programs are shown here. Most recently, gosh, I guess it was just about a month ago, our navigation technology satellite number 3, NTS-3, successfully launched on a Vulcan Centaur rocket. I had the opportunity to go out there and to track that event in launching out of Cape Canaveral, and that was a lot of fun. But what NTS-3 is doing is it's refashioning how GPS is done, right? It's making GPS more robust. It's making the environment that our warfighters are protected in more reliable, right? It works in anti-jamming. It does a whole number of things, and that just launched. But we also work in quantum, we work in small stats still, and also in space domain awareness. So on the directed energy side of the house, it is what you think it would be, non-kinetic energy, so laser systems, microwave systems, repelling a force with something other than a physical object. So we have a premier enterprise in anti-drone technology, being able to flip a switch and the drone swarm just falls out of the sky. Really amazing stuff. We also have some premier wargaming facilities through our Directed Energy Directorate. So, as I mentioned, our electro-optics for space superiority, being able to analyze the upper Earth environment and the lower Earth orbit and so on. But as an example, so what our telescopes do are we use a laser guide star as a focusing instrument, and we're able to correct the aberrations in the environment so that something that looked blurry, you focus on the laser guide star, and suddenly something that looks like that goes through the process and looks like this. And you can see it a little bit better now. Now these are daytime images. This is hugely important when we're trying to figure out, okay, is this a good satellite or a bad satellite? Things like that. When we're trying to figure out our space situational awareness on orbit, the folks down here at Starfire Optical Range and out on Maui, they do exceptional work with our telescopes. So we also have some other facilities down south, down near White Sands at Oscura Peak. We have some laser facilities. We have a number of test chambers where we can test various items, and our laser facility downrange is also premier. But we've been at this for a long time. Here on site, we have been here since a month after Sandia, so December 1949. Special Weapons Command stands up here, kind of our earliest iteration as a laboratory, at least on site. Some of our kind of premier programs were developing the radiation hardening equipment for the Gemini program, developing handheld radiation dosimeters so that we could tell when you're on orbit, like how much radiation am I receiving, you know? And from that data, and that's a picture of Ed White there, in the first American EVA, and it's a signed photograph to one of our scientists here at the lab. It says, "To Marion Schneider, I took a picture of your sensor. Thanks for your help with Gemini." Signed by Edward White, one of our great premier pieces in our archive here. And so I always tell people that we couldn't go to space without the lab, because the radiation hardening equipment we developed to keep our airmen and our personnel safe in the case of a nuclear war. Well, there's another environment that's very radiated, and that's orbit, right? That's space, inundated with cosmic rays and otherwise. And so it turned out that, you know, space and directed energy from the very beginning here went hand in hand. This is a list of some of our premier programs going back to the 60s. As far as what our directorates look like overall, we started back in 1945 after World War II, doing high altitude experiments, atmospheric research and development out in Massachusetts at the Cambridge Field Station, which became the Cambridge Research Lab. And then we went through a whole number of name changes. Sandy has loved us the whole time, even when we had different names back then. But we are now, as of 1997, the one United Air Force Research Laboratory. But this is pretty much, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different name changes we've gone through the years. I always think about, well, Los Alamos and Sandia, you know, they have the brand, right? Everyone knows Los Alamos and Sandia, but we've changed our name so many times. You know, people, sometimes you need a historian to remind folks of all the things we've done, even when we were known by a different name. But the time period I'm going to be focusing on today, and this is a new lecture, just as a caveat, so, is going to be this period right here. The Special Weapons Center, one of our more fascinating time periods. So I was in a meeting the other day, and someone brought up the point, well, what are we doing as far as nuclear space? What are we doing as far as nuclear power in space, right? For decades, we've relied on those big solar array booms, and we've relied on that for space power, for getting power for our spacecraft to navigate in orbit and so on. But what have we been doing as far as nuclear power goes, right? Mentioning nukes and space, that's freaky, you know, right? There's a whole treaty that says you can't have that in space. However, right, as we push further out, you know, we can't always rely on the sun to power our spacecraft. And so there's been a new, more recent push to start thinking in more nuclear terms as far as the orbital environment is concerned. And so thinking like the tech integration lead, well, when did this all start? Well, it started actually back during the Manhattan Project. So Stanislaw Ulam, who's seated right there next to Richard Feynman, he's working on the Manhattan Project. They test Trinity, very successful. And he starts to think, you know, he's a genius, obviously. All these guys were geniuses. And he sees this huge, enormous, raw, destructive power of the bomb. And he starts to think, well, hold on. What else can we do with this, right? Now Ulam, he's an exceptional mind. He's really the father of the thermonuclear bomb. I mean, Edward Teller is considered the father of the thermonuclear bomb, the H-bomb, but he's more of kind of like a midwife. And it was Ulam who really came up with the way that you could ignite the hydrogen bomb. And so he was famous for that. He's famous for his nuclear computational algorithms, the Monte Carlo method. You can go on and on and on and on. And Alan, if you're still watching online, I'm sure you've done entire talks on this, and Rebecca and Justin, you could probably go on as well. But he had this idea. It was about 1955. He said, well, what if we use that raw power to push our spacecraft out into the stars, right? Further and further out. And we start to populate the solar system. We start to populate the galaxy itself, right? He thought in these kind of enormous terms, so that he saw a human utopia spreading across the stars using nuclear pulse power, the power of an explosion to power a spacecraft. And so he writes up the report, and he does the schematics and so on. This is 1955 along with one of his colleagues at Los Alamos. And then it just kind of goes away. It kind of disappears for a while. Pivotal person during this period is Freeman Dyson. So Freeman Dyson, Alan mentioned Oppenheimer giving science lectures at 10 years old. So Freeman Dyson is one of these geniuses, again, who correctly estimated the number of atoms in the sun at 5 years old, right? So that's the kind of guy he is. In his 20s, he's working with Oppenheimer and Einstein at Princeton, at the Advanced Institute. So he's an enormously brilliant mind. And so he is initially one of the first people that starts coming into play in the project I'm about to talk to you about. I don't even need to say what's going on here. October 1957, Sputnik is launched. First man-made object to orbit to the Earth, but it's not made by Americans, it's made by the Russians, and that's a problem. Eisenhower's freaked out, the world is freaked out. The United States is definitely freaked out. And it's oftentimes in history, you know, there's a bit of the Monday morning quarterback syndrome where you're like, oh, you know, it's a basketball beeping in space. It didn't really do anything. Who really cared? But I mean, it was almost like a 9/11 type moment. Not a tragedy, but as far as that fear, that unknown. Nobody's ever done this before. What are they going to do? More importantly, if they can put an object up into orbit, what can they put on that object? What can they drop from that object? Most specifically, can they put a nuclear weapon on that object and drop it on the United States? So Eisenhower stands up the Advanced Research Project Agency to figure out these crazy novel ideas and to work quickly to develop these novel ideas. Now, out in California, there's a guy named Ted Taylor who had recently been working at Los Alamos, and he was working in small-scale fission devices for artillery shells. And he says, he comes across this report that he remembers Ulam developing from '55. He says, well, this could be something. We could do something with this. And so he sends the report to 3 organizations / people. He sends it to ARPA, the Advanced Research Project Agency. He sends it here to Kirtland, to the Air Force Special Weapons Center, us, from the 1950s. And he sends it to his boss at General Atomics. He's out in California in San Diego. That's where Ted is working at the time, Ted Taylor. He sends it to his boss, Fred de Hoffman. And de Hoffman had worked on the Manhattan Project. He knew about nukes, for all intents and purposes. And this is the same time, so a month after Sputnik, the Russians send a dog up. They send Laika up, right? They're just sending more and more stuff up. And the United States is saying, well, what's next, right? If they can send this object up, they can send an animal up there, what's the next thing they're gonna send up? We need to act fast. We need somebody that can help us organize all of these ideas and these systems into some kind of system that'd be effective. And so our friend Dyson comes back into the mind of Fred Hoffman, comes into the mind of Ted Taylor. So they go out to Freeman and they say, Freeman, we have this idea. We want to launch a rocket powered by nuclear weapons, right? We want to have bombs blowing up underneath this spacecraft to launch something like 50 or 100 men into orbit. It could change the whole paradigm of the space race. Can it be done? And so Freeman, he sits there from what Fred and Ted say is about 30 seconds. And he has like a beautiful mind moment when there's numbers and, you know, carry the one. And he says, yes, it can be done. And he said, I would love to help. And so he comes out to General Atomics in California and he joins the team. And so Freeman, his wife, and his son George, who writes a phenomenal book about this project that came out about 20 years ago, they all go out to California. And at the General Atomics headquarters there's this library building. Right here in the center, you'll see the circular building. And George, Freeman's son, is convinced that they're building this rocket right there. And he thinks that that's like the ground level of the new rocket that his daddy is building. It's kind of sweet, right? But he was actually kind of right. They weren't building it there, but that was going to have to be the size, the diameter of the rocket if it was going to effectively launch 50 or 100 people. So if you have a rocket that's 200 feet wide in diameter, as far as a comparison for scale, so the SpaceX Starship, that's about 30 feet wide, 400 feet tall. So if you got a 200-foot diameter rocket, you're talking something that's over 2,000 feet tall as far as a rocket goes. Huge, huge massive object. And so the team said, well, what can we call this project? What's one of the biggest constellations in the sky? Orion. So Project Orion was born. So can you imagine lifting like 2 or 3 Eiffel Towers into orbit? Just absolutely phenomenal. So I mean, there's nuclear power for space research going on at Los Alamos. The Project Rover program most famously started in 1955 and continued for about 17, 18 years, something like that. And using maybe a more sane nuclear reactor for space flight. But this is during a period where nuclear energy and nuclear science and engineering, people are thinking in new and novel ways about nuclear power and space at the same time that this Project Orion is taking shape. And so the design was they were going to have a rocket, and on the rocket, they're going to have a bunch of bombs. And the bombs are going to intermittently drop out of the bottom of this spacecraft, the launch vehicle, and they're going to explode underneath a compression and pusher plate so that the people and the equipment inside the rocket itself do not become exploded. And you needed to have it huge because anything smaller than 200 feet wide and a couple thousand feet tall, the rocket would be incinerated. So that's why the reason for the scale. That, and you need to get a lot of people. The original intent was for 50 to 100 people on board. And so out here at the Special Weapons Center, General Ed Giller said, did somebody say bombs? That was kind of our specialty. So Giller, he's in charge of our research directorate here on site, engaged in a lot of high altitude nuclear explosion research and development. And he says, this sounds like exactly the type of thing we need to be going after. And so he agrees to coordinate the effort. He agrees to work with funding for General Atomics, and he says, proceed. Now, as far as the team goes, and That's Freeman right there on the top right in the coat, Freeman Dyson. The team out in California, this is at Point Loma during the first test that they had. These scientists, all or most of them, worked for Los Alamos. A lot of them worked in the weapons programs. Some of them had some moral challenges with that, but with this program, they loved it because they said, well, this is pushing the bounds of human exploration. Because of the project we're developing now, people are going to be able to travel, millions of miles. They loved the more human expansion aspect of the program rather than the potential destructive possibilities therein. But the Air Force is kind of paying for it. And so the Air Force always has in their mind, well, what is the military utility of this vehicle? How can we utilize this? Certainly for expansion of human exploration, but how else can we use it? And so we have our own folks working on this with the General Atomics team in Tangent and with the ARPA folks and the AEC. AEC is funding as well, but we're thinking about military utility. Now, Ed Giller, he's a great guy. He was the first airman to shoot a German jet fighter out of the sky at the end of World War II. Phenomenal pilot, an all-around straight shooter. That's him actually straight shooting there on the left. But he takes this idea, and he's not somebody that's prone to outlandish thoughts, but this project is so novel and so revolutionary, he says, I think there's something here. But we had the chance to sit down with Ed not too long ago, and he explained a little bit about what the Special Weapons Center was doing here at the time. Hopefully there'll be some audio here.
The mission of the center was essentially support of the Air Force in all things dealing with nuclear weapons, in any aspect. And a lot of it was left up to us to sort of define it that way. And we viewed our mission as becoming a scientific center with technical in-house expertise, experimental facilities, and operational capabilities, all operational, not capabilities, but operational backgrounds that enable us to speak to the operational Air Force in the real world.
So Ed Giller, he passed away just after I started at the lab. I attended his service with the previous historian. We have a number of his interviews in our archive, just kind of one of the examples of some of the documents that we have in our collection that's useful for us today. There we go. And so Giller's problem was that we were using chemical propulsion rockets, standard rockets, that many people were using to launch our missiles. But we needed something faster. And what if we used a nuclear-powered rocket to power some of our missile technology? And that's what he was thinking about, and that's what his team here on Kirtland at Special Weapons Center was thinking about at this time. And so this was kind of the wild and crazy days of AFRL. We were doing a lot of out-of-the-box thinking at this point in 1958. During this 1 year, we had a project called A119, and it was a project where we theorized, well, maybe we should try to blow up part of the moon. Now, we hadn't even sent a person into space yet, but we're talking to, let alone got to the moon, we're already talking about blowing it up, right? But it's for research purposes, but it's also to make a point to the Russians. And we wanted to make a sizable impact right on the Terminator line so they could see it, right? And they could know, like, well, heck, if they can hit the moon, what else can they do, right? We also had the Beetle program that I've talked about in the past, where it was pretty much a giant robot tank that could service nuclear-powered bombers. There was a time when we were going to have an entirely nuclear-powered bomber fleet. There was always going to be flying around. We had to have a way to service them. We came up with this transformer-looking character here on an anti-aircraft battery kind of chassis there. But, in 2025, you're like, well, this all sounds crazy, right? This is absurd. Why would they even think about this? But it wasn't. It really wasn't. I mean, the Cold War was indeed a war, right? The Russians were actively testing thermonuclear devices. It was only assumed not that if we were going to go to war, and a nuclear war, it was when, right? And so all of this stuff that the lab was doing at the time and other agencies were doing was to figure out, when this happens, what are we going to do? Because we're going to have to do something. That's why we're radiation hardening everything, as Rebecca mentioned, because if we're in a war, we want to finish that war, right? So meanwhile in California, they're thinking about Project Orion. How's this going to work? How do you dump all of these bombs out of the back of the spacecraft, this launch vehicle, in such a way that it's just foolproof, right? And so what you would need is a type of conveyor belt technology where you could, kind of like a Coke machine, you could push, I want a Coke, and a Coke comes out. The next guy can say, I want a Fanta, and a Fanta comes out. But if a Dr. Pepper comes out by accident, the whole thing blows up, right? So it's a terrifying problem, but the one group that was doing similar work as far as conveyor belt technology was J. Paul Austin's Coca-Cola Company. And so Dyson and the members of the Project Orion team go out to Coca-Cola and say, hey, can you guys redesign your conveyor belts that you use both for manufacturing and for dispensing? Can you reconfigure that so that it's just foolproof? You could push a button and get the right ordnance, right? We were most concerned with what kind of ordnance you're going to be firing. As a launch vehicle goes higher up, at least in this simulation, the Orion configuration, you need to have a higher yield device to push it further and further up. By the same token, if the bomb that you just dropped out the back of your launch vehicle didn't go off, you need to be able to quickly drop another one at a different yield because now you're a little bit higher. So it was enormously complex, but Paul Austin says we got it, and so he gets to work with the Project Orion team trying to make a conveyor belt for this enormous spacecraft. And Ted Taylor, back in California, is thinking, okay, we got Coke working, we got everybody, we got Freeman Dyson. What's this thing going to look like? Is it going to look like a plane, right? Is it going to be a configuration of a plane? Well, about 4 years earlier, the sister company of General Atomics, General Dynamics, had just built the first nuclear-powered submarine, right? The Nautilus. Maybe that would be the more ideal model when figuring out how to arrange this thing as far as crew compartments and so forth go, galleys and things of that nature. You know, it's a gigantic steel structure. We need to make this thing indestructible. Just make it out of raw steel and make it kind of like a giant submarine, only facing the other way. And so they come up with crew components. They come up with exercise facilities. They figure out, okay, how can we adapt the nuclear submarine model for a launch vehicle? And the assumption is that we're going to be on Mars within a couple of years, the moons of Saturn and Jupiter within 10 or 15. You know, with this level of technology had everybody really, really, really excited. And actually, the idea was to have fleets, right? There was going to be a fleet of Orions. There'd be different kinds of models of Orion. There would be the original Orion, which would be an Earth orbiter. But then you'd have the Super Orion. And the Super Orion was going to be something like 8 million tons, literally an 8 million ton spacecraft that you're launching off the ground, you know, hundreds of meters wide, and it's pretty much a fifth of the size of the Great Pyramid of Giza. Just completely bananas. But that's how folks were thinking back then, because that's the sheer power that splitting the atom produced, right? That the sheer revolution of nuclear energy said that, well, what else can we do with this? What else can we do with this, right? And so that wasn't that outlandish, at least at the time. And the idea was that we were just going to spread out. Freeman Dyson had this idea that within just a few years, we were going to be spread out across the stars, and going to Mars would be like going to Iowa, and it was going to be this utopia for all humankind, really. And he was not being facetious. He truly believed that this world was not, he did not subject himself to limitations. I'll just say that. However, NASA, who was also interested in this program, needed to go to space like yesterday, right? The space race was on. They needed to get into orbit, and they needed to get there fast. They needed to rely on something they knew, which was chemical rockets. Rockets by this guy, Wernher von Braun, right? Who was actually a fan of Project Orion. He'd gone out to San Diego and been briefed on Project Orion. He said, this is great, you know? It is von Braun voice, but they went with his rockets. So that was kind of like the first nail in the Project Orion coffin, was that NASA decided to go in a different direction. We all know what that means, right? So they're launching chemical rockets, not nuclear rockets like the Project Orion team had hoped. At the same time, NASA is losing interest, and this is the early 1960s, the same time that NASA is losing interest, the Air Force is actually getting more interested. The Air Force is thinking about all the great things they could do as far as air and space superiority with a Project Orion type device. But we still weren't sure if it worked. Sure. So we had to engage in the first test to see if indeed it would work. And this is on a much scaled down version using a model. And this is actual test footage from Point Loma, California. So the rocket is launched. The first bomb is propelled. That one worked. Next bomb's propelled. And that one worked too. The third. And the fourth. They all worked, right? It actually, the concept did work. These are conventional explosives, not nuclear explosions, just as a... But the concept did indeed work. Let's see, am I able to... Slide here. Be able to click to the next one. There we go. So it works. The Air Force is pleased. Special Weapons Center here on Kirtland is pleased. Strategic Air Command is very pleased. General Thomas Powers is very pleased. And he says, well, what if instead of a whole bunch of people on this launch vehicle, we put a whole bunch of warheads? And what if we just put it over Russia and we just stick it there forever, right? As a warning, as a permanent Death Star, if you will, just poised over the Soviet Union, ready to act, just to once and for all tell the Soviet Union, stop screwing around, guys. And so he says, all right. He tells the General Atomics team, he says, build a model. Build like a Corvette-sized model of this thing. We're bringing Kennedy out. We're going to show him this thing. He's going to love it. He's going to pour funding into it, and we're going to make a whole fleet of Orion just like we dreamed those years ago. And this is an early Air Force conceptual drawing of what they wanted the Orion to do. And so Powers gets Kennedy. Maybe. Might have to go manual on this one. Let's see. Okay, cool. And so Powers, there in the middle, takes Kennedy out to California, out to General Atomics, and they bring him out to the factory floor, and they show him this model. And it's this beast, right? It's bristling with anti-aircraft weaponry, just batteries of missiles all over it, ICBMs, all just covered in weaponry. And he says, well, what do you think, sir? And he just pauses, and he doesn't really say much of anything, which is not good, right? And this is kind of the tail end of 1962, and he has other things on his mind. Let's see, next slide, please. What's on his mind is the fact that radioactive isotopes are showing up in people's milk. The baby teeth, when tested, also show those radioactive isotopes. He's thinking about the Starfish Prime test that just went off and pretty much created a new radiation belt around the Earth and fried Britain's first satellite, shut off all the power in Hawaii. He's thinking about all of the nuclear fallout that the American public is starting to realize that all of the testing we were doing for the Cold War, as far as live nuclear testing in the atmosphere and in the ocean and on the edge of space, that this is having an actual effect on actual people. That's not good, right? So, all right, it works, good. So they say, Kennedy goes to Freeman, or Kennedy's people go to Freeman, and they say, can you run a study to see, on average, if we make these traditional explosive devices into nuclear devices, if we start testing this thing for reals, right? What would that look like if we're testing a full-scale Orion with nuclear propelled items? What would that look like as far as fallout goes? And so he once again had his beautiful mind moment, couldn't carry the one. And he said, maybe about 10 people will die from radiation with every single test. And the White House takes that information, and of course in 1963, the Limited Test Ban Treaty is signed. Cut it out, no more live nuclear testing in the atmosphere, in the ocean, and on the edge of space. No more. And that's pretty much the end of live testing for Project Orion. That's it, you know. It was a dream of these guys to create some kind of new device that will push the bounds of human exploration. The Air Force got involved, and actually the Air Force continued for a couple years working with AEC, developing some underground testing with the hopes that they could actually make this project come to life. It did not, and that was where the project ends, right? Only about 7 years this project was worked on, and it was a truly novel idea, but the risk to the environment and to humankind with live nuclear testing became too great. You know, Freeman Dyson, to the day he died, was convinced that this was going to be the technology of the future. The nuclear power was going to be the way that we propel folks further and further out into space, and he was always chagrined that it got canceled. But his son did end up writing literally the book on Project Orion, which is great. You can check it out to this day. And so flash forward to now, right? What are we all doing as our various lab entities for nuclear power research for space? Related to defense, right? And this being Earth defense, the defense of our very planet. Famous scientist here from Sandia Lab, Nathan Moore, about a year ago, he used the Z machine on Sandia to test if we blow up a nuclear weapon or a nuclear bomb near an asteroid and use the X-rays to kind of propel it on a different course, will it work? It'll work, right? If you're going to intercept an asteroid that's an Earth killer, right? A continent buster, whatever you want to call it, there's something like 10,000 unknown objects. We don't know where all the asteroids are. We're going to have to find out about it and then respond to it quickly. The idea is that the only way you can get to an asteroid quickly and repel it will be with kind of a pulse-powered nuclear spacecraft. On our side of the house, over at AFRL, we're developing the Jetson program. That's something that's in works right now as far as a more nuclear electric power. It's not pulse technology, pulse power technology, but it is using nuclear fission to power electricity, because we're thinking further out, right? Where the sun gets dimmer and dimmer, we're going to be less reliant on solar arrays. We're going to need something different, and the likelihood is it's going to be nuclear power. And so I wanted to tell this story because of this idea that some of us have touched on this kind of dual legacy of nuclear R&D, right? Where it's utilized for defense purposes, and there's a destructive quality to it, but it's also something that can really kind of push the bounds of human exploration. And it was it's the rocket scientist, the Russian premier rocket scientist, Konstantin Tsiolkovsky, who said, Earth is indeed the cradle of civilization, but you can't live in a cradle forever, right? As we push further and further out, we're going to be needing to rely more on novel methods of exploration, and one possibility is in nuclear R&D. And with that, I will close. Thank you. Maybe time for one question. I don't know, what do we got? We have time for a question? Question, comment? Rebecca?
Yeah, I'm so intrigued by this notion of nuclear energy, but in bomb form,
right?
As a propellant, as opposed to, I mean, they just built a submarine,
right?
Right, nuclear power, using nuclear energy to power something, but they didn't choose to proceed that way. And so I'm kind of curious as to why. And I'm also thinking about, like, how many bombs was this thing expected to carry? I mean, in the test, there were 4 and they weren't out of the atmosphere.
Right.
Right? So what, I just...
Right, so the idea was...
I can see the beauty of the vision as
right.
they all saw it, but I'm also just wondering as they approached it,
right.
practical.
So good question. So the idea was its speed, right? You know, you could propel a vehicle a lot faster by literally just throwing the doggone thing, and then you just keep throwing it in metaphoric terms with the successive nuclear devices. And what it was initially designed was for 2,000 bombs. They calculated it would take 2,000 bombs, not 1,999, 2,000 bombs to get to, I believe, Mars is what they were aiming at. And so this thing had to be massive. I mean, that was another reason for the scale. You didn't want to blow the thing up, so it had to be big. You had to have an enormous a plate to protect the spacecraft itself, but you needed speed, right? That you wanted to get there fast, because the whole idea was you're going to Mars and you're going to get there later this afternoon, right? So you need something that's going to be fast, right? Some of it was based on perhaps incorrect notions of space travel, but it was really that speed they were after rather than the more reliable, right, nuclear reactor technology from the submarine, and like being developed by the rover program. Yeah. 2,000 bombs. That's what was going to be on board the first one.
And can I just swap the artwork here?
Yeah.
This is from
ChatGPT. Have you ever heard of it? Yeah.
Did you make your own through ChatGPT? Or
Yeah.
you provided it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. We have to adapt, right?
Yeah, I had the same question. I was like, why wouldn't they just think of a way to get us, build a spacecraft in space and then use nuclear reactor power it? But I don't know. I guess one of the things I was wondering about with that is how did they estimate how fast it would take them to get to Mars in that scenario?
I believe they said a week. So it was not, it wasn't not going to be Thursday afternoon, but it was a realistic notion, I believe, of a week. Yeah, which is pretty good compared to the actual 6 months it would take to get there now. Right. Less explosions, yeah. Less flash.
Is it? I guess I have one other thing with it. So, because I have a very limited knowledge of this, but with a lot of those thermonuclear weapons that have been developed, isn't the fallout and stuff like that is less now, right?
Oh yeah,
radioactive.
absolutely.
So I wonder, do you think that could change that scenario, as far as that causing a lot of secondary?
Yeah, but back at the time,
in space, there's no.
right? Well, it was the getting there, and it was the risk, right? So the terror was that this thing was going to get up to the edge of space and just not quite make it, and come back and become the world's worst re-entry vehicle, with 1,900 nuclear weapons on board it, and would incinerate the atmosphere. So that was the fear, right? And so that's why one of the reasons we did not go with the Orion design. Right. Yeah. Now the Russians were engaged in their own programs, I'll say. They did not take as much care and safety measures, perhaps, as we did, and that's probably all I can say right now. Yeah. But anyway. Yeah. All right. Thanks, guys.
We'll be back at 1400. Off the top of my head.
This December, the Air Force Research Laboratory's Phillips Research Site on Kirtland Air Force Base in New Mexico celebrates its 75th anniversary. In September of 1949, Air Force reconnaissance planes detected high levels of radiation suddenly spiking in the atmosphere. The Soviet Union had detonated its first thermonuclear device, and the Cold War was off to a running start. 3 months later, here on Kirtland Air Force Base, the Air Force Special Weapons Command stood up as a coordinating agency between the Atomic Energy Commission and the Air Force. It also had a dual mission to develop special weapons and unconventional weapons. Through the years, the Air Force Research Laboratory's mission has changed here on Kirtland Air Force Base and has developed a mission for space vehicles and directed energy. Today we'll be checking out some of the key buildings that have featured and key sites that have been prominent in our history. We'll be discussing the Space Vehicles Headquarters building, which is behind me right here. Also, the Space Structures Lab, the Air Force Transmission Line Aircraft Simulator, and the aircraft hangar that once housed an Air Force laser plane. 30 years ago, the building behind me, our Space Structures Laboratory, figured prominently in the story of Americans' assured access to space. This was the center of our Space Controls and Structures Group. In this building behind me, the Evolved Expendable Launch Vehicle Secondary Payload Adapter, or ESPA ring, was developed. For the first time, instead of sending one spaceship into orbit per launch, you could send 6, 7, or more. That was developed right here during the Phillips Lab period between 1990 and 1997. During the Cold War, our research and development efforts were not without their risk. Many of our scientists and engineers during the Special Weapons Center period in the 1950s were also members of the 4925th Test Group Atomic. Their job was to fly in and around nuclear radiated clouds during some of our tests in Nevada and in the Pacific. In 1956, one of our pilots, Captain Paul Crumley, took off near Enewetak Atoll and lost his life, unfortunately. This building behind me was built and dedicated in his honor, the Crumley Laboratory, which now houses the Space Systems Command Directorate here on Kirtland Air Force Base. In the building behind me here, 50 years ago, our Air Force Weapons Lab directed energy researchers developed the first airborne laser lab system. The Airborne Laser Lab successfully took down Sidewinder missiles and proved the basis for future airborne laser technology. The follow-on Airborne Laser Lab system of the early 21st century and the modern SHIELD system are all based on the design of that original 1970s Airborne Laser Lab vehicle. The success of the Airborne Laser Lab in the early 1980s led to the follow-on system, the Airborne Laser System of the early 21st century. The beam director behind me here would have been attached to the nose of a 747 aircraft designed to target, intercept, and destroy ballistic missiles during the boost phase, which it successfully performed in 2010. After the Limited Test Ban Treaty was signed in 1963, our research site could no longer engage in nuclear testing in the atmosphere, in space, or under the sea. Our researchers had to get smarter. So in 1963, the Air Force Weapons Lab stood up with a mission to simulate nuclear effects. The result of that simulation work can be seen behind me in the Air Force Transmission Line Aircraft Simulator, also known as a trestle. The largest freestanding wooden structure in the world to this day, the trestle was used as a test stand to make sure that our aircraft was hardened against nuclear radiation. 2 large EMP pulse generators, EMP standing for electromagnetic pulse generators, would blast the aircraft with EMP pulses to simulate conditions in a nuclear war. The test stand was used to ensure that our aircraft was safe and it could hold up to the weight of a B-52 aircraft. It stands 120 feet off the ground over our Tijeras Arroyo here on Kirtland Air Force Base and is about 600 feet wide. It is huge, and it's actually composed mostly of Douglas fir. Christmas trees. Merry Christmas. This December, the Air Force Research Laboratory's Phillips Research Site on Kirtland Air Force Base in New Mexico celebrates its 75th anniversary. In September of 1949, Air Force reconnaissance planes detected high levels of radiation suddenly spiking in the atmosphere. The Soviet Union had detonated its first thermonuclear device, and the Cold War was off to a running start. 3 months later, here on Kirtland Air Force Base, the Air Force Special Weapons Command stood up as a coordinating agency between the Atomic Energy Commission and the Air Force. It also had a dual mission to develop special weapons and unconventional weapons. Through the years, the Air Force Research Laboratory's mission has changed here on Kirtland Air Force Base and has developed a mission for space vehicles and directed energy. Today we'll be checking out some of the key buildings that have featured and key sites that have been prominent in our history. We'll be discussing the Space Vehicles Headquarters building, which is behind me right here. Also, the Space Structures Lab, the Air Force Transmission Line Aircraft Simulator, and the aircraft hangar that once housed an Air Force laser plane. 30 years ago, the building behind me, our Space Structures Laboratory, figured prominently in the story of Americans' assured access to space. This was the center of our Space Controls and Structures group. In this building behind me, the Evolved Expendable Launch Vehicle Secondary Payload Adapter, or ESPA ring, was developed. For the first time, instead of sending one spaceship into orbit per launch, you could send 6, 7, or more. That was developed right here during the Phillips Lab period between 1990 and 1997. During the Cold War, our research and development efforts were not without their risk. Many of our scientists and engineers during the Special Weapons Center period in the 1950s were also members of the 4925th Test Group Atomic. Their job was to fly in and around nuclear radiated clouds during some of our tests in Nevada and in the Pacific. In 1956, one of our pilots, Captain Paul Crumley, took off near Enewetak Atoll and lost his life, unfortunately. This building behind me was built and dedicated in his honor, the Crumley Laboratory, which now houses the Space Systems Command Directorate here on Kirtland Air Force Base. In the building behind me here, 50 years ago, our Air Force Weapons Lab directed energy researchers developed the first airborne laser lab system. The Airborne Laser Lab successfully took down Sidewinder missiles and proved the basis for future airborne laser technology. The follow-on Airborne Laser Lab system of the early 21st century and the modern SHIELD system are all based on the design of that original 1970s Airborne Laser Lab vehicle. The success of the Airborne Laser Lab in the early 1980s led to the follow-on system, the Airborne Laser System of the early 21st century. The beam director behind me here would have been attached to the nose of a 747 aircraft designed to target, intercept, and destroy ballistic missiles during the boost phase, which it successfully performed in 2010. After the Limited Test Ban Treaty was signed in 1963, our research site could no longer engage in nuclear testing in the atmosphere, in space, or under the sea. Our researchers had to get smarter. So in 1963, the Air Force Weapons Lab stood up with a mission to simulate nuclear effects. The result of that simulation work can be seen behind me in the Air Force Transmission Line Aircraft Simulator, also known as a trestle. The largest freestanding wooden structure in the world to this day, the trestle was used as a test stand to make sure that our aircraft was hardened against nuclear radiation. 2 large EMP pulse generators, EMP standing for electromagnetic pulse generators, would blast the aircraft with EMP pulses to simulate conditions in a nuclear war. The test stand was used to ensure that our aircraft was safe and it could hold up to the weight of a B-52 aircraft. It stands 120 feet off the ground over our Tijeras Arroyo here on Kirtland Air Force Base and is about 600 feet wide. It is huge and is actually composed mostly of Douglas fir. Christmas trees. Merry Christmas. This December, the Air Force Research Laboratory's Phillips Research Site on Kirtland Air Force Base in New Mexico celebrates its 75th anniversary. In September of 1949, Air Force reconnaissance planes detected high levels of radiation suddenly spiking in the atmosphere. The Soviet Union had detonated its first thermonuclear device, and the Cold War was off to a running start. 3 months later, here on Kirtland Air Force Base, the Air Force Special Weapons Command stood up as a coordinating agency between the Atomic Energy Commission and the Air Force. It also had a dual mission to develop special weapons and unconventional weapons. Through the years, the Air Force Research Laboratory's mission has changed here on Kirtland Air Force Base and has developed a mission for space vehicles and directed energy. Today, we'll be checking out some of the key buildings that have featured and key sites that have been prominent in our history. We'll be discussing the Space Vehicles Headquarters building, which is behind me right here. Also, the Space Structures Lab, the Air Force Transmission Line Aircraft Simulator, and the aircraft hangar that once housed an Air Force laser plane. 30 years ago, the building behind me, our Space Structures Laboratory, figured prominently in the story of Americans' assured access to space. This was the center of our Space Controls and Structures Group. In this building behind me, the Evolved Expendable Launch Vehicle Secondary Payload Adapter, or ESPA ring, was developed. For the first time, instead of sending one spaceship into orbit per launch, you could send 6, 7, or more. That was developed right here during the Phillips Lab period between 1990 and 1997. During the Cold War, our research and development efforts were not without their risk. Many of our scientists and engineers during the Special Weapons Center period in the 1950s were also members of the 4925th Test Group Atomic. Their job was
for the base since 1993, in addition to execute
everything out. Darren moves to the back. Good to see you. I do feel like asking if people can hear me. Can you hear me in the back well? Okay. Yeah, because I tend to spell out the British way, and somebody always says something, so I was like, you know what? I'm just going to do them both. But I appreciate you, of all people, pointing that out to me, being my, you know. Yeah. Well, it works now. Optimistic. Are we ready? We're good. Oh, okay. Alan's the true power. All right, perfect. All right, thank you guys very much. I kind of hesitate to thank Jeremiah. He's got lots of accolades already today, and I don't want him to get a big head. The doors look kind of small. Right, we move on. You're welcome. But I do want to, when he started off this morning and he talked about the role of historians, I mean, that we do tell our institution's histories, but one of the things that we also do is help put what we're doing into context, okay? And one of the reasons that I ended up getting to Sandia is because I went from just being, if you will, a traditional historian that did my research and did my teaching at the university and went done with it, and started getting involved in what is now kind of known as applied history. So someone would show up to me and say, hey, here's something we're looking at. Can you give us some background on this? Can you tell us how we got to this point? Is this new? Is it old? Any of that kind of stuff. And so that's where how we get to here today. You know, I feel like I should start off with the old Monty Python thing, and now for something completely different, right? Because this is not follow the same tread we've done so far today. But let's see what we can do. We'll move forward. It's very much a traditional kind of academic, some reading, some speaking as we go on today. But as you can tell from the headline, we're talking about gray zone, spelling it British or American English. You choose the one you like the most, and we'll go from there. In recent years, right, gray zone warfare, gray zone disruptions, hybrid war, however you want to call it, right? A lot of ink's been spilled on this. It's expansive. I think it gets every day. I probably read 3 or 4 articles about something new that's happened in the world, in the gray zone world. And some people find it very unclear. A lot of the current thinking surrounding gray zone activities and conflicts implies that the activities associated is very new. And the truth is, it's not, right? Gray zone conflict has been around since just about the beginning, right? Since about the time that humans began fighting. The Trojans certainly did not use the phrase gray zone, but they were early victims of it. Right? So the truth is, gray zone is about using all the means, but predominantly non-lethal means, to degrade an adversary so that they either collapse or are no longer a threat, or to compel them to accept your interests, one's interests. Right, so for the purpose of this talk, lots of words, I know, but it's a quote, so it's good. If Alan's still online, be clear about the words on my page. I want to briefly compare the definition, right, with some other definitions. So the Department of Defense defines deterrence, which we fall in here, as, quote, the prevention of action by the existence of a credible threat of unacceptable counteraction and or belief that the cost of an action outweighs the perceived benefits. And end quote. And then just for further reference, Sandia's Division 5000, they have a definition that states that integrated deterrence is, quote, a multifaceted approach to reducing competitors' perceptions of the net benefits of aggression relative to restraint. And note that deterrence in particular, and gray zone as well, should be targeted, right? So it should be per adversary. So you can't just say, look, I'm going to have deterrence. I'm going to deter everybody the same, or we're going to have a hybrid or gray zone activities, and it's going to be all the same for all of our adversaries, right? Every adversary has their own strong points and weak points, and needs to be directed for that. I'd also point out that deterrence and gray zone are not short-term items either, right? These are long-term ideas that you can't say, well, for the next month or for the next 2 years, the next just 4 years for my administration. It has to have a longer application than that. I'll point out that using all means, multifaceted, and prevention of action, right? These are in 2 of the 3 definitions that we look at here. And that's something to keep in mind as we proceed. Now, in the gray zone, the idea is to turn the adversary's politics and their society into the battlefield, right? Thus attacking the minds of the political leaders and the public, convincing them that their goals are unachievable and that this prevention of action that the Department of Defense has in their definition of integrated deterrence. So as such, it is precisely the kind of activity that is under the long-standing missions of the various agencies that constitute the intelligence community. In point of fact, gray zone warfare and activities have always been under the purview of those tasked with collecting and analyzing foreign intelligence, conducting covert actions, supporting critical acquisitions, and providing intelligence that empowers diplomacy. So to try and better understand gray zone warfare, and because we're historians, right, and to see this not a recent phenomena, I'm going to draw on the First World War to kind of use that as a bit of a foil. The hope is that this allows us from this perch in the 21st century to show that the modern methods that we have that differ, we don't have an unconscious bias, right, that we're dealing with at the time. Before I dive into the historical bit on top of that, understand that governments operate within the gray zone by utilizing what we call a toolkit for coercion. You know, that toolkit falls below the level needed for armed response. Today we look at things like meddling in foreign elections, that's part of the toolkit, causing a power grid to fail through a cyber attack, causing DHS planes to explode in the air, perhaps mass disinformation or misinformation campaigns. I'll point out that we've also had ports that were shut down recently. That falls within the gray zone world. When I mentioned the power grid, I'll also point out that Britain's MI6 recently came out and they said, look, if your power grid depends on products from China, I certainly hope your power doesn't go out in a crisis, right? So they're worried about what's coming into their countries at these times. Now, this presentation originally was for a longer presentation, so I'm going to really move quickly through this because otherwise it gets much longer and we have limited amounts of time. But I think we're all in agreement that the First World War is a thing. It happened, okay? Generally, we consider ourselves to have been on the good side. Great thing about the First World War is that it's kind of it's not to confuse terms, but it's very gray, right? Who is good, who is bad is really kind of mixed and wibbly wobbly for that bit. But from the German point of view, the war would have been over had the Brits stayed out, right? That caused the problem. France would have fallen in the 6 weeks they expected. They would have fought Russia to a standstill, and everything would have been wonderful. But the British didn't stay out. They got involved. They stymied the German advance. But the German high command still looked at the idea that if Britain can get out, if we can get them out of the war, we can win. Okay, and the German high command saw the use of submarine warfare, which was considered illegal at the time, which is a whole international law kind of a thing that we can get into later if you want to in the Q&A. But they saw submarine warfare as the way to knock the Brits out, right? They were going to strangle them, keep them from getting the food they needed, and they would sue for peace and leave and allow the German army to do its job on the ground. And so Erich von Falkenhayn, who is the chief of staff, looks to Bethmann Hollweg, which is this guy here initially, and he says, look, I need you to resolve the terrain, right? That's a very direct German translation. Basically, you would say, if you read it normally, you'd say, solve this problem for me, right? Use all the tools in your toolbox to solve this problem. And the problem wasn't just strangling the British, right? That was the Navy's problem. But the United States, through the first 3.5 years of this war, were non-belligerents, right? They were neutral. And all the complaints they have are about submarines sinking ships and Americans dying and this type of thing and how it's illegal. And so what the Foreign Office was supposed to resolve was to make sure that when the Navy started sinking ships to strangle the British, that the Americans did not join the Allies, right? They stayed neutral in the long run here. So for the German Foreign Office, for Theobald Bethmann Hollweg here, to resolve that terrain, he was going to use all the tools in the German diplomatic toolbox, and that consisted mainly of dragging out negotiations with the United States, okay? Flattery of the United States president and of his emissaries and folks that he sent over to them, and eventually with Arthur Zimmerman, the guy with just the cool mustache. Theobald Bethmann Hollweg has a cool beard and mustache, well done. Zimmerman would send the famous Zimmerman telegram, right, to Mexico. So this offer of an alliance to a country close to the United States. Now, again, examining this particular point in history, let's just understand that the Germans are trying to use different types of diplomatic pressure to influence an outcome of submarine warfare and test America's resolve with these different measures. So in other words, they're tasked with preventing American actions. I think it's a reasonable assessment, but the notion of this measure short of war that they were using has become kind of inappropriately linked to some modern methods of aggression that, if we don't think about them critically, lead to unnecessary confusion. And specifically, this hampers our understanding of what the gray zone warfare actually is, and then consequently what the offensive and defensive responses to it should be. So one of the things that we are currently still with is the integrated deterrence. I don't think integrated is left quite yet, but we're still doing integrated deterrence, and gray zone is part of this. So I'm going to come to this guy here in a minute, but Al Moroni is from the U.S. Air Force Center for Strategic Deterrence Studies, and he tries to simplify things for us. And he states that deterrence is the threat of force. All right, but does deterrence have to only be a threat of armed response? I think if you listen to John F. Kennedy's 1962 speech to the cadets at West Point, where he tells them upon graduation that they would, quote, have a responsibility to deter war as well as fight it. Maybe it's not. Kennedy goes on in the same speech to point out that the United States military, quote, complements our diplomacy. It is an arm of our diplomacy as a deterrent to our adversaries and as a symbol to our allies of our determination to support them. So while many salient points are made during the speech, right, the informative aspect, I think, is that Kennedy ties deterrence to diplomacy, something that this guy, who you may not, if you don't recognize him, right, this is George F. Kennan, right? He's the storied diplomat and historian, Cold War strategist. Now, diplomats have traditionally used this term, measures short of war, for the adjudication and adjustment of disputes between states. Kennan indicates in his now well-known first lecture at the National War College in 1946 that from the Cold War forward, those measures stopped serving the objective of resolving disagreements and started serving the goal of projecting power, right? So this subtle shift from to the projection of power is what made measures short of war conducive to modern discussions of gray zone warfare. And it's a very elastic understanding of gray zone warfare that really comes out of Dr. Frank Hoffman's observations of the Israeli-Hezbollah war in 2006, where he saw this mix of irregular and conventional tools that were used in the conflict in addition to things like terrorism and criminal behavior. And the type of physically violent clash that evolved into what he called hybrid warfare, and what we think of hybrid warfare often, but differed from what we normally described as salami slicing strategies that employed measures short of war, like the cyber attacks and information campaigns or energy diplomacy. So in this latter mode of conflict, Dr. Hoffman understands to be the gray zone warfare. And in his testimony before the House Armed Services Committee, he undertook some effort to make the point that it fell just outside the bounds of armed conflict. That point was appropriate for the purposes of giving shape to the notion of hybrid warfare, but it did inadvertently misrepresent the gray zone by suggesting that it has a place on the continuum of conflict which defines it. However, by placing the gray zone on that continuum, Hoffman ensures that indirect approaches, including subversion and political warfare, are not overlooked. Additionally, gray zone's place on the continuum aligns U.S. thinking with that of Russia and China, neither of which draw a line between conventional and strategic deterrence, and emphasize political warfare and indirect methods as part of their everyday warfare. So integrated deterrence, therefore, includes the gray zone conflict. It includes conventional weapons, strategic deterrence assets such as space and warning systems and missile defenses, nuclear strike platforms, and munitions. So to be sure, right, putting measures short of war on that continuum implies a compartmentalization of non-kinetic action. And one outcome of this, although not apparent from Hoffman's intention, was that measures short of war observed a jurisdictional distinction between the soft power of diplomacy and the hard power of defense. Now, Kennan himself would not have recognized this division because he saw diplomacy as, in his words, embracing every phase of national power and every phase of national dealings. So his understanding, I could suggest, was closer to what the Joint Chiefs of Staffs referred to as midfield or dimes or whole of governments. Pick whatever phrase we want to start using for things as well. One of the issues for Kennan was not about turning diplomacy into the means for subduing the will of an enemy or having one set of measures for peace and another set for war and a third set for whatever happens in between. Rather, the idea as Kennan saw it was about synchronizing and coordinating the measures short of war so that the nation always speaks from a position of strength. As Michael Mazar has put it, the importance of Kennan's position was in its use of integrated strategies bringing together information operations, development aid, regime support, and other nonviolent options to encourage specific political outcomes. Now, regrettably, Kennan's approach to measures short of war was lost in reaction to the alarming events such as the militarization of artificial islands in South China Sea, the Russian invasion of Crimea, and indeed, for many analysts, these actions did not rise to the level of an armed response. So what to do about them kind of stalled out in this weird jurisdictional no man's land between the routine statecraft and conventional warfare. Okay? It was dithering relative to a kind of aggressive activity that Kennan would have called totalitarian skullduggery. This is a solution to which, as Antonio Echeverria, I can't ever say his last name, Echeverria aptly pointed out, required that the diplomatic and military operations be integrated and synchronized to be effective. Thus the label gray zone warfare, which occasionally marks an institutional failure to respond to a problem through the kind of national strength that Kennan defined as political, economic, moral, and military strength. This kind of brings us back to my First World War bit when we talk about Zimmerman and Falkenhayn and what they're trying to do. Because when we talk about the blockade, one of the lessons we have to learn, right, that the Germans learned that holds true today is that the sustainment of national strength really depends on securing your supply chains. Okay? Just as Germany came to realize that the fatal vulnerability that occurs when components of critical supply chains are controlled by other powers, right? So it is true for modern sovereign nations. What is perhaps unique to the modern gray zone is that the battle for supply chain dominance happens now before the physical clash of armed forces. In the gray zone, adversaries work to gain control of both critical infrastructure and supply chains in order to disable the potential for a physical clash at a later date. Another instructive bit that's worth noting is that the German retaliation by blockade using U-boats to sink neutral ships that were carrying materials for the Allies, this kind of goes with an age-old truth that's like unregulated new technology provides an asymmetric advantage over an adversary. Just as true in today's gray zone as it was then, and you think about cyber domain, it fits in many cases. So on balance, right, there's a little in the way of enforceable international humanitarian law to prevent a modern military unit like Russia's GRU Unit 26165, known generally as Fancy Bear, or North Korea's cyber warfare unit Lab 110 from attacking unprotected civilians. Further, just as with an introduction of depth charges and sonar to mitigate the asymmetrical threat at sea, so too innovations in both destructive capabilities and detection are required in things like cybersecurity. So by no means is this the last axiom applicable to war in general and gray zone warfare specifically. This example of Germany's use of diplomatic activity merits some additional comment. Germany made overtures, and this is the last one was Zimmerman's famous letter to Mexico offering the alliance. You see the code on one side and then the broken code on the other side. So these overtures to Mexico, because its objective was to create a balance of power that tipped in their favor, and put bluntly, right, Mexico's civil war served as an opportunity that the Germans saw as keeping the Americans tied down and not able to influence the war in Europe. The salient point here, though, is that even though the notions conveyed through Germany's formal diplomatic communications were unpleasant, the German diplomats engaged in a persuasion exercise, right? That's the proper function of diplomacy. In the gray zone, by contrast, diplomacy is a subversive exercise, not just coercive, it's subversive. So practically speaking, it often plays out that by leveraging what Heather Connolly and her team have called an unvirtuous cycle of influence. And as they note, relative to Russia, for instance, the idea is to use a network of patronage to exploit a nation's economic vulnerability by promising both protection and perpetual enrichment to those willing to serve as agents of influence. Similarly, the often cited case of the Chinese loans and investments in Sri Lanka in exchange for shielding President Rajapaksa from war crimes allegations in the UN gave the PRC enormous sway in that country. Right? So the point here again is that diplomacy in the gray zone is often a matter of state capture via corruption and subversion, and one solution to this is better counterintelligence. So by now, I'm hoping, right, that it's clear that gray zone activity is not necessarily ambiguous, maybe still confusing, but it's definitely not ambiguous. But neither is it a measure of war as it has often commonly been claimed, right? The truth is, gray zone exhibits many of the same principles found throughout history of interstate conflicts. And what perhaps is unique about the gray zone warfare is that the hostile activities associated with it are not always open and obvious. Doesn't mean, however, that gray zone warfare is something separate from kinetic action on a continuum of conflict. Rather, the covert nature and often asymmetric attacks suggest that the areas of operation are not always physical. So when we talk about what deterrence is, what its limits are, and how others view it, these things are well documented, I think. And to the extent that the term is used in a warlike context, I think it will suffice to echo Dr. Echeverria once again and treat deterrence as a coin with two sides, one negative, one positive. One, to deter negatively is to exercise power in a way that causes an adversary to refrain from taking a certain action. At the same time, deterrence is also positive because it causes an adversary to do something else, right? Echeverria notes that in his words, for best effect, deterrence should have a diplomatic, an informational, a military operational, and economic dimensions. And these clearly must be integrated, and they clearly must be synchronized. So one consequence of this duality is that deterrence must be specific, like I mentioned before. So I'll note again, and I use this for us for Sandia's Division 5000, the definition of integrated deterrence calls for this tailored and specific circumstances. It requires an understanding of both what the adversary is to refrain from doing and what you want it to do instead. So for example, if we think of a fence, right, as a negative deterrent, and this place is covered in fences, so we should know these very well. This fence dissuades people from walking into a denied area, right? That's the goal. So if an adversary is highly motivated and the positive aspect is not fully addressed, then the fence is ineffective relative to any number of other actions like climbing over it or just going around it or digging under it or cutting through it, etc. These types of things, right, to gain access to the denied area. Presumably then, the point of adding the term integrated to the word deterrence in the NDS was to ensure that the positive, or perhaps more generally what the adversary is to do instead, is shaped through the combined exercise of multiple instruments of power. Right? So to continue with my fence analogy, the addition of concertina wire, electrification, guards, to the fence, right? This communicates that harm will come to individuals who attempt to enter this denied area, which hopefully prompts them to stay away. Similarly, the synchronized efforts of law enforcement, military intelligence, and diplomatic communities communicate the potential for an adversary to lose something of value, which sways that decision away from warlike activities as well. Or, as expressed in the NDS, integrated deterrence relates to the coordination of operations across all government agencies and allies to build a combat credible force that alters the risk calculus for aggressive behavior. Now, I think I have time for this, so I want to go with it. As a historian, I want to continue with another historical note for us. I mentioned at the beginning some stuff about disinformation and misinformation. Some will have read how this would make an attack on the United States. There's another phrase for this misinformation and disinformation that a group I tend to work with uses a lot, and it's just called intellectual sabotage, right? It's kind of got a nasty undertone, overtone, I think just nasty phrase all around, intellectual sabotage. But I like it anyway, and we're going to go with it, right? So intellectual sabotage is the act of damaging the intellectual infrastructure and causing an adversary to abandon their beliefs either in part or in whole. So it's similar to both that Russian notion of reflexive control and the Chinese understanding of mind superiority. I can't pronounce the Chinese word for it. You go look, you can Google that easy enough, I think. But it differs from these two military arts in that the goal is not to control an adversary or lead a decision maker to a predetermined decision. Rather, the aim of intellectual sabotage is to subdue the adversary by severing the connection between group-level core beliefs and the concepts that inform the adversary's reasons for action. Okay? Effectively identifying group-level core beliefs and how tightly they're held by a population requires large data sets that do exist, but generally exceed the ability for a lot of experts to exhaustively analyze. Put another way, right, there's a trove of data out there that we have, and artificial intelligence is going to have to be applied to it, or it already has been applied to it. I don't know what everybody does. It's in the room or online. Once it's applied in terms of what our adversaries are doing, we can help experts then both develop insights into and tooling for intellectual sabotage in this modern era. So that brings me to the photograph I have up here. And just by sheer dumb luck, this is a drawing of Charlemagne, and who in the years 1772, 1785 fought this insurgency. Like I said, by dumb luck, I happened just to be in Aachen last week and was at his cathedral and saw all of his work. It was interesting. Anyway, in this context, right, Charlemagne is going to change enemy behavior that is guided by religious beliefs. So, more concretely, right, Charlemagne created a very strict dilemma for the Saxons who he was fighting in Europe, and for their leadership to choose between either death or participation in the rite of Christian baptism. Okay? And by choosing the latter option, which they did, baptism, the Saxons committed blasphemy against their deity. Right? So once they had done this, and Charlemagne's like, oh, by the way, you become blasphemers. The Saxons believed they had alienated themselves from the God upon which they could no longer depend. And so their reasons for acting, their reasons for fighting, lost purpose. Right? And the Saxons then ended their insurgency, and Charlemagne today is still known as the father of Europe, in part because he was able to bring so many groups together underneath the, if you will, the Christian umbrella at the time. Now, look, I admit, right, as a historian, I took several hundred years and some really important things that happened in Western history and condensed it to one slide in about 2.5 paragraphs, right? So there's a lot more that goes into this. But the key is here, I think, right, that sabotage, right, in a cognitive domain can be decisive in warfare in particular, right? So to be sure, every adversary, right, has their ideology, which by definition is a systematic body of concepts that fits together to make up a socio-political program for them. And as such, these concepts can be confused, or they can be reprioritized, or they can be brought into direct contradiction with other of their concepts. Concepts of legitimacy, of authority, these can be confused to undermine the belief in popular sovereignty. Intellectual sabotage does not, or does contrast sharply with deterrence, most obviously because deterrence is related to the physical domain, land, air, sea, space, cyber, whereas intellectual sabotage takes place in that cognitive domain and relates to beliefs and reason and intentions. Right? Now, this doesn't mean that deterrence and intellectual sabotage are mutually exclusive, because either integrated deterrence or intellectual sabotage can be chosen to stop an action, or they both can be adopted at the same time and used in a complementary fashion. So in other words, intellectual sabotage can be, but it's not necessarily a strategic alternative to integrated deterrence. Neither is it something to be undertaken lightly. Disrupting the mental consistency of authors, or the authors how an adversary interacts with the world, is significantly harder to do than just instilling fear in them of losing something that they value. Okay? Plus, we don't know what the add-on effects are. Right? If you convince the Iranian people that the Shah is not following Allah's word, and that Allah's word means something entirely different than what they've been taught, what happens next, we're not clearly, we're not sure of. But, in the meantime, if we bring down, the Iranians, maybe then do we worry about that later? If you do, right, there's a whole other box over there that Pandora hasn't even touched yet that we may get involved in, okay? So, shifting core beliefs permanently changes the adversary's outlook as opposed to changing a direction that takes place through deterrence. Now, indeed, they may take place in a cyber domain or in a cognitive sphere of unprotected civilians, but what is important to recognize about the gray zone, however, is that its ultimate goal as a method of war is not the destruction of enemy forces or the full submission of an enemy's will, a la Clausewitz. Rather, the aim of gray zone conflict is political destabilization, and the key to waging it is through activities that do not rise to that level of collective defense. As Kirtland noted, while hard power does not lose its significance, soft power have more options that are less costly, and the advantages in strategic competition. And he further points out that gray zone offers both state and non-state actors a greater ability to adapt their soft power to new developments and changes in their environments. It is an aptly expressed observation in the flexibility to which Gurner refers that suggests the means for effectively countering gray zone is in coordinating instruments of power to blunt that threat. So to be clear, at the risk of oversimplifying things once again, advances in command, control, communications, computers, cyber defense, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, right, the C5 ISR, They have dramatically shortened the time between sensing and responding to physical threats. Gray zone conflict, however, is a clarion call to adapt that C5ISR from just military operations and apply that basic concept to the whole of government approach to find, to fix, and finish those who would seek to undercut our nation by means of skullduggery. And then just because, again, I'm a recovering professor, some important things to have, some recommended readings that we have here. Thomas Ridd's Active Measures, excellent. It's kind of thick, but it's a quick read. Ofer Friedman's Russian Hybrid Warfare, it's a little more dense, but it should be like one of the top books you want to pick up. Mark Galeotti is he's one of the godfathers in this realm, so the weaponization of everything. If you read the Friedman and Galeotti books like back to back, you're going to get a lot from them. And then some of the guys I mentioned, Michael Mazar here, and then Antonio Echeverria, these two they're short. I think these two books are they may be less than 100 pages, maybe less than 80 pages even, but they go into it real quick and easy on gray zone in these two areas. And I think the last one I have is The Defender's Dilemma. Elizabeth Brau works in Europe, she works in Sweden mainly, and this is how do we fight gray zone? What's the best way to go about this? I don't necessarily agree with everything that she says on how to attack it in here, but it's a great kind of like primer to what do we do to stop it. And then actually, I just picked up a book recently that is about the Russian way of war, and it's all about Russian gray zone activity. And I don't have it up here because I just picked it up, but I've read most of it this last week, and it's also a book worth reading if you want to understand what we're competing with. Thank you. Yeah.
I got a question for you. So, first of all, stimulating. Thank you. I'd be interested to know your thoughts on how. And I know there's a lot to it, but maybe some of your perspective on the gray zone situation with China and the United States.
So, if we think about gray zone in both a hybrid, right? We talked about the creation of the islands. We see the idea of Chinese warships going out and spraying water on Philippine ships. That is one of the things you kind of like, okay, whatever, in one real sense, right? I know with the Navy sails ships through the area all the time to kind of be like, this is still international waters, back off. The question is, if we think about Chinese gray zone in the sense of economic manipulation, purchase of ports, the purchase of land. I'll admit that for most of my adult life, there have been discussions about the next great war is going to happen over fresh water. I think Arizona's finally getting its act together, and there's been some bills that went through their House to stop the Chinese from purchasing land in Arizona because they're buying land, which people have a right to sell if you own it, but then they're planting crops on it, on this land. And usually it's like alfalfa. And then they punch a hole in the ground, find fresh water the hell out of it, right? And every cutting they get gets shipped back to China. Saudi Arabia does the same thing, just so we're clear. Saudi Arabia also owns a lot of land in the American deserts where they're doing the exact same thing, shipping alfalfa back to Saudi Arabia. So both those countries, in a sense, it's kind of a gray zone attack because they are taking U.S. resources and U.S. economic power, and when that water runs out, it doesn't come back, right? That fresh water in those areas. I think I'm going to pivot briefly on you because Russia is more in depth with their gray zone. They have been doing it longer, and the Chinese are essentially just following in their wake, if you will, and letting the Russians do the heavy lifting in the gray zone, and then they just do their bits afterwards. Chinese are very good at, the Russians are good at it right now as well, but the Chinese are very good, particularly in the Pacific area, paying people, right? Finding a spot in a business, so they put somebody on a board, and they pay somebody, so like, we're going to pay you money, you're going to sit on the board of this company, but you're going to vote for Chinese, for China, for things that's good for China. They do the same thing with, like, Australia had a couple of MPs that got in trouble because they were basically on the Chinese payroll, and anything that came in front of the Australian government that would either hurt China, they'd vote against. If it was positive for China, they'd vote for it, and they got caught, basically. So those types of things, the world is very much connected, despite what we may be thinking right now in the United States. We still work very closely with our allies, and if they have problems, we have problems. So I'm not sure if that answers fully, but China's a difficult one. I don't spend a lot of time playing with them. I probably should. Russia has been the one that we've focused on a lot when it comes to gray zone issues with allies.
I mean, I think you're exactly right. I mean, we've been doing the Russia thing for longer.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I think both Russia and China would be interesting as your take, because to your larger point in this presentation, this idea that if you can erode the core beliefs of a nation or a people, that's one that I think is interesting. So Russia and China are very tightly controlled society, and we do not. That's like our whole point, right? Freedom and the ability to talk and do all those things. So that's one of the things I thought was interesting, or that I was thinking about when you were talking about that, was this question of that's something that I think a lot of analysts have seen, and that I've seen, and I was interested in getting your take on, is how both Russia and China for years have played on that, because they know they can cause a lot of turbulence here, and they don't have to deal with the same thing.
Yeah, I'm not generally a conspiracy theorist, right? But I do believe that we know that particularly Russian gray zone activities, the active measures that Thomas Rid talks about, right? They started doing that the moment that the communists took over in Russia, right? They already started attacking people that they were having issues with, and that stuff keeps coming back around. There are a few faces in here I can tell that are old enough to remember during the HIV/AIDS crisis, when there was the newspaper articles that this was a CIA, the CIA had invented AIDS to give to the gay community and the African American community, and that was traced back to an article that was written in Russia by a Russian and submitted to a paper like in elsewhere in the world, and then it starts cropping up, right? So these things are very long term, and with social media, that long term has collapsed to seconds, right? So it's very easy to put something out that's false and let people roll with it, because particularly as we've continued to be divided by these activities, gray zone activities, it's easier to say, well, I'm on this side, and so this thing seems to fit what I want, whether it's true or not, and then go. So after Charlie Kirk was murdered last week, I read that something like 65% of the tweets on X, Twitter, were bots, Chinese or Russian bots that cranked through it, right? And that was just on Twitter. And so I'm thinking, well, what about all the other ones, right? Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, all the places that are going out there, the bots that are just spewing things to try and divide Americans. Yeah, we play with those. No, you don't get to ask me anything. No, go ahead. What?
Well, I guess one of the things that I find so striking about this stuff is it seems to me, and you brought up Iran, and I think, and the Shah, right? Talk about unintended consequences, right? But it seems to me that these things have these choices of actions could be applied with a great deal of nuance, or should be applied with a great deal of nuance. But I don't see that actually necessarily happening in a coordinated fashion. I mean, I can't speak for every country, but in this country, in a coordinated fashion, right, between state, CIA, FBI, and defense, right? That there's not, I mean, everybody's got their stuff, but how that's being deployed, and whether or not there is actually attention to the subtlety and the nuance of it, with an eye to the the various potential consequences besides the desired outcome, but in the longer term. Do you see that actually being attended to? Because when I think about, I mean, like, well, if you think about Iran, it's, I mean, that
So,
went
yeah.
90 degrees of sideways every 3 days right there for a while, and has landed us now.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about, I mentioned midfield, dimes, whole of government, these phrases that we try and come up with to say we're all going to work together.
But there's nothing integrated, and there's nothing integrated in the discussion of deterrence. I mean, we discuss it
Right.
as though it's integrated, but when you actually look at who's doing what, there's some, I mean, we saw some that, you know, some of the institutions work together and sometimes they don't. And that seems, it just seems to me that it takes something that is an effective tool sometimes, and turns it into, I don't know, some kind of just axe being flung.
Yes. I mean, I agree. I don't, somebody else in the room might be in those kinds of meetings more than we are, right? But from what I see, there's not as much integration as we need to make those things successful. Things like intellectual sabotage as well. You know, I have a colleague he's a Middle Eastern expert, and I said, I want to talk to you about this because I want to talk to you about how this works with stuff in Iran. And his reaction after kind of reading a paper we did on just intellectual sabotage was, I don't think I want to be close to this because it's dirty, and the unintended consequences are what I'm really worried of. There are people that are going to get hurt that are the people you're trying to actually help by kicking the Shah out, right? Kicking the mullahs out. He said, so we have to be very careful with it. Yet, I know there are groups that are like, let's really delve into this. And Sandia has had a group that worked very much adjacent to this, where they said, so how do we attack the, if you will, the social media in country X? And they brought in, you know, SMEs, area experts, these types of things, nailed down every bit of detail they could before they created something to send it out. I don't know which branch or branches were involved. I just know we had some of that kind of stuff. That was, just so we're clear, right? That was unclassified stuff that's going on too. So, yeah, it's not, should it be? Yes, because of the kind of stuff that Gray Zone does, we should definitely be working together. And I think that, we talked about this earlier, one of the things that we keep glossing over right now is that and I realize I'm on an Air Force base and I've got guys in uniform in the room that outnumber me, but America's power since 1945, since 1940, has been its economy, right? The moment our economy starts to struggle, we all get cuts, right? I mean, we've seen it. I mean, some of the guys, I think we're close to the same age, so I know you've seen it, right? And because it's not just, oh, it's going to happen in State Department and CIA or wherever else. It gets across the board. Everybody gets hit. And with the Gray Zone, economics is huge. It's a huge part of that whole thing that you walk in, the whole toolkit that you take in.
Well, you certainly see us receiving it, right? I mean, this is, right? I mean,
yeah.
As you said, the bots active right after Charlie Kirk did the adding to the dissension and the split and all of that. And if that's happening, I mean, that's just one example in the past several years of this happening. Watching this country come to blows. I mean, we're coming to violence, and we have reached it. And then if you add to that problems in the economy,
then they get worse.
America's no longer even paying attention to what the rest of the world's doing.
Yeah, and you think about when America has been violent.
And you see that, like, that kind of thing that, like, there's no, I mean, first of all, the attack is relentless, but and then there's no apparent path out. Yeah, and so think about in American history alone, when violence has occurred between American citizens or between American citizens and its governments, it's almost exclusively when we're at economic downturns, right? If we talk about, we had the Red Scares, the closest America came to having a revolution after 1776 was during the Great Depression. Easily. Next time, late 60s, right? We have an economic downturn, we have the draft, lots of things going on.
once the economy comes up, once people feel comfortable, right, but they feel better. The joke I've used for years and years is, look, for the vast majority of Americans, if you can get cheap beer, watch Cowboys on Sunday, and pick your college team on Saturday, right, and you pay your rent, you're pretty happy. You'll kind of go along with stuff. But the moment you can't afford your beer and your barbecue, the moment that you can't get together with friends to watch your college team or your NFL team, now you're going to start complaining, right? Price of eggs was a huge thing in the last election. Not being political, but again, that was all about economy, wasn't it? When the U.S. today, dealing with currently in the rest of the world, it's we've cut U.S. aid. Whereas that part of the toolkit, that soft power, that was huge in winning the Cold War. If we won the Cold War, I know that's always debatable, right, amongst historians, but
ending it at least.
Yeah. But I mean, getting aid out there. I mean, think about the number of times that the U.S. sent African American jazz and other musicians to the continent of Africa as soft power. By the way, if you want a kind of a cool podcast, it's called The Winds of Change. And it's on, so I know it's on Spotify, you can probably get it anywhere, but it's The Winds of Change, and it's about the heavy metal band Scorpions. Everybody know the Scorpions? I hope so, okay. And their song, The Winds of Change. So the rumor, since that song came out, is that the CIA wrote it and had, the Scorpions, one of the biggest bands in the world at the time, sing it, because it was right as the Soviet Union's getting ready to collapse, and here's this band, and they go to Russia with, I forget what the metal thing was, but they had a bunch of metal bands go and play in Moscow, and this is one of the songs. And it's like 7 different things, but while the CIA write the song is the thread, they talk about American soft power during the Cold War throughout. It's fascinating, and it's spot on from a historian's perspective about what they did and how it was used. And that helps combat gray zone as well. Okay. All right. Nothing else. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
We'll do a 10-minute break and reconvene at 1500.
Hello, my name is Christopher McCune, and I am the historian for the 58th Special Operations Wing here at Kirtland Air Force Base. The 58th Special Operations Wing, known as the 58 SAO, provides training for air crews dedicated to personnel recovery, special operations and missile site support at Kirtland Air Force Base, as well as locations in Alabama and North Carolina. It also oversees the Air Force's schools dedicated to survival, evasion, resistance, and escape, ensuring its graduates possess the skills to navigate the harshest environments while remaining true to the code of conduct. The 58 SAO's history at Kirtland Air Force Base began with the arrival of the 1550th Aircrew Training and Test Wing from Hill Air Force Base, Utah in February 1976. The wing trained rescue air crews and provided a testbed for the newest technologies designed to improve real-world combat operations in a safe and controlled environment. The aircraft of the 58 SAO have evolved over the decades alongside the ever-growing technological capabilities of new platforms. In its early years, the training mission employed the same types of aircraft used in Vietnam in order to educate students in the lessons provided in that conflict. Today, it flies the newest variants and the most revolutionary aircraft to ensure its graduates are prepared to deploy around the world anytime, anywhere, a legacy and tradition that now spans generations and some of the most momentous events in this nation's history. Since the arrival of this mission to Kirtland Air Force Base, over 25,000 graduates have completed training on an array of helicopters, fixed-wing, and tilt-rotor aircraft platforms. In addition, nearly 32,000 students have accomplished refresher training on the wing's broad suite of aircrew training devices and weapon simulators. These graduates and the members of the 58 SAO reflect the spirit, dedication, and ferocity of the wing's longtime symbol of Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, who never failed to swiftly avenge any harm done to those under her protection. The 58 SAO has accomplished quite a bit at Kirtland Air Force Base in nearly 50 years, and we're very excited to see what the next 58 years is going to bring. Hello, My name is Christopher McCune, and I am the historian for the 58th Special Operations Wing here at Kirtland Air Force Base. The 58th Special Operations Wing, known as the 58 SAO, provides training for air crews dedicated to personnel recovery, special operations and missile site support at Kirtland Air Force Base, as well as locations in Alabama and North Carolina. It also oversees the Air Force's schools dedicated to survival, evasion, resistance, and escape, ensuring its graduates possess the skills to navigate the harshest environments while remaining true to the code of conduct. The 58 SAO's history at Kirtland Air Force Base began with the arrival of the 1550th Aircrew Training and Test Wing from Hill Air Force Base, Utah in February 1976. The wing trained rescue air crews and provided a testbed for the newest technologies designed to improve real-world combat operations in a safe and controlled environment. The aircraft of the 58 SAO have evolved over the decades alongside the ever-growing technological capabilities of new platforms. In its early years, the training mission employed the same types of aircraft used in Vietnam in order to educate students in the lessons provided in that conflict. Today, it flies the newest variants of the most revolutionary aircraft to ensure its graduates are prepared to deploy around the world anytime, anywhere, a legacy and tradition that now spans generations and some of the most momentous events in this nation's history. Since the arrival of this mission to Kirtland Air Force Base, over 25,000 graduates have completed training on an array of helicopters, fixed-wing, and tilt-rotor aircraft platforms. In addition, nearly 32,000 students have accomplished refresher training on the wing's broad suite of aircrew training devices and weapon simulators. These graduates and the members of the 58 SAO reflect the spirit, dedication, and ferocity of the wing's longtime symbol of Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, who never failed to swiftly avenge any harm done to those under her protection. The 58 SAO has accomplished quite a bit at Kirtland Air Force Base in nearly 50 years, and we're very excited to see what the next 58 years is going to bring. Hello, my name is Christopher McCune, and I am the historian for the 58th Special Operations Wing here at Kirtland Air Force Base. The 58th Special Operations Wing, known as the 58 SAO, provides training for air crews dedicated to personnel recovery, special operations and missile site support at Kirtland Air Force Base, as well as locations in Alabama and North Carolina. It also oversees the Air Force's schools dedicated to survival, evasion, resistance, and escape, ensuring its graduates possess the skills to navigate the harshest environments while remaining true to the code of conduct. The 58 SAO's history at Kirtland Air Force Base began with the arrival of the 1550th Aircrew Training and Test Wing from Hill Air Force Base, Utah in February 1976. The wing trained rescue air crews and provided a testbed for the newest technologies designed to improve real-world combat operations in a safe and controlled environment. The aircraft of the 58 SAO have evolved over the decades alongside the ever-growing technological capabilities of new platforms. In its early years, the training mission employed the same types of aircraft used in Vietnam in order to educate students in the lessons provided in that conflict. Today, it flies the newest variants of the most revolutionary aircraft to ensure its graduates are prepared to deploy around the world anytime, anywhere, a legacy and tradition that now spans generations and some of the most momentous events in this nation's history. Since the arrival of this mission to Kirtland Air Force Base, over 25,000 graduates have completed training on an array of helicopters, fixed-wing, and tilt-rotor aircraft platforms. In addition, nearly 32,000 students have accomplished refresher training on the wing's broad suite of aircrew training devices and weapon simulators. These graduates and the members of the 58 SAO reflect the spirit, dedication, and ferocity of the wing's longtime symbol of Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, who never failed to swiftly avenge any harm done to those under her protection. The 58 SAO has accomplished quite a bit at Kirtland Air Force Base in nearly 50 years, and we're very excited to see what the next 58 years is going to bring. Hello, my name is Christopher McCune, and I am the historian for the 58th Special Operations Wing here at Kirtland Air Force Base. The 58th Special Operations Wing, known as the 58 SAO, provides training for air crews dedicated to personnel recovery, special operations and missile site support at Kirtland Air Force Base, as well as locations in Alabama and North Carolina. It also oversees the Air Force's schools dedicated to survival, evasion, resistance, and escape, ensuring its graduates possess the skills to navigate the harshest environments while remaining true to the code of conduct. The 58 Sal's history at Kirtland Air Force Base began with the arrival of the 1550th Aircrew Training and Test Wing from Hill Air Force Base, Utah in February 1976. The wing trained rescue air crews and provided a testbed for the newest technologies designed to improve real-world combat operations in a safe and controlled environment. The aircraft of the 58 SAL have evolved over the decades alongside the ever-growing technological capabilities of new platforms. In its early years, the training mission employed the same types of aircraft used in Vietnam in order to educate students in the lessons provided in that conflict. Today, it flies the newest variants and the most revolutionary aircraft to ensure its graduates are prepared to deploy around the world anytime, anywhere, a legacy and tradition that now spans generations and some of the most momentous events in this nation's history. Since the arrival of this mission to Kirtland Air Force Base, over 25,000 graduates have completed training on an array of helicopters, fixed-wing, and tilt-rotor aircraft platforms. In addition, nearly 32,000 students have accomplished refresher training on the wing's broad suite of aircrew training devices and weapon simulators. These graduates and the members of the 58 SAL reflect the spirit, dedication, and ferocity of the wing's longtime symbol of Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, who never failed to swiftly avenge any harm done to those under her protection. The 58 SAL has accomplished quite a bit at Kirtland Air Force Base in the nearly 50 years, and we're very excited to see what the next 58 years is going to bring. Hello, my name is Christopher McCune, and I am the historian for the 58th Special Operations Wing here at Kirtland Air Force Base. The 58th Special Operations Wing, known as the 58 SAL, provides training for air crews dedicated to personnel recovery, special operations and missile site support at Kirtland Air Force Base, as well as locations in Alabama and North Carolina. It also oversees the Air Force's schools dedicated to survival, evasion, resistance, and escape, ensuring its graduates possess the skills to navigate the harshest environments while remaining true to the code of conduct. The 58 SAL's history at Kirtland Air Force Base began with the arrival of the 1550th Aircrew Training and Test Wing from Hill Air Force Base, Utah in February 1976. The wing trained rescue air crews and provided a testbed for the newest technologies designed to improve real-world combat operations in a safe and controlled environment. The aircraft of the 58 SAL have evolved over the decades alongside the ever-growing technological capabilities of new platforms. In its early years, the training mission employed the same types of aircraft used in Vietnam in order to educate students in the lessons provided in that conflict. Today, it flies the newest variants and the most revolutionary aircraft to ensure its graduates are prepared to deploy around the world anytime, anywhere, a legacy and tradition that now spans generations and some of the most momentous events in this nation's history. Since the arrival of this mission to Kirtland Air Force Base, over 25,000 graduates have completed training on an array of helicopters, fixed-wing, and tilt-rotor aircraft platforms.
I'm with the DITRA Defense Nuclear Weapons School, just down the street from Jeremiah here at the wing. Again, kudos, appreciate the invitation to be able to speak here. This is the second seminar that we've done. It's a good chance for the historians to get together. The base is a big, diverse base. I grew up here in New Mexico. I had no idea all the stuff the base does. You know, big feat to follow in with Darren and his presentation from AFRL. I'm learning more about AFRL every day. You guys have done huge things over the years. It's a big footprint. We're neighbors with Sandia, and again, tremendous mission to the nation. I like the reference to the clean rooms. My wife works for Microsoft, so we owe a lot to the clean rooms, so thank you. No, this is a great opportunity for us to bring together a lot of diverse perspective. For mine, I am the historian. I'm also the WMD division coordinator, so I have a day job, unfortunately. I can't do history all the time, but I definitely focus on the applied history. I think we have the most traction with that. So before I start that, though, I do want to send a little bit of an introduction to who the Defense Threat Reduction Agency is. I don't have the full overview with this presentation, but for the folks online, the folks here,
So the Defense Threat Reduction Agency, we basically are the successors to the Armed Forces Special Weapons Project. So the Manhattan Project, that's the lapel pin that I have on, that's the Armed Forces Special Weapons Project. 1959, they reorganized, then they became the Defense Atomic Support Agency, then later the Defense DISWA, and then we became the Defense Threat Reduction Agency. Didn't they reorganize again? But then I looked at AFRL's logos and I realized, okay, we're good. We're actually fairly stable compared to AFRL, so we don't reorganize as much. But yeah, today we're with DTRA West. So DTRA West is basically, used to be Field Command DNA, Field Command DASA, so a lot of the testing and everything else. And so our agency's role with the nuclear enterprise goes back to the very beginning. We stood up here in January 1947, so we're the forerunners of Sandia Base. And I'll pass a couple of these out. You can bring those out, thank you. So yeah, so we're with DTRA West. Our headquarters is in Fort Belvoir. And then specifically, I'm with the Defense Nuclear Weapons School, DNWS. This is where my master's thesis is on the history of DNWS. And as I went into it, as a New Mexican, I learned more and more about the history of this base, all the organizations that go in here, and how it's all connected together. And then the presentation I'm going to give you today about the history of the 1950 B-29 crash right on base here back in the Manzanita foothills is specifically tied to what we teach our students today. So again, Defense Nuclear Weapons School, we teach our students about some of these historic incidents that go through. And this is a history that's actually probably one of the most historic sites on the base. It's very, very relevant. The base has done a lot of work with it. And we, as a school, I've had the good fortune to be able to work and support the history of the unfortunate B-29 crash when that happened. So with that, I will go right into the presentation. So per our school, we have a non-attribution policy. So just please note everything I say. This is Matt Thompson speaking, so don't hold it against me. But we want a free discussion in a lot of our lectures, and definitely want to appreciate questions as we go through this. So we've been training nuclear weapons action responders since the very beginning. That's another big misperception we have, especially for folks that are not part of the nuclear enterprise. Since we've had nuclear weapons, going all the way back to the Manhattan Project and Tinian, nuclear weapons safety was always a consideration. A lot of folks don't understand the scale and scope. Always Never that Sandia put out is a fantastic lesson in the engineering that goes into it, but it was always in the policy and the procedures, how do we do that? And then on the back end of it, what happens if the worst happens? What if a nuclear weapon's in an accident? And then that's what our school, part of our school's core mission is to train nuclear weapons action responders. And so we have all this radiological training expertise. It's all about getting DoD responders ready to deal with the worst case scenario if it does happen. And so we've seen all these cases, and we continue to train these responders. This accident is part of it. There's actually 3 accidents in the Manzanita foothills, essentially the old Manzano base. In the Manzanita foothills, we have these different accidents, but the B-29 accident in 1950 is the one we're going to focus on. And that was a silver plate bomber. So for the folks that get a chance to go out to the hallway out there, the fine scale modelers brought out a model of a B-29 silver plate. Again, you take all the machine guns off, you lighten it up so you can carry nuclear weapons. That was our strategic bomber at the end of World War II. And in 1950, these are the planes that are part of our Strategic Air Command. So 9:38 at night, this B-29 takes off from Kirtland. Originally it was from originally Roswell Army Airfield, then it was Walker Air Force Base. So it takes off 9:38 at night. For whatever reason, it turned late. For the longest time we first discovered this accident, we didn't have any idea of why. Probably because of the mixed crew. So very experienced crew, all World War II veterans for the most part. One was actually a POW during World War II. Captain Martin had flown numerous B-24 missions in the Pacific during the war. So very, very experienced crew. That was my misunderstanding. That was me being my misunderstanding. We first discovered the wreck without doing the research and started looking further and further into the crew story. They were very experienced, but they had never flown together. And so this accident actually started changing the policy of having a certified crew for this type of bomb or for this type of mission. So they mixed crew, turned late. Headwind should have given them a little bit extra lift. They were rising fairly slowly. All the engines seemed to be turning fairly well. And then the red flight path is where they turned and crashed into the hill. This is from the accident report. So this is actually the released accident report. Now, when this accident report was put together, back in the day, it was classified that there was a nuclear weapon on board this aircraft. So this was not released out to the general safety community. So the general safety community is looking at the accident report, but these statements are coming directly from the accident report, but not talking about the nuclear weapons accident itself. So they're talking about 2140, this plane's flying in, they hear the engine noise as it's coming, and then they hear this loud thump over the ridge behind them. The loud thump is accompanied by a whole bunch of red flames. It's orange glow, fuel fire, unfortunately. Plane takes off. And then the thing that's interesting, and we talk about it, this bright white light coming from over the ridge. Does anybody have any guesses what that is? Anything? No expected a question? What do you think? Thoughts? So the bright white light, so the engine fuel fire is from, all the fuel is red. That's all the red, orangish petroleum fire. The white light is the explosives. Some of the explosives actually burn, and they burn at a higher intensity. So they're burning with a bright white light. Some of the explosives actually break apart. Some of them melt, and they recrystallize on the hillside, which is a big safety concern when we do a response to this. This weapon, this is a picture of a Mark IV. Unfortunately, we don't have a ton of good pictures in the unclassified realm, but there's a Mark IV that was on board the aircraft when it crashed. Responders were on site within minutes. No sign of survivors. Unfortunately, it was a catastrophic accident as a plane tumbled into the hillside. But this becomes the first nuclear weapons accident in the continental United States. The actual first one was in February 1950 off the coast of British Columbia. This is the second one in April. But this is the very first nuclear weapons accident where we actually sent responders to the site. They were on scene within minutes, responding to this, and now they have to deal with this extra complication. What's the status of the weapon? What's going on with this aircraft accident? Sir?
Did they know they had the weapon on board?
I'm glad you asked that question. That actually comes up, we have the first incident responder, and that was the first question he asked when he got on scene. So I've actually got his statement in there when he comes through, but Major Colster was the responder. As he comes in, the first question is, what was the cargo? And so they're starting to look at that as they go through. And as they're responding, now they have to imagine, okay, even if it's an inherently safe weapon, there's no chance of nuclear yield from this weapon, it's still a big bomb. There's a lot of explosives involved. And so now the responders have to respond into that. And so you have a lot of different things you're thinking about that you have to, when they're doing this type of response. So that was the first question they asked. This is from the AFRI report. This AFRI report came out, the Armed Forces Radiobiology Research Institute, AFRI. They do a lot of these studies. This was a consolidated list of the 32 serious nuclear weapons accidents that we had. This came out in 1986. Partly as a result of the Damascus, Arkansas accident. And this is part of us saying, okay, we are going to, hey, these are all of our worst accidents. They talk all about the accident history. And then this is the accident report directly from this accident. So they talk about the detonators were installed in the bomb. The bomb case was demolished. Some of the high explosives burned in the gasoline fire. Some, again, melted and recrystallized, spread through the wreckage. Spare detonators were recovered undamaged. Contamination did not occur. That was a big question. They looked through, no sign of contamination. The recovered components were returned to the Atomic Energy Commission. So that's the report that we have. We have a little bit more additional information, but generally that's fairly accurate. That's what happened. That's what they had. So let's look at some of the response. Oh, and the piece that I want to point out at the top there. In 1948, we started training our explosive ordnance technicians, EOD, bomb disposal technicians, to respond to explosives because of all the explosives that are involved with these early weapons. And so we already had experience. We already had students that were trained to actually go up there and do this. So we already had radiological responders trained. Now we have EOD personnel that are trained in this process, and they get to apply some of that. So definitely an EOD problem when they respond. So here's the findings from the accident report. The plane is at full power. So they were rising about 150 feet per miles are going out. The plane, again, was supposed to start an immediate turn to the south. For whatever reason, they didn't. And again, very experienced crew on board the plane. If you look at the tail was eventually pulled off the side of the mountain. That is a 20-foot tail. These B-29s were massive planes, huge 20-foot tail that was just sitting there. That actually broke off in the accident itself. And then this is from a later classified accident report. This is actually a sketch of the crash scene. As I mentioned, the tail had broke off. The plane was actually in a cartwheel. So they're in the turn. The right wing tip hits, the right wing tip breaks off, and then that starts to get the plane to tumble. And then they noticed that from the fuselage doesn't actually telescope in. That's how they're able to tell that the plane was actually tumbling as it's coming in. Left wing above, left wing wreckage is actually, it's kind of hard to see in this sketch. The left wing wreckage is actually further up the hill. The right wing wreckage is a little bit below it. Obviously that wing wreckage is not there now. That was pulled down. So we have scraps and bits and pieces. I'm not exactly sure where that tree in the top right is, so I can't orient myself to this map very well. We've been up on the hillside hundreds of times at this point, and it's still very difficult to put everything back together, but you can see some of the things. They talk about the spare detonator box inside there, parts of the bomb case. And so we use this today when we take our students up there to look at the scene. What do you have?
Yeah, can you display the slides? We cannot here online, cannot see the slides. We're seeing you, but we can't see the slides.
Oh, the slide? You got it? Okay, sorry about that. They're going to share the slides there.
Share this window the whole time. Okay, can you guys see it now?
I can see it now.
Okay, all right, sorry about that. Okay, I think you didn't miss too many too many pictures. We'll get more pictures coming, so we won't backtrack too much. But this is the slide I was talking about with Major Colster. So Major Colster is the first incident responder, again, on the scene within 20 minutes or so. So Major Kenneth Colster goes up there. First thing he does, calls for the hospital, the ambulance, medical personnel. We're hoping for survivors. No sign of survivors, unfortunately. Get Sandia Fire Department dispatched immediately. Huge fuel fire on the side of the hill, outside the mountain there. They asked Kirtland Air Force Base Operations, ask the weapons group, what's on board this aircraft? We want to know what the cargo is. And then the other piece down over here, we talked to a lot of other folks. Sometimes people don't think it's going to be in their mission space to be a responder. They're getting the security forces, the military police, grab picks and shovels, because we need to get up on the side of a very steep hill and start doing fire lines and help work with this on the response. So anybody that's close at hand, if you're on an airbase, planes crash, they're going to try to get as many responders out there depending on the time. So that is the first accident response. So we show this to our accident responders when we teach our classes. Of course, you have a strategic bomber, crashes, makes newspaper headlines. They talk about the crash right here. There's another picture of the tail from another newspaper clip. The thing that I want to point out here, not only do you have this newspaper article and this is the media becoming involved with it, this is one of the first times that I saw the names of the crew. Because I had not seen the aircraft accident report earlier when I first started looking into it and studying it, but it was a newspaper article that you started to learn and connect with the names of the crew and actually started looking at the human element of this accident. And then this is the other piece that we look at here. This is some of the wreckage on the hillside. The thing that's the most interesting, the picture on the right-hand side of the screen here, or the left-hand side of the screen if you're facing it, that is the tail of the bomb. It is a steel weapons case. So these big, heavy steel weapons case, and they did that during World War II with Fat Man and the early atomic bombs because they're trying to protect them from anti-aircraft fire. So even though the silver plate bomber, the strategic bomber, doesn't have any armor on it at all, very little armor, very light, the bomb itself has that extra steel. Because that bomb has that heavy steel case, it's still on the side of a hill. So we can actually go up there, take our students, and they can see bits and pieces of this bomb case. We could see the propeller. We can see the crew ladder going into the cockpit. I am a retired Army bomb disposal technician. I know weapons. I don't know aircraft. I've learned so much about B-29s over the last couple of years. So there's one of the radio transmitters from the B-29. The top right of the screen over there, on the left-hand side of the screen if you're facing back towards you, that is the actual propeller hub for the propeller for this aircraft. This is where 2017, we had our 70th anniversary, and this is where we actually started to do some actual proactive work working with the base. Colonel Gibbs was the base commander at the time. We saw the value in going to the site, taking our students up here, and so we wanted to go out and do something to put a marker out here to remember the crash site back over here so we don't forget about it again. Make sure we keep it in our memory. And then the FBI go into a lot of our classes. So we have the FBI Evidence Recovery Team, the FBI ERT, and the FBI ERT are responsible for the NTSB to do, anytime there's an aircraft accident, they will go out and they'll do an investigation. They will document all of the wreckage for an aircraft site. Since we already had a relationship with the local FBI field office and they saw a training opportunity, in November of 2017, the FBI ERT was out there for about a week, and then they went up on the hillside and we mapped the entire hillside. Hundreds, I'm not an archaeologist, but I can feel their pain at this point. Hundreds and hundreds of points, like 550 points we mapped, and thousands of pieces of wreckage that we were able to document. On the far side of the screen there, that's Dr. Steve Rademacher from the Air Force Safety Center. He went up with us as well. We brought all our detectors just in case. We double checked everything, and yes, there was, for a bunch of different reasons, there was no radiological contamination that we could find, but we went ahead and double checked just because, and partly for the training purposes of it. So there's some of our team with the FBI. And then here's the FBI team going out there. They're using a transit, and they basically had to, geolocate every single point, put it into a digital database. There's actually one of our archaeologists he's got the pink ribbon on his hat right there. He's working with the base. And as we're going through, not only do we document all these sites, the first detailed examination of the site in over 70 years, we found the bomb data plate. So 70 years on the hillside, this bomb data plate, Raytheon, Mark IV, Mod 5, tucked under rock, just got overlooked in the cleanup, the response back in the day. So that has been recovered. That is now it's under conservation. Hopefully we'll be able to put that onto a display. We have one of the propellers that we display in our school as well. And then this is the marker itself. So this is the other big effort that we did as part of our 70th anniversary, and then also working with the base to kind of recognize this very historic site. So what we did is we came up with a design that basically mirrors the Trinity obelisk down at White Sands, so we don't have a lot of imagination. We just pick a location and say, we're going to do it again. So we came up with something like that, about 10,000 pounds of concrete. Local Air National Guard 210th Red Horse did a lot of the construction work for us. The base poured the foundation for it. We came up with the plaque. The plaque is actually both accident reports. We have the names of the crew, and then we have the AFRI accident report write-up put together for the first time on that aluminum plaque, which is sitting on the marker itself. They used stone, local stone, all cut to face the concrete marker. And then it was complete in April 2019. So we did the dedication on the 69th anniversary of the accident. We were going to wait to 2020, and I'm very glad we didn't because of the pandemic. But because we did it that year earlier, we were able to invite some of the family and the crews. So sitting in the picture right over there, on the far side of the group that's sitting, that's Lieutenant Stultz. He's the co-pilot. He was actually at the controls. That's his daughter. The two women in the front, those are the daughters of Captain Martin. So a lot of the family had never been to the site, so they were very, very appreciative, and local historians helped us put this together. They came out to do the dedication. So it was a very fantastic effort that we did. Very happy with that. And this is the big piece here that, again, sometimes when we look at technical responses, we forget about the human element. So we now have pictures of all 13 crew members that we're going to put into the display back at the school. We have their names from the accident report. We have some old yearbooks from Roswell Army Airfield, later Walker Air Force Base, and that's where we got some of the crew photos. Others came from the family and newspaper articles. So again, connecting back to the human tragedy, the 13 folks that lost their lives in this accident. And that's basically the four hills looking at the aircraft back over there. And I said this is applied history, right? This is the safety brief. So we'll provide this presentation to our students, and then we will give them a safety brief because it is a very steep hillside. I think we've had I think it was a Sandia tour we had, and we had an individual broken ankle, but it was Nuclear Weapons Center, so I think it was okay. That was one of my first tours that we did up there. It is very, very steep. You have to wear appropriate footwear, so we do all these things. As we talk about weather, hydrate, there's one of our classes on the side of the hill. You can kind of see the rugged conditions. Footwear, we always talk about that. We always talk about wildlife. That's a rattlesnake on the trail that we found with the class. That's always a fun day out in the woods out here. And then there's a piece of explosives on the bottom side. So as we're doing the documentation, we do find explosive residue, and then that led to some changes, and so we have that area excluded. But this is all part of our safety brief to bring students up to the hillside. Cactus, if you've hiked around, that's probably your most likely threat if you don't slip, trip, and fall, or if you do fall, you'll land in cactus. And then we want to make sure you can identify that cactus that you fell in. And then most importantly, we try to make everyone remember that it's a grave site. To use respect when they walk through it. The base is working to help maintain the trail. They have a lot of, a wildland natural resources patrol officer that patrols it. They have security on the place, so we put a lot of eyes. Our classes also put an extra set of eyes. So the extra visibility helps us keep it secure and protect it for future generations, and then of course the memory of the lost crew. And then backup slides, because we're going to go into all the slides. So that is a B-29, regular B-29. It's got the machine gun, so you know it's not a silver plate, but that's so I can start to learn how to identify parts and pieces when I'm on a hillside. And then this is looking up at the hillside. We created this for the dedication in 2019 because we were going to have family and nobody was going to hike up the hill on the dedication. So we set up a table with binoculars, and then you could actually look up the side of the hill, and we had put flagging tape on a couple of key pieces of wreckage so the family members could see where the cockpit was, where the right wing was. The left wing is number 21. That was one of the engines. 12 is that bomb case I pointed to. 10 is the crew ladder. And then blue is for aircraft components. That is the part of the right wing on the side over there. So that's another way to connect people that can't be in our class and hike up to the hillside. We can actually show them from a little bit of a distance. And then this is the other piece that we came up with as a trail guide. So this is mainly for our instructors. So our instructors know where to point things out. You can't go up to the hillside without base permission, and you have to have a qualified guide and instructor or escort with you. But this allows our instructors and guides to be able to lead tours up there. And our hope is they're going to get an aircraft archaeologist out there in the near future, and they'll be able to further document the site. So we prepared those, we've released those to the, we've given those to the base, and also helped the base develop their own tour guides so they can run these tours as well. So it's not just our school is not the only guides for these sites. This is a shared history we have here on the base. And then again, color-coded numbering for red for weapons components. You have yellow crew area with the ladders. Blue is aircraft specific with the engine. Again, you have the bomb case back over there. Crew seats would be yellow, of course, because that would go into a crew area. And then just more components up there. Some of these components have been recovered. We found some burned out detonators that were left over from the actual weapon itself. Those were since recovered, and they've gone through. And so all this documentation and then the archaeology that's gone up there, the base has all of this. So again, it's been a collaborative effort, huge benefit for our students, so we really enjoy supporting all of this history. And then one of the maps of the trail, and then the marker. And if you go to the newspaper article on Kirtland's website, they actually have the dedication from 2019. They have the video of it as well. It's a great ceremony. And that is basically all I have for my presentation ahead of schedule. So any questions at all? Thank you. Ma'am.
So they did an initial cleanup. Why is there so much of the wreckage still left?
They took the large pieces down. They took the two big wing sections and the tail section, and it's so steep and difficult to recover from, they actually used a cable. They put a big tractor on the side of the road. They put a winch, and they pulled these things down. So they only drug one or two things down. There's actually a tremendous amount of wreckage on the side of the hill. Just those big sections. But if you didn't know that they'd winched those things down, and like we were looking for the fourth engine forever, it went down the hill with the one of the wings. And so that's another reason we want the aircraft archaeologists out there, because we still have pieces that we're missing. It's like, how did this get in this position, or how did this get over here? So we're still putting it together. But you can actually see the cable. It's two trees have actually picked up the old cable, and you can see where the cable was now. But yeah, every time we go up there, we're learning something new. Sir?
So it was a inert bomb, or not a live round with special material in it?
So with our first nuclear weapons accidents, 1950, most of these were capsule ball weapons. So the special nuclear material is not inserted in the weapon. So there's no chance of nuclear detonation, no chance of contamination or spreading that if the capsule is recovered separately. So it's a dummy capsule with this one, so there's no chance of...
There was no special material on...
There's no chance of nuclear anything happening. That's one of the reasons you don't have the contamination. but you do have all the explosives. So you have all the other safety hazards we have to look at. Good question, sir. That answer it? Yep. Anybody else? Good. Okay. Well, that's all I have. I'm the last presentation, so I will turn it back over to Jeremiah. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Thanks.
Thank you, everybody who came out. Thank you, everybody listening online. I'll just stand by Matt while I talk. That pretty much does it. I appreciate it. All of everybody that came and presented. Thank you guys again, and we'll see if we do it again next year. All right.